Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Half Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The early settlers in the western United States faced many hardships. They fought hunger and thirst, blazing heat and bitter cold, hostile Indians and the outlaws who roamed the hills and the range country. Their pioneer spirits would not admit defeat, but the West might never have been won if the masked rider of the plains hadn't led the fight for law and order. No one could match his courage and daring, and Hi-Yo Silver came to be the battle cry of justice on the frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting in the trail ahead! Hi-Yo Silver! Away!
There have been countless requests for information regarding Silver, the famous horse of the Lone Ranger. People have written asking what kind of horse it was, where it came from, whence came its tremendous strength, tireless energy, and lightning speed. Of course, the greatest mystery surrounds the origin of both the Lone Ranger and Silver. But there is a legendary story concerning the beautiful milk-white stallion. And tonight, in one of the most unusual of the Lone Ranger dramas, we are going to tell you the legend as it has been handed down through generations. The Lone Ranger did not always ride Silver. Before the fame of the mystery rider spread throughout the length and breadth of 7 states, there was another horse, one called Dusty. As our story opens, it is this chestnut mare that is being ridden to a hitch rack outside the 6-Gun Cafe.
Oh, Dusty! Oh, there! Oh! You're waiting for me. You any news, Tyler?
2 feller inside cafe.
What about them?
Them plenty bad feller. Them make plan.
You think they'd recognize me?
You not need mask. You got face disguised. That plenty good. You maybe hear feller talk. Tonto stay with Dusty.
Dusty's pretty tired, Tonto. She's traveled a long way so that I could join you here.
Maybe travel much more. You go inside cafe, huh?
Squint, there ain't but one thing can keep us from getting away with the express office money.
What's that, Butch?
Horses.
We might borrow a couple.
We might, and we might not. I got a better scheme than that.
Yeah?
We rope some wild ones. I heard of a valley.
Where'd you hear of it?
A couple of old Indians told me. Listen, there's a valley 2 days north of here. There's horses there ain't never seen a man. The finest horses you ever heard tell of.
Seems a pack of foolishness getting us wild horses just to rob the express office.
Shh! Don't talk so loud. Maybe you're afraid of wild horses.
Me? See here, I can ride anything I can get aboard. And I ain't seen no horse yet that I couldn't break.
Uh-huh. The idea is to get us some horses that's plenty wild. Use them for our escape, then let them loose to travel fast and far and lead the posse on a trail while we takes our old Mexican plugs and gets away.
That sure sounds like something. Where'd you say these wild horses was at?
I'll show you. Just come on with me, Squint, and in 2 or 3 days we'll have a couple of the wildest, fastest horses in the country to rob that office at Cooper's Bend.
Nestled in a valley in the heart of Green Hills was a sanctuary where man had never been. Here the grass grew green and lush, and shady trees spread green boughs to cast soft shade. Here from the living rock came waterfalls, both sweet and pure. King Sylvan and his gentle mate Musa ruled this land. Their court was made up of untamed horses that had never known the restraining bit and binding saddle. Happy, carefree horses that had never seen man nor known his inventions. Sylvan had won the right to rule his followers by might and courage. His was the fleetest foot, the quickest eye, and the greatest of strength. Then there came a day when the mare Musa bore King Sylvan a son. Then Sylvan's happiness was complete. His fleet hoofs pounded the turf, racing, turning, flashing in his joy. The great white stallion hoped the colt would see the strength in his splendid body that was this little one's heritage. At length he thundered close to Musa. He braced his feet in the soft turf and stopped. Then gently muzzled his mate and the little colt. My son, he seemed to say, my little white one called Musa from her mother's heart. And truly, as he stood there on his wobbly little legs seemingly too slender to bear even his light weight, he looked like a drift of virgin snow, with the sun turning every hair into gleaming points of silver fire. Almost as soon as he was born, the white one began to display those characteristics which afterwards made him a leader of the band that his father ruled before him. Strong, graceful, fearless, with the heart and courage of a lion, but added to them the sweetness and gentleness of Musa, his mother. For many months the white one was not far from his mother's side, and his little shadow merged with hers as they moved through the valley, guided by the Sylvan who knew where the water was the sweetest, the grass most tender. Then came the days when his colthood was left behind him, days when he could outdistance Musa and run side by side with his illustrious father. Like the wind, the white one and Sylvan raced side by side, two beautiful milk-white creatures, Sylvan and the prince, his son. How the sun flashed from their sleek bodies. How they raced, cut, turned, and whirled in sheer joy of living. Life was good, and the sweet cup of happiness seemed filled to overflowing for the two white ones. Then there came tragedy to the life of the little one. The light of the world was covered for Musa. She went to the everlasting valley of happiness, but not before her little son was full grown and ready to fight for his place in the kingdom of Sylvan, his father. Day after day, the brave horse fought his rivals in the field of battle. It was the prince's duty to fight for and to hold his princely position. It was his duty to meet all comers and accept all challenges. Sylvan remained king, but could his white one remain the prince? Battles were furious, no quarter was asked, and none given. Never did the white colt pause in the attack until his rival lay at his feet. Then there came the last to challenge, and he went to defeat as the others had before him. The white one lifted his voice in victory. And Sylvan the king, his father, responded with pride. King and prince, leaders and champions both, stronger, greater than any other of the herd, acknowledged by all as those who should lead while others followed. At the head of the herd raced Sylvan and the white one. Then man came into the valley, bringing pain and misery and tragedy. Squint and Butch arrived to take the finest of the happy horses from this earthly paradise to help them in their craven schemes. At a narrow gap opening into the valley, they paused to watch the great wild horses and fingered their ropes and guns.
Them's the horses. Butch, you was sure right about this place.
Yeah, doggone.
But they're mighty wild uns. Mighty wild.
Ain't never yet been a horse so wild I couldn't tame the critter. Look, them two white ones leading the pack is the ones we want to get.
They ain't seen us yet. Maybe we could drop a loop over their necks when they come close.
We'll try. Get ready now. They're coming close. You take the right-hand one. Get ready. Let go of the rope.
Got him.
I missed. Look out, Squint. They're coming for us.
He fell down. The one-eye rope fell down.
They'll kill us. Run for your life.
Shoot. Shoot at him.
Hurry, get away.
The sight of man was strange to the wild horses. Man was an enemy. Man was to be driven out. The thundering hoofs surged forward. The white one sounded the battle cry. Thunder roared from weapons in the hands of the men. Wild screams of pain came from the herd, but the fury of those hammering hoofs could not be withstood. The men retreated, running to save their lives. The white one, true leader that he was, had conquered man, as he had overcome members of the herd in gaining his exalted place. But there was little joy in this victory, for Sylvan, the mighty monarch of the valley, had sent his soul to join that of Musa. Sylvan's strong neck had been cruelly hurt by the rope of the white man. Sylvan was no longer king. In his stead, the white one should rule. But to what end? As he stood there, the white horse found little left for him in the valley. His was the heart of a conqueror. He would leave the valley to cross that purple ridge in the distance to see what was beyond. While he stood with proud head lifted high, there came again the form he had so recently learned to hate. Man! The white one would not attack. He would evade. He would cross the hills that surrounded the valley. He remembered the cruel ropes that had broken the neck of his father. He remembered the strange weapons that spoke like thunder and made horses fall to the ground. He turned and fled. heading for the distant hills, heading for new worlds, as the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode into the valley.
Pull there, Dusty, pull. We get here too late.
They've been here and gone, Tonto. But look, that horse. See it? Running toward the hills. Did you ever see such a splendid creature?
Oh, him, he fine. Too bad Dusty not be like him.
Poor Dusty, poor girl. She did her best to get us here in time to trail those outlaws, Tonto.
Now we not know where they go.
We can't follow them further without resting. Dusty has done all she can.
Outlaw make plan, rob someplace.
They plan to rob someplace, Tonto, but we don't know where. Just look at that fine horse they've killed.
Tonto won't get them outlaw.
Poor old Dusty. You've earned a rest, old partner, and you're going to have it. Then we'll try to follow those two men. The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. You recall that we left the great wild white horse as it departed from the valley. Alone he made his way through the mountains. Hour after hour he climbed steep hills, drawing farther and farther away from the valley where he had known joy and peace and happiness, grim tragedy and sudden death. Away from the valley where he had first seen man, his hated enemy, a creature that had killed his father. Here was a new world. For a time he enjoyed the strange sights, but as the trail grew steeper, the path became more narrow. Sharp thorns frequently raked his beautiful white body. Broken, jagged rocks hurt his hoofs that had known only the soft grass of the valley. Strange insects drove their wicked daggers into his muscled flesh, and flecks of red stained the white coat. Here there was no gentle Musa to tenderly cleanse the torn places with a mother's gentle care. But on he went. He was a king, a conqueror, not to be daunted. Finally, he reached the top of the mountain ridge and then proceeded to the plains beyond. Vast stretches of almost level country beckoned him on. New adventure was ahead, and with a shout of defiance, he left the hills to dash ahead. As he raced onward, the white horse remembered stories that his mother had told him. Stories of his ancestors that had roamed these plains, but had been forced to leave them for the safety of the valley. Stories of horrible beasts that roamed the plains, wild buffalo with flaming eyes and fire-breathing nostrils. Then, suddenly, the white horse stopped. Just ahead, he saw the foe. A huge, shaggy buffalo, An ugly beast of dull mud color with a tangled mane and a huge hump on its back. Its bloodshot eyes glared at the white horse in hatred, and its sharp hoof feet stamped on the ground in rage. From the horrible beast there came a roar. And then the creature charged with what seemed to be a long pent-up fury. With all the agility he could command, the White One stepped aside to dodge the furious charge. And as the buffalo swept past him, White One felt the brush of coarse, rough fur against his slender body. His tender nostrils quivered with a foul odor. Mad with fury, screaming with rage, the buffalo whirled quickly to attack again. And again the white horse stepped aside. Time after time the game was played, but it could not last forever. Sooner or later the horse and buffalo must come to grips. This was to be a battle to the end, where one would move away victorious from the torn and mangled body of the other. Then the battle began in earnest. The air was filled with bellows and whinnies of rage and defiance. Hoofs churned the ground, and the reek of blood and sweat added to the rage of both of the struggling animals. Again and again the horse reared to strike down with his sharp hoofs, and many times the blows took effect. The sharp hoofs of the buffalo had even greater power, and the huge, hairy head became a living battering ram, and it drove hard into the white horse time after time. The White One didn't have the protecting mass of hair of his enemy. Trembling, weak, and close to exhaustion, the White One grew unsteady, but his gallant heart would not accept defeat. He fought on, desperately, despairingly, and hopelessly. Then, at length, with a mighty sobbing whinny, he sank to the ground. The buffalo stood glaring for a moment at the conquered animal. The evil eyes glowed in savage hatred, in gloating joy at victory. He drew back a pace, the better to strike the blow of death. The white horse, only barely conscious, saw the buffalo prepare to leap in a last thrust of the sharp hoofs that would forever end the reign of the king of the horses. Head down, the buffalo roared and began his charge, but then it seemed as if a miracle had happened. There was another horse approaching, the wild cry of an oncoming rider.
Come on, Dusty! Hurry on, Dusty!
And then a roar like thunder. Several heavy slugs of lead crashed into the buffalo as it leaped. The force of the blows turned the rearing animal aside, and beneath it the short legs crumpled. The buffalo fell close beside the white horse, conquered by the Lone Ranger. Then a great peace descended on the white horse, and he was aware of a gentle hand that touched his cruelly battered head.
Poor fellow. Great-hearted horse. Tonto, he's alive. Huh? Tonto, get him water.
As the White One opened his eyes, glazed with fever and bright with pain, he saw a face, and even in his anguish, he knew that man was not at all times an enemy. Here was a friend. Gentle hands caressed him. Cool water, nature's own remedy, soothed his wounds. His strength, so nearly gone, returned to him, little by little. The proud head came up. Man was here. Man had killed Sylvan, his father. Man was another hated enemy, a thing to be feared. The white body rose. For a moment, the great white horse trembled on his weakened legs, then fled. Fled from man who killed.
Tonto, there goes the king of all horses. Dusty's a grand horse, but that silver one.
We get on trail crook now,
They can't be far ahead of us, Tonto. They must know they're being followed.
Town yonder named Cooper Bend. That's where fellers plan to steal money.
Then come on, Tonto. We'll head for Cooper's Bend.
The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian friend Tonto continued on the trail. As they came into Cooper's Bend, two horsemen rode toward them at full speed. Squint and Butch had robbed the express office and were making their escape. The outlaws saw the two men that had trailed them and knew there was no time to lose. Squint drew his gun and opened fire.
Leap, Tonto, to the ground.
Them fellers shoot Dusty.
They have the money bags with them. We're too late.
We not get 'em now. We not got horse.
After this long trail, Tonto, they'll escape us. They've succeeded. We've no way to overtake them.
Look. You, look.
The silver horse?
Him come to you.
Here, boy. Here, fellow.
After leaving the Lone Ranger, the great white horse seemed to feel that he had left one who would be a friend. He sought to overtake the man, and never could a horse have been more welcome. On he thundered to where the masked man stood. There he paused, willing to be a servant to this man. The Lone Ranger swung to the white back without saddle or bridle, and turned as one with the white horse in pursuit of the bandits. For the first time, a cry rang out through the still air that was later to echo across the whole country.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Faster than any horse had ever moved, swift as the wind, a flash of white flame, the great stallion swept across the prairie, his strength seemingly greater than ever before, as he turned and leaped at the touch of his master, a man he could love with all the unselfish love of horse for master, the man who had brought him life when death seemed near. The outlaws' horses could not match the terrific speed of the great stallion. They were overtaken, roped by the quick hand of the Lone Ranger, brought to earth and held until the sheriff's men could overtake them. Then, once again, the voice of the rider called to the white one.
Whoa, Silver. Oh, boy. Whoa there, fellow. You understand me, great horse that you are. Your heart of gold and your coat of silver. Good old fellow. Silver, come what may, we'll travel together always. Tonto's over there, Silver. That's your name, fellow. Silver. Let's join Tonto, my friend. Our friend. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Thank you from goldenhumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Rod, you sure that's Jesse Wheat's buggy coming yonder?
I got eyes like an eagle, Box. That's his buggy, and that's Jesse driving it.
Good.
I wish you'd tell me what we rode down here to meet him for.
Look, kid, we've been together 6 months, ain't we?
Sure.
Another month or two, we're going to be rich.
Not riding for Jesse Wheat, we ain't.
We're just about through riding for Jesse Wheat.
Huh?
Let's wait for him here.
You mean you're going to tell him we're quitting?
I ain't going to tell him nothing. What we're going to do ain't none of his business.
You're sure a hard man to understand sometimes.
You'll learn. Oh, look at Jesse. He's kind of mad already.
What are you men doing clear down here?
We're going into Dodge, Jesse.
No, you ain't. I ain't paying you to spend time in Dodge.
You just been there.
I had business there. Now you men turn around and ride back to the ranch and get to work.
For a man that don't carry a gun, you talk mighty loud, Jesse.
I don't have to carry a gun.
Don't you? Look at mine, Jesse.
Point that thing the other way.
No.
Now look, quit fooling. I don't like it.
I ain't fooling.
What you doing, Box? You're just going to make him mad.
Going to kill him.
Now, look here. I've had enough of this. You put that gun away.
Shut up, Jesse.
You shot him.
Of course I shot him.
What for?
You're always asking questions.
He wasn't even armed. He didn't do nothing. That's murder.
Nobody'll ever know.
But why'd you do it?
You wanted to get rich, didn't you?
What's killing Jesse Wheat got to do with that?
You'll see.
You're in trouble. Murdering Jesse like that. You're really in trouble.
No more than you are, kid. If they catch you. Don't you ever forget it.
But I didn't know you was going to do this.
That don't matter. Now we'll get that horse started for home, and by the time he and Jesse get there, we'll have our alibi all set in Dodge. Nobody'll ever know where or when this happened. See how smart? You stick with me, kid.
Where are we going now, Box?
We're going to set our alibi with a man who's going to be more interested in this business than anybody in Dodge.
Who's that?
Standing right up there.
Oh, now, wait
Shut
a
up, kid. I'll do the talking. Hello, Marshal.
Hello.
Well, I guess you don't remember us, Marshal.
No, I don't.
Well, we only been in Dodge once before. I'm Jim Box, Marshal. My friend here is Rod Allison.
How do you do?
Hello? We work for Jesse Wheat, Marshal. We was to meet him here, and we can't find him no place.
Well, I saw Jesse last night. Maybe he's gone back to the ranch.
That'd sure beat all, telling us to meet him and then forgetting all about it. Oh, that Jesse's getting too old. Why, we've been looking for him the past 2 hours.
Box.
Shut up.
Hey, Box.
Like I was saying, Marshal.
No, look.
Well, I'll be.
That's Jesse's buggy. Going into the stable there.
Yeah, and there's nobody driving that buggy.
They sure ain't. But it's Jesse's.
Well, let's go over and take a look. Huh?
What for, Marshal? Jesse ain't there.
You too. Come on.
Kind of funny. Horse and buggy and nobody driving it. I sure hope nothing's happened to Jesse. Don't you, Rod?
It'd be awful.
How long you men work for Jesse Wheat?
Ooh, some 6 weeks, Marshal. He's sure a good boss. We like him fine, don't we, Rod?
He treats us real good.
Whose stable is this?
Moss Grimmick runs it, but he's not here right now. And there's the buggy.
Look there, Marshal. Why, it's Jesse. Why, he must be sick or something.
Yeah. He's dead. He's been shot.
That's terrible. Now, who'd have done that?
I can't understand that horse coming back here. Why wouldn't he have gone on home to the ranch like any horse would?
You say you've been working for Jesse 6 weeks?
Well, sure.
And you ought to know his brand.
Say, that ain't a XL horse.
No, it isn't. Belongs to the stable here. Jesse told me last night that his horse went lame.
I never noticed the horse.
It don't matter, Rod. It's a good thing that horse brought him back here. Now the marshal can get to work fast and find who killed him. We'll help you, Marshal. We sure don't like old Jesse getting shot.
Well, you can help me get him out of the buggy. But I'll handle the rest of it. It's not your trouble.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip.
L&M's got everything.
It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
Jesse Wheat was a whole lot older than his wife, wasn't he?
Didn't you ever meet her?
No, sir, I never did.
Yeah, Anna Wheat's about 22. Jesse was in his late 40s.
Yeah. Maybe she done it.
What?
Killed him. Maybe it was her because he was so old and all.
Chester, you remember the tracks back there just before Jesse's buggy turned around and headed back to Dodge?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. They was 2 horses stopped it, wasn't they?
That's right.
Then it must have been them fellas Jim Box and Rod Allison.
Maybe. Oh, look, there's Anna on the porch. You must have seen us coming.
Hey, she is young.
I hope she's already heard about this. Well, let's get on here, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Anna.
Hello, Marshal.
Anna, this is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do?
How do, Miss Weed?
Did Jim Box and Rod Allison show up yet?
They told me about Jesse. He was a good man, Marshal. He treated me like a daughter.
Well, did you know anybody who might have had a reason to kill him?
Well, of course not. Jesse didn't have any enemies that I know of.
How'd he get along with Jim Box and Rod Allison?
You don't think Rod had anything to do with it?
Well, all right. What about Box? Any trouble with him?
He's different from Rod. I don't like him. But there hasn't been any trouble that I know of.
Uh-huh. Where are they now, Anna?
Oh, they rode off somewhere, out with the cattle, I guess.
Does anybody else work for you?
No, just them, Marshal. But they said they'd stay on here on the XL as long as I want them. And right now, with all the stock, I really need them.
Yeah, sure.
Will you come in for some coffee? You and Chester?
Well, thanks, Anna, but next time, maybe, huh? We've got to get back. Well, so long.
Bye, Marshal. Goodbye, Chester.
Bye, Miss Weed. Well, we sure didn't learn much from her, Mr. Dillon.
Not much.
Ain't we going to wait and talk to them two fellows again?
Now, it might make them jumpy, Chester. I want them to feel safe. They made one mistake. They'll make another. It was hard to believe that two cowboys like Jim Box and young Rod Allison wouldn't have noticed the horse Jesse Wheat was driving wasn't his own. But I guess when you're murdering a man, you got other things on your mind. It was a bad mistake, however. And from then on, I was ready and waiting to move on him. My first chance came about a month later, when I heard that some XL cattle had been driven to Dodge and were being sold to a buyer named Jake Worth. So Chester and I walked down to the loading pens to have a look.
There's Jake over yonder, Mr. Dillon, talking to some fella.
Yeah, that's Jim Box he's talking to, Chester.
Oh, I couldn't tell with his back to us. I wonder where Rod is.
Well, we'll ask him. Hello, Jake.
Well, hello, Marshal. Chester?
Hello, Jake.
Those XL cattle you buying?
Only 30 head, Marshal.
Uh-huh. Did Rod help you drive them in, Box?
Last night, Marshal.
Now, where is he now?
He went back to the ranch this morning. Why?
Jake, what are you paying for these steers?
You just settled on $20, Marshal.
$20. Now, it's 30 head. That'd come to $600, wouldn't it?
What are you trying to say, Marshal? Think there's something wrong with my selling them steers?
No. No. Not as long as Anna Wheat gets the $600.
Now, wait a minute here. I took it for granted she knew about this sale.
You got such a smart marshal. Take a look at this, Jake.
Yeah, looks okay, Marshal, but you better read it, too. Here. She's given him full authority to sell the stock and collect the money.
Of course she has. Well, you through reading, Marshal?
Yeah, I'm through reading.
You want to apologize?
Jake.
What?
Anytime this man sells XL cattle to you, I want to know about it. And I'm going to tell every other buyer in Dodge the same thing.
That ain't much of an apology, Marshal.
Come on, Chester. See you later, Jake.
Sure.
My gracious, that Box is awful mad, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he ought to be. I just ruined his game.
Yeah, but couldn't he run off with the money one of these times before you checked with Anna?
Nah, he's too smart to become a cow thief for a few $100s, Chester. Now, he wants more than that.
We can't get it now, can he?
Well, he couldn't.
How?
By killing me.
Evening, Marshal. What'll it be, sir?
Nothing for me, Sam, but I'll take a glass of beer over there to Miss Kitty.
Got it right here, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on the house, Marshal.
All right, Sam, I'll tell her that.
She's the only girl in here that don't drink whiskey all night long.
Well, she claims it makes her drunk.
My whiskey'd make a buffalo drunk, Marshal.
I'll tell her that, too. There you are, Kitty. Compliments of the house.
Where's yours?
No, not tonight for me. Well, place looks kind of quiet tonight.
That suits me.
Yeah, well, you won't get rich in an empty saloon, Kitty.
I won't get old either.
Kitty,
Hmm?
why don't you quit and marry some nice young fella and settle down on a ranch or something?
Ha!
Oh, what's wrong with that?
I've lived on a ranch. The women work harder than the men do.
Well, don't they everywhere?
Not in New York. At least so I've heard.
Well, why don't you go to New York, then?
What are you trying to do, Matt? Get rid of me?
No, of course not. I just like to see you happy, that's all.
I'm happy. You're the one that's doing all the complaining.
Yeah, I guess I am.
You're like a man trying to ride two horses at once, Matt. They do that only in circuses. Not practical anywhere else.
No, Kitty, you know I'm a simple man.
Tell that to somebody who doesn't know you. Like Jake Worth.
Jake Worth?
No, looks like he's come to tell you something.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Evening, Miss Kitty, Marshal.
Hello, Jake.
Jake?
Sit down.
Thanks. It's all right to talk in front of Kitty, ain't it, Marshal?
It doesn't matter, Jake. She finds out everything anyway. Now, what's on your mind?
Jim Box.
Oh?
Remember a couple of weeks ago how you told me to report any sales of XL cattle?
Yeah, sure.
Well, he ain't sold none since then, but you're right. He's a crook.
Well, how do you know?
He come in this afternoon and offered to sell me some 500 head. That's about all the cattle Anna Wheat owns.
Well, maybe she's selling out.
No. Box says I can have 'em real cheap, providing I don't tell you about it.
Oh. Now, what did you say, Jake?
I said I'd take 'em. He's hired a couple of men from somewheres, and they're driving the herd in day after tomorrow. I told them the Santa Fe would have cattle cars ready by then.
Uh-huh. All right, thanks, Jake.
Them two men he's hired, they can probably ride good enough, but they ain't real cowboys.
Well, I'll go out tomorrow and have a look at them.
Well, I'm glad I ain't got your job. Not going against them gunmen.
Marshal. Chester, come on in.
Hi, Miss Wheat.
What brings you out here, Marshal?
Where are the men, Anna?
Oh, they're out on the prairie somewheres. They'll be in for supper.
Huh? All of them?
You mean both of them?
Jim Box and Rod the only men here?
Of course. Why?
Oh, nothing.
Is there something wrong, Marshal?
Yeah, plenty.
And I'd better tell you something. Rod and I are going to get married.
What?
We fell in love when he first came here. I told Jesse about it right off. He understood. Jesse was a sick man. I guess he figured he wouldn't live very long anyway. All he asked was that we'd wait a while. But we didn't do anything wrong, Marshal.
Look, Anna, I'm here to arrest Allison and Box.
What?
One of them murdered Jesse. They both had good reasons.
Marshal, you can't. Not Rod. I know him. He wouldn't do that.
Take a chair by the window, Chester. We'll wait for him.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobacco?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
They've got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Yeah, what, Chester?
You better come here and take a look.
Huh?
There's 3 of them.
Yeah. Well, they must have left one man with a herd.
And it was Rod. That's Jim Box and 2 strangers out there.
Rod isn't with him?
No.
Thank heaven.
It's no use, Anna. We're going to have to find him anyway.
Not if Jim Box kills you, you won't.
Chester, take Anna out to the kitchen. If she tries to warn them, stop her.
Yes, sir.
I'll hide here by the door. And if they get me, you do what you can.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I didn't really mean what I said.
That's okay, Anna.
Come on, man.
Sure.
You men wait there. I won't be long. Anna? Anna, where are you?
I'm in the kitchen.
Come in here.
I'm busy. You come out here.
The gun, I will.
Drop it, Box.
You're going to shoot me in the back, Marshal?
Drop the gun.
I don't trust you.
You got him, Mr. Dillon?
Get out of the way, Chester. His men will be here in a minute.
Hey, they're running off. Let's go get our horses, Mr. Dillon.
No. Let them go, Chester.
Well, we can catch them easy.
I got nothing on them. It's Rod I want.
Did they get away, Marshal?
Now, they won't stop till they hit the Rocky Mountains, Anna.
You killed Jim Box.
Yeah, I had to.
Now Rod's all alone. He's the only one left to blame it on, isn't he?
I tried to take Box alive, Anna.
Anna! Anna!
Rod.
No, Anna, wait.
No.
All right, careful now, Chester. You'll use her as a shield.
Oh, I won't shoot, Mr. Dillon.
Rod, what's the matter?
No, what?
Don't shoot him, Marshal.
Well, looks like he's already been shot.
Are you hurt bad, Rod?
I ain't gonna die.
He was lying on the floor here when I came in, Marshal.
Get his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir. I ain't gonna use my gun. Oh, well, I'll take it anyway.
Now, who shot you, Rod?
Box did. But I got away.
Well, why would he shoot you?
I found out he was gonna steal Anna's cattle. And I started an argument. He shot me, but I got away. I was riding up from in back there when I heard the shooting.
You see, Marshal, Rod hasn't done anything.
Rod, who killed Jesse?
What difference does it make? You'll never believe me anyway now.
Don't talk like that. Tell him.
They'll hang me, Anna. I never done it, but they'll hang me anyway now.
Marshal,
Yeah.
is that true? What he says?
That could be. If I charged him with it.
Well, what are you going to do, Marshal? Tell me.
I'm going to leave Chester here to help you take care of him till I send Doc out. And when he's well, why, you bring him into Dodge.
You mean to jail?
Well, you might stop by. That is, if you want me at the wedding.
Now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Today, there's one filter cigarette that stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor, for effective filtration, for highest quality tobacco. L&M's got everything. That's what makes it America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M, king size or regular. I know you'll go for 'em.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Handley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Eleanor Tannen, Vic Perrin, Don Diamond, and Frank Cady. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember this. In the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like Chesterfield.
Brazil invites you to discuss Brazil experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian
I memorized the map and destroyed it. If you kill me, you'll never find the money.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin! Mr. Paladin! Open door!
All right. Yes. What's all the excitement, hey, boy?
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you in trouble with Army?
In trouble with the Army? Why, no.
Oh, that's good.
Why do you ask?
Well, hey, boy, here, Army Colonel asked for you downstairs. And hey, boy, thought maybe you in trouble. I'll give you a chance to get away. Oh, too late.
Huh? That's Potter, Colonel Potter.
Paladin.
Well, Potter, what are you doing
Good to
here?
see you.
Last I heard of you were on the trail of those payroll bandits. What are you doing now?
Well, I'm still on their trail. That's why I've come to you.
3 years and you still haven't caught them, huh? Well, come on in.
Thanks.
I'll talk to you later, hey, boy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, sit down, John. Have a cigar?
Oh, thank you.
Here.
Well, you seem to have done all right, Paladin.
Oh, I tried.
I just hope you're not so well off you can't use $500.
I can always use $500, John. You want me to join the search, huh?
We're getting close to him, Paladin. With your help, I think we can get him.
How close are you?
How much do you remember of the case?
Well, let me think. It was a payroll for Fort Anderson. 2 men made off with the money, and they took, how much was it, $80,000?
$90,000.
90.
And there were 3 men in on it.
3?
That's right. We discovered there was an Army man involved. He did all the inside work. Didn't take us long to find him, a private by the name of Jim Griffin. We've been holding him in the prison at the Presidio.
Money's not doing him much good, is it?
No, but he never got his hands on it anyway.
What makes you think so?
This.
What's that?
We found it in his personal effects. It's a piece of a map. It indicates the position of the payroll money.
And you think they buried it?
Yes. Jim Griffin's been in the hospital at the prison for the last 6 months. Part of that time he's been delirious. We've heard him mumbling about the map, and from what we can gather, he and the other 2 men made a pact to have somebody bury the money and draw up a map, and apparently they divided the map into 3 pieces.
Who buried the money?
Well, we don't know, but whoever it was, they killed him.
Oh.
We learned that much from Griffin. He's also been talking about meeting the others on December 12th, or it'll be too late.
I see. Now, where do I fit in with your plans?
Well, Jim Griffin died this morning.
Oh?
We want you to be Jim Griffin.
What are you talking about, John?
Here. Take a look at this tintype.
Let's see.
It's a picture of Griffin taken several years ago.
This?
Mm-hmm.
This is Griffin?
You look enough like him to be his twin, Paladin.
I see.
Will you do it?
Well, I don't know, John. This map gives no location. I wouldn't know where to start.
Oh, we can help you there. Griffin has a girlfriend who's come to visit him 3 or 4 times. She probably knows where the meeting place is.
And if she doesn't?
Maybe the other 2 men will come looking for you. Like I said, there's $500 reward, providing, of course, that you get the proof on the other man and get the money back.
Well, how do you want the money stacked, John?
Then you'll do it.
I'll do it. Colonel Potter, shake hands with Jim Griffin.
There's no doubt about it. Show business is the business of entertainment, and performers are very far from being dull folk. And this is a matter you'll have a lot of fun verifying when The Mitch Miller Show brings sparkling show business chatter and personalities your way over these CBS radio stations. Give Mitch Miller and his show business guests a listen, and you'll prove it to yourself. You can be sure a very good time will be had by all, yourself included, when you get better acquainted with your favorite limelight personalities on The Mitch Miller Show.
3 days later, I had become Jim Griffin. Colonel Potter gave me as much information as they had of the man's background, and I was dishonorably discharged from the Army. I even said goodbye to Griffin's old cellmates, and to a man they accepted me. But the real test was to come with Anna Baker, Griffin's girlfriend. The colonel's men had found out that she lived with her mother 15 miles from San Francisco. If I could get by the girl, I could get by anybody as Jim Griffin. Early one morning, I rode out there, and as I came into the yard, an old woman greeted me, followed by a flock of chickens she'd been feeding. Hello there.
Yes?
Mrs. Baker, don't you know me?
I know you.
I've come to see Anna.
She's not here. If it was up to me, she'd never be here to you, Griffin. Go on, I got work to do.
When will she be back?
I don't know. Took a horse to be shod.
Would you mind if I wait?
Jim Griffin, you ain't welcome here. You've brought nothing but sorrow to us. Now, why don't you just ride out of Anna's life?
I am leaving, Mrs. Baker. I wanted to say goodbye to Anna.
Here she comes. Have your goodbye and be done with her.
Jim!
Hello, Anna.
Jim, they told me you were sick. They wouldn't let me see you. They said you didn't know when I could see you.
What's the matter? Why are you looking at me that way?
You've changed, Jim.
Yeah, well, prison does things to a man.
Ask me, it ain't done enough to you.
Mother, please.
We should have killed him.
Jim, are you out of the Army now?
Yeah, I'm out all right. For good, Anna.
Wiley Carson was by day before yesterday.
Wiley?
Yes, he said I was to see you. They wouldn't let me in at the prison. He said I was to get something from you.
Oh, what?
You know, the piece of map. Have you got it?
Yeah, I've got it.
Well, Wiley said maybe you'd give it to me. Now that you're out, you can meet him yourself.
Did he say where?
The Blue Nose Saloon in Johnson City. But you have to hurry.
Yeah.
Will you come back this way, Jim?
You know I will, Anna.
It's a promise?
It's a promise.
Good luck.
Bye. Johnson City consisted of a main street, some 20-odd houses, and the Blue Nose Saloon. There, I waited for Wiley Carson. I didn't know what he looked like, but I sat at a table where I could see anyone who entered, and they could see me. I waited a whole day, then most of another.
How about another drink, mister?
Well, yeah, fine, all right.
Right away. I say now, it ain't none of my business, but you waiting for somebody?
You're right. It isn't any of your business.
No offense, mister. Just that I don't remember seeing you before. I've been sitting here for 2 days now. You just passing through?
Maybe, maybe not.
No offense now, you understand. I just thought I'd ask.
Hey, bartender, how about a drink?
They coming right away, mister.
I think I'll just... Well, looky here. If it ain't the delight of the Army, Jim Griffin.
Hello, Wiley.
Bartender, you can bring my drink over here.
Yes, sir.
This is a surprise. Didn't think they'd ever let you out. I was expecting Anna.
I decided to come myself.
You look different, Jim. That prison done things to you.
You try it sometime.
You here courtesy of the warden?
Yeah.
Discharge, huh?
Dishonorable.
Sounds like maybe they knowed we was to have a meeting.
What are you trying to say, Wiley?
I'm saying maybe you're working for the Army now. Maybe a couple of years in prison, they got you there.
You listen to me, Carson. I spent 2 years in a rotten, stinking hole, just dreaming of the time when we can get that money.
I was wrong, Jim. That prison made you meaner than ever.
Yeah, well, you just remember that, Wiley.
I'll remember, Jim.
You two friends ready for your drinks now?
Just set them down.
Yes, sir.
You bring your piece of the map?
I've got it.
Let's see it.
I said I've got it.
All right. Don't get hard about it.
Now, you've been outside. What are the plans now?
Same as they were 3 years ago.
All right.
We meet Jake tomorrow at the cabin at Hard Rock. Just like we agreed, Jim.
And we better get started. Drink up.
Ooh-wee. This stuff's so bad, we better take a couple of bottles with us.
Yeah, well, suit yourself.
Yeah, you ain't the old Jim I remember. The old days, you'd have wanted to bring a bottle yourself.
Hey, listen to me, Wiley. There's only one thing I want. I've been waiting 3 years for that money.
Jim, we all been waiting.
Serving time in a stinking 2x4 saddle.
I'll get me a bottle. We'll go right now, Jim.
Hard Rock was 60 miles from Johnson City. The most direct route ran through a series of grassy plateaus that finally tapered out into high desert country. I knew that land like the back of my hand, and so I knew the easiest way to get there. Wiley and I didn't talk much. I preferred not to. Toward sundown that day, he began to try to steer me away from the best route, but I stuck to my guns. I was soon to find out the reason for his actions.
You're getting off the trail, Jim.
No, I'm not. This is the best way, and you know it.
I think we'd ought to be heading more into them hills.
No, this is the way.
Sure you don't want a drink, Jim?
No.
And I'll have one. Oh, boy. This stuff's beginning to taste better the farther we get from town.
Yeah. Now, let's go. We're wasting time. Hey, wait a minute. Look over there.
Where? I don't see nothing.
No, over that way. The horse, all saddled. He's just standing there.
Oh, yeah. I see it.
Come on. Come on. Ooh. Hey, Wiley, there's somebody on the ground.
So there is.
The heat must have gotten them.
Yeah, the heat.
Yeah, this man's been shot. Wiley, give me a hand.
Stand where you are, mister.
What are you doing? Put that gun away.
Who are you?
What's the matter with you, Wiley?
Throw down your gun.
Why?
Because that ain't no man lying there. That's Jake, the one we're supposed to meet. You didn't recognize him. Now, that gun, throw it down easy like. Now, we're going to have ourselves a little talk. Then I'm going to get you a piece of the map and kill you. Just like I done to Jake.
Look, Bob, here's why you can't balance these books. Put this little item over here, and you come out okay.
You're right.
Then what's wrong with you?
I've had a nagging backache lately with sleepless nights. Makes me feel worn out.
Then why not do something about it?
But what?
I'd try Doan's Pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
All right, that's far enough. Sit down right here. I'm going to find out who you really are. You sure had me fooled, mister. You're enough like Jim to be his twin.
So you killed Jake to get his piece of the map, is that it?
I'll ask the questions.
Ooh. You're tough, aren't you, Wiley?
Talk, mister. Who are you?
That's my business.
I'll make you talk. Now hand over that map.
I haven't got it.
I guess you think I'm fooling.
I told you I haven't got it.
It'd be awful easy for me to kill you, mister, and then take it.
That wouldn't do you any good. I memorized it, threw it away. You kill me and you won't get anything. Let's go.
Hold it.
You won't kill me, Wiley.
No,
No, I didn't think so.
We gotta get that money.
All right, then you show me the pieces of map you have, and I can take us to it.
I guess I'm gonna have to trust you, mister.
I guess you are at that, Wiley. It should be here, Wiley. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless somebody got to it before we did.
Then keep digging.
Hey. Yeah, there's something here.
You sure?
Yeah.
That's it. That's the box it was in.
All right, give me a hand.
Dig it out.
Yeah, it's too heavy for me. Will you give me a hand?
All right. But I'll be holding this gun on you. Don't try nothing.
Why,
I'll kill you.
Maybe not. You give me that gun, you... Wiley. Wiley. Well, you asked for it.
Turn around, mister.
Huh? Anna.
Drop the gun.
Anna, why are you doing this?
I've come for Billy's money.
Billy.
My brother, Billy. Open that box.
You're making a mistake.
Open it.
All right.
You didn't really think you could fool a man's woman, did you?
No, I guess not. Now the money's here.
All right. Hand me $5,000.
Why 5,000?
That's what they promised Billy. They got him to bury the money, draw the map. Then they put a bullet through his head. He was only 16.
I didn't know.
Who are you?
Doesn't matter. Here's your $5,000.
Now, where's Jim Griffin?
He's dead.
Dead?
He died in prison.
Jim? No. No.
You loved him, didn't you?
We were going to be married. He was going to work hard. Make something of himself in the army. And he heard about this payroll. Something happened to him. He had to have that money. Jim planned the whole thing, and it changed him. I guess it changed all of us.
Do you really want this money?
No. Not now.
I'll take the rifle, Anna. Well, Miss Wong,
Mr. Paladin?
how are you this morning?
I'm fine, Mr. Paladin. Did Army officer find you last night?
Colonel Potter? Yes, he did. Took me out to dinner, bought me lots of brandy. He gave me $500.
That's nice.
Well, Miss Wong, what's the matter with you?
Something Hey Boy said.
Oh, well, for goodness sakes, what did he say?
Hey Boy asked me, why is wedding ring like eternity?
Eternity?
Eternity. Mrs. Wong says she not know.
Then what did he say?
Hey Boy say, because it has no beginning and no end. Hey Boy make a fun of getting married.
No, he's not, Miss Wong.
He's true. He say that and laugh.
Why, no, that's only a riddle.
Riddle?
Mm-hmm.
What's a riddle, Mr. Paladin?
Well,
Asa?
A riddle is, well, that's when you ask a question and give a silly answer. No, Hey Boy wasn't making fun of marriage.
You sure?
Sure.
Oh, good. Oh, I go now. Thank you, Mr. Paladin.
Miss Wong, you shouldn't take Hey Boy so seriously. You just remember that.
Isa, I try to remember.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Tom Hanley. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Vic Perrin, Tim Graham, and Ken Lynch. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hi, you folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Sugar Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of a vicious joke. Say, friends, I'll bet there are lots of times, like after school or when you're watching TV or listening to the radio at night, that you get a hankering for something sweet to satisfy that between meals hunger. Well, partners, I've got the answer right here in front of me. It's Kellogg's Sugar Pops. Yes, sir. You can eat Sugar Pops right out of the box like a snack or out of the bowl with a little milk or cream. Either way, you don't have to add any sugar. Have Mom get you a box of Sugar Pops today. As United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok rode the trail with his big deputy Jingles, he stopped at each of the scattered telegraph offices for new orders from headquarters. Each message meant a new adventure for the two saddle partners. But the telegram waiting for them at Brownsville that August afternoon was to catch them in the tangled web of a vicious joke.
But, Bill, if they ain't fighting over this range question, what are we doing here?
We were just sent to look the situation over, Jingles. We got to stop a fight before it starts.
But ain't the governor going to stop it?
If he signs that agreement making these state lands an open range, it'll satisfy the cattlemen, all right?
And if he don't?
Then that'll satisfy the small farmers who settle around here.
Well, I still don't see what we can do about it.
That's something we'll have to find out, partner. Who, Buckshot?
Whoa. Now, what are we going to do here?
We'll check in the telegraph office for any new orders, then we'll get something to eat.
Oh, now, Bill, I miss more meals that way. Couldn't we eat first, huh?
Now, don't worry, partner. This won't take but a minute.
Oh, yeah, don't worry, huh? Every time we walk into one of these telegraph places, it's like walking into a den of wildcats.
Howdy, Mr. Hickok. Howdy, Jingles.
Hello, Sparks.
Yeah, what's got Jingles moaning? He off his feed or something?
No, I'm not. I just don't want no telegrams today. That's what I don't want.
Hell, won't do you no good. I got one for you. Real important, too.
Oh, I knew it.
From the governor himself. He's got the whole town busting their cinch straps with excitement. Here you are, Mr. Hickok.
Thanks. So you've told the whole town about this, huh?
Blabbermouth.
Well, I just mentioned it to a couple of fellers, but word gets around mighty fast in a town like Brownsville.
Oh, what did it say, Bill?
The governor decided to come down and investigate this range thing in person.
Well, that's real nice of him. Now we don't have to bother with it.
Not so fast, Jingles. We've got to go get the governor and escort him to Brownsville.
What's the matter? Don't he know the way?
We've got our orders, partner, and I reckon the governor's got his reasons. We better go eat and then get started.
Good luck, Mr. Hickok.
Yeah, thanks. And the next time, just as soon you wouldn't spread my telegrams all over town. Might lead to bad luck for somebody. Just a word to the wise.
Yeah, and you can just hope it don't mean bad luck for us this time. Bill, come to think about it, you reckon the governor's scared to come down here alone?
We'll find out later about that, I reckon.
Listen, Bill, that bunch of hyenas in the newspaper office laughing like...
Hey, Hickok, Wild Bill, come in here a minute.
What's that Jasper want with us?
Wants to tell us a joke, I guess.
Hey, come on in, Wild Bill. You'll get a wallop out of this.
Well, let's go in, Bill. I'm busting with curiosity already.
All right, but we can't stay long.
That's all right. Come on in. Got something to show you. My name's Ross, Milan Ross. This here's Tom Brown. Town's named after him. Shake hands all around, gents.
Yeah, howdy.
Got a whale of a joke for you, Hickok.
That's so?
Bill, I don't generally much care for jokes unless I think them up myself. Too often somebody gets killed or something.
Oh, nothing like that this time. Tom's already got it all set up in his paper that's coming out tomorrow. Did it all after we heard about your telegram this morning.
He did, huh? What's it say? Has it got my name in it?
Sure has. Go on, Tom. Show it to him.
Yeah, here it is. Where's my name? I'm all over goosebumples with excitement. Hey, Bill, look at what that says.
I'm looking, partner.
Governor taken in stage holdup. Daring daylight holdup catches Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles flat-footed. Governor taken from escorts. Whereabouts now unknown. Hey, what is this?
Wranglers, it doesn't take long for you to find out that you're going to take a big liking to Kellogg's Sugar Pops. No, sir. Just one handful or one bowlful, and you'll be saying that you never tasted anything as good as Kellogg's Sugar Pops. Enjoy 'em either out of the bowl with a little milk or cream, or right out of the box. Either way, they're delicious. And either way, you don't need to add any sugar, because the sweetening is already on 'em. Yes, sir. Moms love Pops, kids love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Why don't you have Mom bring home a package the very next time she goes to the grocery store? Now, how about joining in and singing our little Sugar Pop song? You ready?
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Be sure you're listening later on in the show when I tell you all about how you can own a Wild Bill Hickok treasure map and secret treasure guide. Now, back to Wild Bill.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles stared at the headlines on the newspaper proof in front of them. But they failed to see the joke, and Bill wasn't smiling when he turned to Mylan Ross.
I don't see anything funny in this, gents. Where's the joke?
Yeah, what do you mean saying they're going to catch us flat-footed and steal the governor from us?
Now, take it easy, Hickok, and you too, Jingles, and I'll explain.
Well, it better be good.
I'm listening, Ross.
Well, it's all a big joke. We set it up when we knew about the telegram. We got a big celebration planned for the governor tomorrow, so we figured a bunch of us would fake a holdup of your stagecoach bringing the governor.
Fake a holdup?
Sure. We'd all wear masks and come storming out at your stage, haul it down, and take the governor. Then we blindfold him and bring him right into the middle of town and take his blindfold off.
Oh, like a big surprise party, huh?
Sure, Jingles. That's the idea, like a big surprise party. Well, what do you say, Hickok?
Well, that sure sounds like fun, Bill. Let's let him do it, huh?
It's a right novel way to greet the governor, all right.
Oh, he's a good sport, Wild Bill. He'd get a wallop out of it. The lieutenant governor said so. Look at his telegram.
You checked this with the lieutenant governor?
Well, Tom did. Read his answer.
Yeah, Bill, read it.
Okay, Jingles. It says, don't worry about the governor. He's a good sport, and your joke will give him the thrill of a lifetime. Well, he seems to think it's all right.
What do you say, Bill?
I don't like practical jokes if anyone can get hurt, but if Jingles and I can go along to keep an eye on things, I guess it's all right.
Good. Then it's all set. The whole town will be grateful to you for letting them pull the big surprise.
All right, gents. We'll be getting along now.
Yeah? See you later, you big bad bandits.
Well, looks like we've got the stagecoach to ourselves this trip.
I think they sent a special for you, Governor.
Oh, now they needn't have done that.
Oh, sure. Just like them big railroad presidents in their private cars back east.
Governor, were you expecting trouble on this trip?
Yeah, is that why you sent for us?
Well, no, not exactly. Let's just say I'd feel safer through the Indian country with you along.
That's good enough for me.
Yeah, we ain't exactly looking for Gunsmoke, you know. Even if we are liable to run into a little bit of it.
What's that?
Oh, nothing.
Never mind, Jingles.
Yeah, never mind. Ain't nothing going to happen that Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles can't take care of.
Well, I hope not. I'm expecting enough difficulty in settling this dispute between the big cattlemen and the farmers around Brownsville.
Well, things seemed peaceful enough when we rode out of there yesterday.
Uh-huh. Well, then let's just hope they stay that way.
Yeah, you said it, Governor, old boy. When things are real peaceful, that's just the way I like it best. Well, you two can go on jawing if you want to, but me, I think I'll just take a little snooze. We did some mighty hard riding to get here to meet you.
Making good time, Bill.
Old Jake's a good driver. Jingle seems to be enjoying it.
Which way to go?
Easy, Jingle.
That back-leg driver. Doggone you, you old leatherhead! Do you have to yell and hoot like a nervous Comanche?
Oh, go back to sleep, you overstuffed lark barrel!
Yeah, guess I will. Things quiet, Bill?
All except for your snoring, Barney.
You go ahead, Jingles. Everything's all right.
Well, thank you, Gov. Just 40 or 50 more winks, and I'll be as bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as a newborn calf. Now, doggone, what's going on?
Well, it's a holdup. All right, gents. Pile out of that stagecoach. No, you don't, Hickok. Don't reach for your guns. We got the drop on you.
Yeah, now, where in tarnation did they come from, Bill?
Get out, Governor. Keep that driver covered, Shorty.
What's the meaning of this?
We come to get you, Governor.
Hickok, are you going to let him get away with this?
There's nothing Hickok or his deputy can do for you now, Governor. I'd plug him without thinking. And just to make sure, I'll take the gun.
Now, just a doggone minute there.
Shut up.
Oh.
Turn around if you don't want to start breathing through your shirt.
No, up there. Yes, sir.
And you too, Hickok.
Don't worry, Governor. We'll track these varmints down and get you to Brownsville.
I wouldn't advise it, Hickok. Now, Governor, here's your blindfold. Turn around. Shorty, tie his hands behind him. All right, Hickok. You and Jingles get back in that stage and don't get off before he gets to Brownsville.
You'll see us again, mister.
Sure we will, but you won't know us. Now, driver, scare up those cayuses and get that stage rolling. All right. So long, Hickok. Good luck.
Bill, the governor sure was befuddled as a 3-day-old doggy in a whirlwind.
Yeah, I hope he's got a good sense of humor.
Oh, he's going to be surprised and as an old maid with 2 bows when he gets to Brownville and they take that blindfold off. I hope we get there in time to see it.
Well, old Jake's not letting any grass grow under those wheels. We should be there in about an hour or two. Jingles, wake up. Look, either snore or laugh, but don't do both at the same time.
Bill, are we there?
No, not yet, but we're not far out of town.
Now what's going on?
Looks like another one,
Another one? Look, they're all wearing masks just like the other gang. What's it mean, Bill?
I don't know.
Bill, we ain't got no guns. That Jasper took them with him.
That's right. We'll just have to wait and take our chances.
All right, driver, hold down on those horses. Whoa, Dragnet. Now, what tarnation is this? We ain't got no gold. I'm getting overfired tired of being held up.
What do you mean, tired of being held up?
Yeah.
Where's the governor, Hickok? Where's the governor?
Who are you?
You know darn well who I am. What'd you do with the governor?
Well, take off that mask and prove who you are or ain't before we tell you nothing.
All right. There. I'm Tom Brown. Now, what have you done with the governor?
Bill.
There's been a mistake, Tom. The governor's been taken by another gang of masked men. We thought it was you.
Another gang? You let him get away.
He just told you we thought it was you. Bill, who was it?
That's something we've got to find out, Jingles, and mighty quick, too.
You pay for this, Hickok. The governor was in your hands for protection. If something's happened to him, you're to blame.
That's what I get for going along with your little joke.
You're not blaming this on us. It's all your fault.
Bill, this is right confusing.
It sure is. Well, come on, driver. Let's get to town.
Hey, Tom, where's the governor?
Hold it, folks. Listen to me.
Well, we want the governor.
The governor ain't with us. Wild Bill Hickok and his blundering deputy Jingles let the governor get took right out from under their noses. That's what I said.
Now, hold on there, Tom Brown. You set this joke up yourself, you and that Milan Ross.
That's right, we did. What about it?
Well, then some gang found out about it and stole the governor.
Right from under your nose. Caught you flat-footed just like the paper says. Tom, you better go print that page because it's true now.
Yeah, it sure is. I'll have it on the streets and nothing to flash.
And as for you, Hickok, I'm thinking we ought to run you out of town.
That's right, big talk, mister.
Yeah, and I got the guns to back it up.
Bill, we ain't got no gun.
Easy, partner.
Oh.
What do you say, folks? Hickok's giving Brownsville a bad name with his blundering. I say we ought to run him out of town.
Bill, what are we going to do?
We got to think fast, Jingles.
Well, no, I ain't very good at that, Bill.
Listen, you turn against me. That way, they'll let you stay. While you're here, you can keep your eyes open. I'll come back and meet you at the livery stable at midnight.
Me turn against you? Oh, no, Bill.
It's the only way.
You heard him, Hickok. Get your horse and get on your way.
Yeah, Bill, I reckon you got it coming.
You hear that, folks? Even his partner admits Hickok pulled a boner.
You'll hear from me again, Ross. I'm not taking this lying down.
You come back to Brownsville and you'll be lying down flat on your back on a slab in the coroner's office. Now get going.
All right, you got me outnumbered, Ross. But when I get to the bottom of this, somebody around this town is going to jail for good. Come here, Buckshot. Let's go, boy.
I'll quit joeing and get out of town, Hickok. I'm through with you for good. Good, you hear? Doggone it, what am I saying anyway?
Say, partners, you got your brand on one of those Wild Bill Hickok treasure maps and secret treasure guides yet? Like I've been a-telling you, I've just never seen anything that can compare with his big, colorful map. Why, it's as western-looking as an old cowpoke riding herd on a string of mavericks. Now, on this map, most all of the really famous treasure sites in the United States are pointed out so that you can locate them real easy-like. And along with the Wild Bill Hickok treasure map, you'll also get a secret treasure guide, a guide that lists and describes more than 300 different treasures, lots of them in every state. Partners, just imagine the fun you can have looking on the map to see where hidden treasures have been reported in your very own state, maybe in your very own hometown. Now, here's how you can be one of the first to latch on to this Wild Bill Hickok treasure map and also a secret treasure guide. It's real simple. You just send 25 cents in coin, along with your name, address, and one box top from the cereal with a sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Pops, to Kellogg's, Box 320, Battle Creek, Michigan. But you better move on this pronto, because the supply of these maps and secret treasure guides is limited. So order your map and guide today from Kellogg's, Box 320, Battle Creek, Michigan. This offer is good only in those areas permitting such offers.
With the angry crowd of Brownsville citizens shouting at his back, Wild Bill Hickok rode out of town alone. But the wrinkles above his cold blue steel eyes showed that the marshal was thinking hard. That night after dark, he cast a long shadow in the moonlight as Buckshot raced from farm to farm in the nearby countryside.
One more house, Buckshot. It's now or never. We've got to know who's behind this fight. Who, Buckshot? Whoa, boy. Whoa.
Stand where you are and state your business.
Hold your fire, mister. Bill Hickok, United States Marshal.
Well, Bill Hickok? Hey, Charlie! Wild Bill, let him play there.
I'll run him.
Come in, Bill.
Thank you. You know, you come right close with that shooting iron.
Well, I don't miss often. Glad I wasn't aiming to hit you. My name's Bill, too, Bill Harp. This here's Charlie Snell coming up.
Howdy, gents. Why the reception with the lead?
Yeah, we've been expecting trouble.
Yeah, and we're ready for it. We're paired off all around the valley.
So I noticed. But nobody's got any idea of what they're waiting for.
Well, we do.
We sure do. We're just waiting for Milan Ross and his gang to try running us off our places to make this open range.
Milan Ross?
That's what I said. That's the coyote's name. Milan Ross. There's not many people knows it. He's as smooth as the nose of a muley cow and twice as slick, but he's the one behind the trouble. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he tried to get the governor next. He's bound to make this an open range.
He did get the governor, gents. But he won't have him long.
What? Got the governor?
No time to explain now, gents. Steady there, Buckshot. Thanks for the information. Hi, Buckshot. Hi, boy.
But anyway, where's Bill? Something's happened to him. I won't never sleep again. Somebody catches me out here in this livery stable, I'll sleep for good on Boot Hill. Come on, Bill, come on!
I'm here, partner.
Huh? Hey, who's that? Don't shoot!
Jingles, quiet now and take it easy.
Oh, Bill, I didn't think you'd ever get here.
Well, I'm here.
And did anybody see you coming back into town?
No. What'd you find out?
Oh, nothing. What was I looking for?
Did you see where Mylan Ross went?
Mylan Ross? Oh, sure. Him and Tom Brown, they've been going in and out of that Cattlemen's Association office all evening. They're in there now.
Good. Where is it?
Right there across the street. See the lamp burning in that window? The open window on this side of the building?
Yeah.
Well, they went back in there about an hour ago and they was carrying a side of beef all wrapped up in a tarpaulin.
A side of beef?
Well, what else would they carry into a cattleman's office?
You might be surprised, partner.
Oh, not me. I've had enough surprises to last me a lifetime.
They got one more coming, Jingles. Come on.
Where are we going?
Over to that window and see what we can. And maybe do a little listening. Now be quiet. They're in there, all right. And there's your surprise, partner.
The governor.
Shh.
Oh.
You won't get away with this, Mylan Ross.
Oh, yes, I will, Governor. You're going to sign that agreement to make all state lands around Brownsville an open range again right now.
I won't do it.
Mylan, you can't do this.
Sure I can. What's the matter, Tom?
But I thought it was all a joke.
Oh, sure you did. You fell for it just like Hickok did.
And you set up that phony joke hold-up to cover your own hold-up so you could get the governor.
Ross, you'll go to prison for this.
Oh, no, Governor, you got no proof on me. A band of masked men took you, held you up, and brought you here. Tom Brown's the one that'll go to prison. He put out the paper.
You double-crossed me like that?
Wait till Hickok gets on your trail.
He can't help you now, Governor. We ran him out of town this afternoon.
Now's the time, Jingles.
Sorry, Ross, I had to come back.
It's Hickok! You just bet your best silver bucket it is.
You won't take me, Hickok.
The coward's aim is not very good, Ross. Now you're through.
You want to fight Tom Brown?
No, I was dragged into this without knowing what it was.
Well, good. I'm a little tired anyway. Now, help me untie the governor.
Oh, thank goodness you got here, Jingles.
Yeah, right. Nice party, ain't it? How you coming, Bill?
Fine, partner. But the party's over.
Oh. Well, out like a light. Now, ain't that too bad?
You all right, Governor?
Yes, Bill, yes, thanks to you.
Afraid I'm a little late, but I found out Ross wanted the range land for himself. He pulled the wool over my eyes with that talk about what a wallop you'd get out of being taken in a stage holdup.
Yeah, he said you'd have the time of your life.
He did? Well, boys, doggone if I don't think he was right. I have had the time of my life.
Well, hey now, Bill, listen to that, would you?
Looks like things turned out all right after all, partner.
Yeah, they sure did. The governor had a lot of fun, and now he's getting the last laugh. When it comes to laughing, I'm right there to help you, Gov, old boy. So let's have a good one.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
We'll be back with you again on Friday, folks, with another Wild Bill Hickok adventure. Right, Andy?
You bet, Guy. And it's a mystery story you kids won't want to miss, called The Wolf of Ghost Mountain.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Pops in the bright yellow packages.
Right, with pictures of Guy and me right on the front. It's a great cereal with sweetening already on it.
Andy and I think Sugar Pops are great. What about that, Andy?
You bet we do.
So long, kids.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir, Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Bill Boucher, Ralph Moody, Bill Baucom, Ken Christie, and Hal Gerard. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok trails the Wolf of Ghost Mountain. Now, this is Charles Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. And Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Canned Death.
It is 1:15 a.m., January 26, 1940. Bob Farragut, a rancher, comes awake slowly. As his eyes open, a wave of nausea sweeps over him, and he breaks into a cold sweat. He throws back the covers, staggers to his feet, noticing that his wife has left her place beside him.
May? May? Where are you? May? What's the matter? Why are you out of bed?
Oh, Bob, I feel so sick.
Yeah, I feel kind of funny myself.
I was just putting some water on my face. What's the matter with me?
You're as white as a sheet. You better get back and lie down. Funny, I can hardly stay on my feet without holding on to something.
You're all perspired. Oh, Bob, what can it be?
I don't know. Unless we're all coming down with the flu or something. Kids acted kind of funny before they went to bed.
I was up with them about 11 o'clock. They were complaining about stomach aches.
Wait, we better go have a look at them. If they feel like we do, I'm going to call the doc. They seem to be all right now. Both sleeping.
Better close the window by Petey's bed. Janet's got covers kicked off. I'll put a quilt over it.
We better get back to bed ourselves. Have Doc out in the morning.
Oh, I never felt so sick. Bob!
What is it? What's the matter?
Look at Janet's face. It feels so funny. Bob, she isn't breathing. She feels so cold.
Now, don't go getting yourself excited. I'll wake her up. Janet? Janet? Wake up, baby. Janet!
Wake up, baby! Wake up!
Petey! Wake up, Petey!
Bob!
Petey!
Oh, what's the matter with him?
Doc. Gotta call the doc. Right away.
Bob! Don't leave me!
May! 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 Gotta get help. Get somebody to help. Gotta get downstairs to the phone.
The bodies were discovered 2 days later when a neighbor noticed Farragut's milk cows wandering in pain as the result of not being milked. The sheriff was summoned, along with a medical examiner who made a preliminary diagnosis of poisoning. The bodies were moved into town for autopsy, and the sheriff called for the aid of a Texas Ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned.
Everything in this medicine cabinet seems to be innocent enough, Jace.
Your deputy checked the garbage cans and refuse bins?
Yeah, no empty bottle of any kind, just a few cans, vegetable peels, stuff like that.
I'll need some wrapping to pack these bottles in so they can be flown to the lab for examination.
Probably find what you need downstairs. Jace, I've been in office 9 years, and this is the dirtiest killing I've ever had.
You seem pretty sure this wasn't an accident.
Not with kids being affected. Farragut's are mighty careful people.
Car pulling up outside.
Yeah, it must be the doc with the autopsy report. No, Sid Mack. Farragut's partner in this range.
Who did it, Sheriff?
Sid, if I knew that, I wouldn't be standing here.
You gotta do something about this. I don't want anybody getting away with it. You can post a $5,000 reward for the killer in my name. Make it 10. Make it anything I got.
Take it easy, Sid. I know how you feel.
Sheriff tells me you own half this place.
That's right, Ranger.
How come you haven't been out here in a couple of days?
Well, I don't live on the place. It's just an investment to me. I got a hardware store in town, live in there.
I see. You know anybody who was packing a grudge against the Farraguts?
Against Bob and May and those kids? It'd take a madman to want to hurt them.
Oh, Jace, that's Doc's car coming now.
Good.
Oh, why does everything take so long? Everybody's standing around waiting instead of doing something.
There's no point in doing anything until you know what you're doing. When Doc tells us what killed the Farraguts, we'll have something to trace.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ranger.
It's all right, Mr. Mack.
Howdy.
Howdy, Doc. You know Sid. This is Ranger Pearson.
Hello, Sid.
Hello.
Hey, Ranger. Yeah, the results of the autopsies are kind of surprising, Sheriff. Death in all 4 cases is accidental.
What? Accidental?
No doubt about it. Deaths were caused by botulism.
What's that?
It's the result of improper home canning. Stomach content showed the Farraguts had made their last meal on green beans, potatoes, and canned sausage meat.
There's nothing in that to kill him.
Yes, there is, Mr. Mack. The doc's right.
Canning meat at home is tricky business, Sid. Should be done under steam pressure at high temperature. If it isn't, bacteria forms, and it's plenty deadly.
You sure that's what killed him, Doc?
Bacteria was unmistakable, Sheriff. It was the sausage meat. Nothing else. Guess we should be thankful in a way. It's nice to know it wasn't murder.
Dead. Just from sitting down to a meal. And they're all dead.
Well, Jace, looks like I brought you down here for nothing.
I don't know, Sheriff. Looks like we've got a real job on our hands anyhow.
What do you mean, Ranger?
The sheriff and I have fine-combed the house. There's nothing in there that's home canned and no equipment for home canning.
Hey, that's right. All we did find was 1 canning jar on the kitchen drain board. Must have been washed out along with the dishes from the last meal aid.
Are you sure of that?
Wasn't even a steam boiler big enough for home canning. And a woman doesn't just put up 1 jar. She cans in batches, and the whole batch might be contaminated.
Women do pass out samples of their home canning to neighbors and friends. That jar must have been a gift.
Quite a gift. Like a stick of dynamite with a lighted fuse. Somebody around here must have a pantry full of poison, and they don't know it.
You mean what happened to the Farraguts could happen to somebody else?
It will happen to somebody else if we don't find out where that sausage meat came from, and fast. Sheriff, you better get all your deputies and a bunch of volunteers out here right away. We'll need them to make direct contact with anybody in the area who can't be reached by phone. We've got to warn anybody that may have given the Farraguts that sausage meat.
I'll call them right away.
Ask the phone company to put on a staff and make calls to every listing.
Right, Jace.
Is there anything I can do, Ranger?
You've got your car. You can take an area when the sheriff and I map it out.
I can help you there.
I'd rather use you in another way if you don't mind, Doc. Drive into town, go to the newspaper and the local radio station, ask them to get out a warning.
Right. You want me to come back then?
No, you better stand by in town and pray that we don't bring in another case for the hospital or the morgue. For 5 days and nights, we covered the territory, the shacks and farms and ranch houses without phones, and then doubled back on the phone listings that hadn't answered, running down the whereabouts of people away on business trips or vacations, but we couldn't locate the source of the contaminated meat.
If only somebody'd come forward and admit that they canned the stuff the Farraguts ate, we'd know we were safe.
They may be afraid of being held responsible for the deaths. It is something to wonder about.
Yeah, we're almost back to my office. Maybe one of the other men has left a report. What time is it?
Almost midnight. Yeah, here we are.
Oh, howdy.
Howdy. You Sheriff Kingman?
That's right. This is Ranger Pearson.
Hello.
What can I do for you?
My name's Burton. I just came down from Dallas. I'm an investigator for the Midland and Frontier Insurance Company. We understand that you're still investigating the death of the Farragut family.
Well, we're trying to find the source of the stuff that killed him, if that's what you mean.
Then this isn't a criminal investigation?
No. Deaths were accidental.
What's your interest, Mr. Burton?
Well, Ranger, it is unusual for an entire family to be killed, except for a highway accident or a fire, some natural calamity. And the Farraguts were all heavily insured by my company. I'm just making a routine checkup before we pay the beneficiary's claim of $30,000.
$30,000?
You say your company insured all the Farraguts?
That's right. $10,000 each on Farragut and his wife, $5,000 each on the children.
All the Farraguts are dead, though. Who is the beneficiary?
Mr. Farragut's partner, Sid Mack.
Sid Mack?
How long ago were those policies written, Mr. Burton?
A little over a year ago, when the partnership was formed. That's the main reason my company wanted to make certain about your investigation. It's a matter of routine for partners to insure each other, but...
But this involved Farragut's whole family.
Yes. However, since there's no criminal investigation, we'll have to honor Mr. Mack's claim. Thanks for your time, Sheriff.
Just a second, Mr. Burton.
Yes?
If I were you, I wouldn't recommend payment of that claim just yet.
But the sheriff just said that there's no criminal investigation.
There wasn't a minute ago, but there is now.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Canned Death, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
In the morning, Sheriff Kingman got a search warrant for Sid Mack's house. Mack had already left for the hardware store, but we were admitted by his hired girl. She was young and frightened. She watched us in silence as we started our search and then disappeared.
Nothing in here, Jace.
Nothing in the pantry either. Let's try the attic.
That girl scooted mighty quick, didn't she?
She probably told Mack what we're doing by now.
Should have kept her here until we were through.
Doesn't make any difference. He'd know sooner or later. And if anything's here, he won't be able to stop us from finding it. This door here.
They're not going to find anything, Jace. If there was more of that contaminated food, he'd be stupid to have it around. And if he did kill the Farraguts, he's not stupid. Oh, this whole job is too clever.
No job is perfect. There's always a slip someplace. Let's move those crates.
Okay. Nothing in these things, Jace. Better look in those barrels, too.
Yeah. Hey, hold it. Somebody's coming upstairs.
Mac, I reckon.
You're the ranger up there, Sheriff?
That's right, Mac.
What's the idea?
Just having a look around, Mac. We've got a search warrant.
Maybe you're going to need more than a search warrant. I had a call from an insurance man named Burton this morning.
And we had a call from him last night. That's why we're here.
I've got a legitimate insurance claim, but you've stopped it from being paid.
It'll be paid in due time, if it should be paid.
Is that so, Ranger? Well, let me tell you something. I think the way you stopped that claim constitutes slander. You think of any reason why I shouldn't slap a lawsuit on the two of you?
No, Mac. Not anymore, and I can think of a reason why you insured Farragut's wife and 2 kids.
Then maybe I'll give you the reason, Sheriff. Farragut knew I had them all insured. You can't insure somebody without them knowing it. The company will tell you that. Farragut was my friend. You understand that? My friend. Sure, I insured his wife. If he'd lost her and been left with the 2 kids, he'd need somebody to take care of them, and that cost money.
Farragut could have insured her himself?
So I did it for him. And I loved his kids. I don't have any, and they were like my own. The policies I had on them weren't just life insurance policies. They were endowment policies, too, to pay for the education. Now, what's wrong about that, Sheriff?
Nothing wrong, Mac. If what you're saying's true.
Ask the insurance man. Ask him. Out at the ranch, before we found out what killed the Farraguts, when we thought they'd been murdered, I offered to put up everything I have as a reward, didn't I? Well, didn't I?
Yes, Mac, you did.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mac, because it brought something to my mind. Something that's been trying to register, and you just brought it out.
What do you mean?
How long you been in the hardware business?
11 years. Why?
Because when Doc told us the Farraguts died from food poisoning, from food that wasn't canned properly, he had to draw you a blueprint. You didn't seem to know anything about it.
I don't know anything about it.
No? Don't you sell canning equipment at the hardware store?
Well,
we can go over to the store and have a look, Mac.
All right, so I sell canning equipment. Any hardware store does. What does that prove?
Companies that make canning equipment usually put out instruction booklets, too, telling how the equipment should be used.
And those booklets contain a warning about the possibility of food poisoning.
Maybe they do. I never read one of them.
Don't kid me, Mac. Man who's been handling a line for 11 years has to know the answers when customers ask about the stuff he's selling. If he doesn't last 11 years in the business.
You're covering up, Mac. That doesn't look good.
So, it doesn't look good. All right, Sheriff. What are you going to do about it? Arrest me for telling a lie?
Don't be smart, Mac.
I don't even know why I'm bothering to talk to you. You got your warrant. Go ahead and search. But you're not going to find anything here. No canning equipment and no canned sausage meat. So go ahead. Search your heart out.
Mac wasn't hedging anymore, but having him out in the open made me feel uncomfortable. He was too defiant, too sure of himself. We finished our search, but we found nothing. Started back for the sheriff's office.
He knows something about those desk, Jace. Practically told us so, right to our faces.
I know. We can't prove anything.
Yeah, he could have brought canning equipment home from the store, could have taken it any place, then ditched it when he was finished.
He'd need more than just the equipment, Sheriff.
What?
Hog meat?
Might have bought a hog or had one butchered at some farm around here. But which one?
We checked every house in the territory once, warning them about the meat. I reckon we'll have to check them again from a different angle.
Be a job. Some folks off in the backwoods keep a hog or two.
We'll check them all. I'm towing a double horse trailer. We can load your mount in with charcoal in case we need them for the woods or hill country. Matter of fact, places off the beaten trail might be our best bet.
I know it's got to be done, Jace, but even if we find a place, can't jail him for buying hog meat.
Just the same, it's our next step. And it might be the step that starts Mac on his way to a cell. It was work. Grim, routine, discouraging work. The game of questions and answers without ever getting the right answer. In 3 days, we checked all the spots that could be reached by car. And then we switched to the horses and rode into the backwoods.
These backwoods people are kind of tight-mouthed, James.
Yeah, so I've noticed.
I guess they figure the world doesn't want to share the trouble, so they hold up back here. You see what I mean, next place we come to? Crazy Annie.
Crazy Annie?
That's what they call her. She isn't really crazy, just kind of strange. Has a son, feeble-minded. They had him at the state asylum for a while, but he was harmless, so they let him go. Old lady came into the woods with him, and, well, they've been here ever since.
They got hogs?
Yeah, hogs, a couple of chickens. That's about all they have got. Oh, yeah, they got one other thing. The meanest dog in the state of Texas. Keep your eye open for him when we ride up.
Don't they keep him tied?
Yeah, but he chews loose. Hates everybody but the old lady and her son. Place is just through this clump of trees.
Hey, hold it, Sheriff. Charlie.
Hold it.
Yeah, look at that. Mound of earth covered with rocks and a cross sticking up at the head. Looks like a grave.
Reckon Luke did that, old Annie's son. Always burying dead birds and things. Gives them all first-class funerals.
Oh. Now get up, Charlie.
Oh, come on, boy. There's Luke now. Luke!
Yeah. You scared him. He took off for the woods like a jackrabbit.
Yeah, never know how he's going to act.
I don't see any dog anyplace.
No. First time I come here that he hasn't tried to sample my pants. Oh, there's the old lady coming out of the shack now.
Yeah, I see her.
Oh,
Sharky. Oh, boy.
Howdy, Annie.
You frightened my Luke. Why do you come to frighten him?
We don't mean him any harm, ma'am. We just came to see you.
Where's your dog, Annie? I don't want him sneaking up on me.
The devil came for him. He's dead. And Luke cries for him. He's afraid in the night without the dog.
Maybe you're just as well off, Annie. That hound might have turned on you sometime. How are the hogs coming? See, the sow has a new litter.
Yeah, those sucklings ought to make good canning. Maybe you got some canned meat that I could buy.
I ain't got nothing canned. Not until we butcher.
That's true, Jace. Ford checked her shelves when we were warning everybody.
I see. You ever give any canned sausage meat to the Farraguts?
I never give 'em nothing. Why are people always asking me that?
You know the Farraguts are dead, don't you, Annie?
Yeah.
If you never gave anything to the Farraguts, did you ever give or sell any canned sausage to Sid Mack? Or any hog meat, or even a live hog?
Well, did you, Annie? You got a right to sell what you own.
I don't know the man you talk about.
Now, don't lie to us, Annie. We're friends. You know that, don't you?
I never sold him nothing. I never did. He never come up here.
All right, Annie. Want to ride on, Jace? No sense trying to catch Luke when he's scary like he is today. He can't even talk.
Yeah, let's go. Goodbye, ma'am.
Goodbye, Ann. Up, Chart. Up, boy. Of course, it's hard to tell with anybody like that, Jace, but she seemed to tighten up when you mentioned Sid Mack.
She did. Her hands started to work, nerves.
And the boy Luke ran when he saw me. Of course, he's done that before.
If they can give us any information, it isn't going to be easy to get. I got an idea. Maybe a wrong one, but it's worth a shot. Let's turn back for town. Come on, Sharky.
Come on, boy. Come on. You gonna tackle Mac again?
No. I want to see the doctor.
Well, there's a complete chapter on botulism in this book, Jace. Now, what was it you wanted to know?
This food poisoning from improper canning, Doc, does it always happen? I mean, if the batch wasn't cooked the proper length of time, or if it wasn't sealed under the proper steam pressure, would it necessarily be poisoned?
No, not necessarily. It could be all right.
I just wanted to make sure.
Well, what's your point, Jace?
If Mac put up that contaminated meat, he'd have no way of knowing it was bad without testing it.
So since he wouldn't test it on himself...
He didn't test it on anybody else, either. There'd have been another death or somebody sick enough for Doc to know about. Mac wouldn't have gambled on the Farraguts just getting sick. He wouldn't have even gotten the food to them unless he was sure it was deadly.
Well, he could have tested it on an animal.
Would an animal eat that food, Doc?
Well, the meat'd seem all right by taste or smell. Yes, an animal would eat it.
That's all I wanted to know, Doc. Sheriff, we're going for another ride in the woods.
I think I know what for.
Shouldn't take two guesses. We're going to dig up Luke's dog and send it to the lab at Austin. I want to know what that dog died from. We took Deputy Ford with us to stay on guard and keep old Annie and Luke from leaving their shack. We dug up the dog and sent it to Austin. The answer fit. Death by food poisoning. Sheriff and I rode back to the shack in the woods. Old Annie was white and shaking, and her son huddled in a corner. His eyes enormous and frightened, his lips numb.
Annie, believe me, nobody's going to hurt you or Luke. But you've got to help us.
You had no reason to harm the Farraguts, we know that. But we're after the man who did have a reason.
I don't know.
All you have to do is tell us. Was Mac here? Did you sell him anything? Or can anything under his direction? I guess it's no use, Jace.
And we can try again when we get to town.
Annie, you and Luke will have to come with us. We're taking you in.
I don't want to go back there.
Luke, listen to me. We're only taking you into town. I wouldn't have to do that if you or your mother'd answer my questions.
They're lying, boss. They want to take me back there. Mr. Mack says they'd take me back.
Mack said?
Wait a minute, Sheriff. Where did Mr. Mack say they were going to take you, Luke?
You know where. The place where they took me before.
They ain't gonna take you, Luke. I won't let him.
Yes, I think he means the asylum.
That's what he does mean. That's the key to why he won't talk. Wait, I got a hunch. Luke, Mac isn't a good man. He killed your dog. Well, he did, didn't he?
No. He was always giving me stuff to feed him. But my dog died. He died.
You're getting to him, Jace.
We don't want to send you away, Luke. Mac lied. He's the one. He wants to send you away.
No, he tried to help me. He told me who was trying to have me sent back there. It was Mr. Farragut, that's who.
Don't tell him, Luke. Don't say any more.
You better let him talk, Annie, because if Mac didn't kill the Farraguts, then Luke did.
He didn't. He didn't mean to. He didn't know what he was doing.
Mr. Mack said I should be nice to Mr. Farragut and his wife. Then they wouldn't send me away.
What do you mean by telling you to be nice?
He said I should go and bring him a present. He gave me the present to bring. Something nice for them to eat.
Something in a jar? Something canned?
Yeah. The same kind of stuff he always kept giving me to feed my dog. And my dog died, and Mr. Farragut and his lady and the little babies, they died too.
That's it, Jace. Making him an accessory to the murder of 4 people.
I know. But with Luke's background and with a smart defense attorney in court scaring him and confusing him, Luke's story wouldn't hold up. Mac could get away with it.
But what else can we do?
Gotta find the rest of that food and prove it passed through Mac's hands. He had a batch of it, kept feeding the dog samples until he found a jar that was deadly. Annie, your boy's in trouble. You know that, don't you?
Leave him alone.
How much of that stuff did Mac bring up here?
A lot. But he kept it hid someplace in the woods, except in what he fed the dog. He didn't tell us why.
And after the dog died, that's when he got the jar from his hiding place for Luke to take to the Farraguts, wasn't it?
Luke never knowed what killed the dog till after.
No. Mr. Farragut, he thanked me and he gave me $50. And the lady, she smiled at me pretty.
Luke, do you know where Mac hid that food? Did you see him digging any place? Did you follow him?
I never knew where he kept it. He always went over the hill, way over where it's all rock.
That rock formation across the gully, Jace, about a mile from here. Think he left the stuff there?
Yeah, it wouldn't be safe for him to cart around. He had to leave it someplace. Come on. We're going to need more men, Sheriff. We may have an all-night digging party.
Ford!
Yeah, Sheriff. Just watering the horses.
Well, hop on yours pronto and head for the nearest ranch. Get on the phone and call for deputies. Tell them to bring shovels and keep their mouths shut about where they're going. I want them up here right away.
We dug by flashlight and torchlight. Finally, we found it. A burlap sack loaded with jars of sausage meat. Canned death. We rushed back to town, and just after dawn, a fingerprint crew flew in from Austin. I held my breath. All we needed was a print. One fingerprint belonging to Sid Mack. We got it. More than one. There were sets on every jar. By that time, his store was open, and we went for him.
Well, Sheriff and the Ranger. What bright ideas have you got this time?
Got an idea? We're going to lock you up, Mac.
You can drop that smile, Mac. Luke was just as scared of us as he was of you. We know the whole story.
Well, guess fellas with your mentality might believe Luke, but a jury won't. You know what the law says about reasonable doubt?
We also found a few buried samples of your canning, Mac, with your fingerprints all over the jars. Just yours.
So? Like you once said, I sell canning equipment, and I handle the stuff I sell, so my prints were on the jars.
Smart, isn't he, Sheriff?
Regular genius.
Thanks. Sorry I can't return the compliment.
You're just like all the smart ones, Mac. You just made one mistake, and it was a real stupid one. About those prints. You had to put them on the jars after they were filled, when the canning was completed. Any prints that were on before would have been boiled off.
Don't go for that claw hammer, Mac. Don't make me put a bullet in you. Because heaven knows, Mac, I'm tempted.
Wait a minute, Sheriff. I'm not resisting. I'm not touching anything.
All right, move. Better lock the door, Mac. You won't be coming back.
Sid Mack was brought to trial on August 3rd, 1940. He was convicted of premeditated murder, and on April 19th, 1941, he died in the electric chair.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Paul Frees, Virginia Craig, Will Wright, Ken Christie, Joe Forte, Edmund McDonald, and Don Diamond. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Gordon MacRae sings for you tomorrow evening as the Railroad Hour presents a melodic adaptation of the dramatic opera Madame Butterfly. Gordon's guest for this Railroad Hour presentation is lovely soprano Nadine Connor. And your Monday of Music tomorrow also includes a concert by the Voice of Firestone with guest artist Eugene Conley. Bill Baker asks the $64 question next on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Sound off for
for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, first cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to juvenile division. You get a call from a high school principal. A young boy has caused a near riot in his classroom. Your job? Investigate. Here's what the nation's press has had to say about king-size Chesterfield.
U.S. Tobacco Journal says, Boston dealers and jobbers reported this new companion of the regular size is sweeping the market in sales, and stocks cannot be replaced fast enough.
The Wall Street Journal said, a wholesaler says the problem isn't selling them. It's getting enough to meet the demand.
Dealers all over the country tell us no product they ever handled has grown so fast in so short a time as king-size Chesterfields.
King-size cigarettes give you quantity, but only Chesterfield king-size gives you quantity plus quality, premium quality.
Chesterfield king-size contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette.
Of course, it's the same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. In fact, the only difference between Chesterfield king size and Chesterfield regular is that the king size is larger, contains more of these same tobaccos, enough to give you a 21% longer smoke, yet costs very little more.
So remember, Chesterfield is the first to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Buy 'em either way you like 'em. Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder Chesterfield.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, October 3rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Stein. My name's Friday. It was 1:47 p.m. when we got to Adams High School. Chemistry class.
You the police?
Yes, sir. It's my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
I'm John Lane. This is my class. What little there is left of it. Have you seen Mr. Barlow?
Yes, sir. We talked to him when we came in. I think he's in the clinic now. He said you could give us a story. Is that right?
It was the Lambert boy. He came into class about 5 minutes late. We were just starting the lecture on analysis. I told Douglas to take his seat. He said something I couldn't hear, but he went back to his place, and I went on with the lecture. I guess it was about 10 minutes later that the commotion started. The first thing I knew about it, Larry McLean started to yell at Lambert, said something about keeping his mouth closed. Then Lambert said something about McLean minding his own business. I started off the platform to quiet things down. By the time I got to Douglas, he'd hit McLean. Well, after that, it's all a little confused. Flying apparatus, chemicals being thrown all over the place, glass breaking. The whole class seemed to explode.
Well, were the other members of the class fighting, or was it just the two boys?
It seemed like the whole class was fighting. At the time, it seemed like the whole school was in the room, all throwing things. And finally, I got the Lambert boy aside, and then the fight seemed to stop. In the meantime, he'd thrown a bottle of sulfuric acid at McLean, burned his face and his chest. The ambulance took him to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. A nurse here gave him first aid.
Well, do you have any idea what started the argument here?
No, I'm not sure. As I got it later, it seems that Douglas made some remark about a young girl working next to him. I didn't hear it, but I gathered that it was a pretty filthy statement. McLean heard it, and that's when he told Douglas to keep his mouth closed.
Lambert is known as a sort of troublemaker, then, is he?
Yes, and it's so hard to understand.
Sir?
Well, up until just lately, I'd say the last 2 months or so, he was a model student. He had a straight A average.
I wonder if we could see the boy.
I guess so. There isn't anything much I can do here. Terrible. It'll be a couple of weeks before I can hold a class in here again. It's terrible.
Yes, sir.
The clinic's down here.
Have you any idea what might have caused this change in the Lambert boy?
Well, I have my own suspicions, but he's only 15. It's hard to believe.
What's that, sir?
When he came into class today, I think he was drunk.
Oh, why do you say that?
I noticed that when he came into the room, he wasn't very steady on his feet. It'd have to be something like that to make him do this. Then, too, when I grabbed him when they were fighting, I thought I smelled liquor on his... Oh, we go in here.
Fine.
Here's the boy. Douglas?
Yes, sir.
These men would like to talk to you.
Yes, sir.
They're from the police. Mr. Friday, and this is Mr. Smith.
Hello?
How are you? Sit down, son.
Yes, sir.
How's Larry?
I don't know. They took him to the hospital.
If you don't mind, Mr. Friday, I'll check with the nurse, see how badly Larry was hurt.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead. Now, son, you want to tell us what this is all about?
There's not much to tell. Larry and me got in a fight.
Well, what started the fight, son?
No, I don't know. He just wanted to cause trouble. Him and me never have gotten along. Always had trouble.
You been drinking, Doug?
Why do you ask that?
Because I want to know. Have you been drinking? How about it, boy?
No. Where would I get something to drink?
Well, now, something's a little wrong here, son. According to what Mr. Lane tells us. Looks like you might have been drunk when the fight started. He tells us that you said something to a young girl in the class. That's what started the whole thing.
You know he's lying?
Is he?
Sure. He's on Larry's side. The two of them are real thick.
That's not what he told us, Doug. From what he said, he's pretty fond of you. Said he couldn't figure out what happened to you lately.
Well, he's okay, but why does he say I was loaded? That's a stupid thing to say.
Yeah, especially if you weren't. I'll tell you what, Doug. Let's get a traffic investigation car over here and take a toxometer test, huh, just to be sure.
Why? What'll that prove?
It'll straighten it out once and for all, whether you're drunk or not. How about it, boy? Shall I call the car? Doug?
No, you don't have to do that. I had a couple of drinks. Nothing serious, though. Just a couple of drinks. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
Where'd you get the liquor, son?
I don't remember.
No, this won't work, boy. We'll find out. You know that.
Well, I don't see what difference it's going to make where I got it. I've been drinking a couple of years. I know how to handle it. I know what I'm doing.
Mr. Friday?
Yes, sir?
See you a minute.
Well, sure.
What's going on? Something wrong with Larry?
I don't know, son.
I thought he was okay when they took him to the hospital. The nurse said she took care of it. They said he was going to be okay.
All right, boy. Let's go.
Where are you taking me?
We want to talk to you downtown.
Something has gone wrong, hasn't it? Something's wrong with Larry. He's dead.
No, son. Larry's all right. He's burned, but he's going to be all right.
You're lying. I know. You want to take me to jail.
No, that's not true, son. We just want to find out where you got the liquor.
Yeah. Well, I haven't done anything. A couple of drinks, that's all. What's the harm in that?
Come on, son. You've got a lot to explain.
Okay, take me in. Put me in jail. I don't care what happens.
Yeah, you've already proved that. 2:26 p.m. Frank and I talked to Charles Barlow, the vice principal of the school. He told us the same story that we'd gotten from John Lane. He said that until a few months before, Douglas Lambert had been a model student. He was above average in his classwork and took part in all school activities. Suddenly, and without apparent reason, he had become the #1 troublemaker in his class. His attendance record became one of the worst, and his attitude toward his teachers was arrogant and discourteous. The principal told us the same attitude was being displayed by other students in the school. We notified Mrs. Lambert that we were taking him to Georgia Street Juvenile for questioning. We filled in Captain Stein on the developments, and then Frank and I questioned the Lambert boy. He was sullen and uncooperative.
I don't know what you want with me. A little fight, that's all it was. Why are you guys trying to make something big out of it?
You've already done that, Doug. Maybe you don't know what you've really done. Maybe we ought to fill you in on a few things.
That might not be such a bad idea. Tell me how I'm a criminal. Tell me I was a bad boy. Go ahead, tell me.
Don't get smart, son.
What do you want me to do? Sit here and listen to you guys yak at me? You expect me just to sit here and let you guys tie a rap on me that I haven't got coming? You got one thing on me. I had a couple of drinks, that's all. A couple of drinks. No harm in that. I don't feel so good. Why don't you guys leave me alone? I got a headache.
Larry McLean's got more than a headache.
So the kid shouldn't have started anything he couldn't finish. He wanted to be a big man in front of the class. He was. Now he's hurt and he's trying to blame me. It won't work, cop, and you know it.
That's enough of that.
I'm a minor. You can't touch me.
That's the trouble with you, kid. You think because you're under 18, the laws don't mean you.
You can't touch me and you know it.
Don't worry, Doug. Nobody's going to touch you, but let me tell you a couple of things. You sit here and figure you're a big man, a real tough kid.
You don't have to tell me.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm getting sick and tired of having kids like you waltz around the streets, your minds and hands filthy, bragging about what big men you are. You do what you want. You don't care about what it means to the people around you. How you hurt them doesn't matter. Everything's fine until you do something wrong and we nail you. Right away you start screaming minor, that you're a juvenile, just a kid acting normal. You steal a car for a joyride. An officer starts after you. You don't care who gets in front of the car as long as you get away. You don't let anybody stand in your way. Men, women, kids, they're all the same to you. Run them down. Show them that you're just a healthy kid out for some fun. After all, you're just a kid. The laws weren't meant for you. You're different. Well, there's another kid lying in a hospital right now. He's got real trouble. He got in your way. He didn't feel that you had any special rights. Be a big man, Doug. You go tell him that you knew what you were doing when you threw that acid at him. You tell him that you were just having a little carefree fun. Tell him that you know how to handle liquor. Tell him that he's going to spend a long time with a plastic surgeon because you're just a kid. You tell him that his face is going to be like that because you're just a normal, healthy, growing boy. I hope you're real proud of yourself. I hope you feel good. You've burned it right into your brain. There isn't any place you can go to get away from it. All right, boy, let's go.
Wait a minute, Mr. Friday.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I acted like that.
All right, you want to try to make things right with Larry? You want to help us out on this thing?
Yeah, I guess so. Where do I start?
Where'd you get the liquor?
A place near school. Kids call it Sam's Club.
What's the address?
I don't know. I'll show you the place.
You say it's a club?
Well, sort of. You have to know the ropes before you can get in the place.
What do you mean, the ropes?
Well, they only let kids in. You ring the bell to the house, and then when they answer, you stand there with a $5 bill in your hand. Mm-hmm. That way they know you're okay.
Who is this Sam?
I don't know his last name. The kids just call him Sam.
He run this place all by himself?
No, there's his wife, Inez. She's usually around.
Just these two around the place, then, huh?
Yeah, that's all I know about. It always seemed to me that Inez was really the brain. She was always telling Sam what to do.
How'd you find out about this place, Doug?
One of the kids at school told me about it. He took me there one night. Then after he introduced me to Sam and Inez, I started to go there by myself.
What's it like inside? They have a bar or anything like that?
Oh, yeah. You walk into the living room, and there's a big bar along the right wall. All chrome and leopard skin. Real nice. There's a few tables around and a record player.
Yeah. They sell anything else in this place besides liquor?
I don't think I know what you mean.
You know what we mean, Doug.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Well, how about it?
Well, yeah, you can buy tea if you want it.
Mm-hmm. This $5 routine, what happens to it?
Well, drinks are 6 bits apiece. Sticks are $1.50. If you want to give them the 5 as you come in, you can have as much as you want. Otherwise, you pay for each thing as you get it.
You ever smoke marijuana?
Well, almost all the kids there do.
How about you?
If you don't, the other kids call you a coward.
Well, you still haven't answered the question.
Yeah, I've smoked it a couple of times.
Can you give us the names of the other youngsters who go to this place?
Well, wait a minute. I'll help all I can, but I'm not going to be a squealer.
I don't think it's squealing, Doug.
Yeah, well, you don't have to give the names.
Why not look at it this way, boy? You got trouble because of this Sam and Inez. Now, the same thing could happen to one of the other kids that go to this place. You want that to happen?
No,
Well, the best way to see that it doesn't is to tell us all you know about the place. Isn't that right?
I guess so. I'll give you the names.
Do they allow girls in this place, too?
Yeah, as long as you know the $5 bill gimmick, anybody can get in.
They allow adults?
No, if they figure you're over 18, they won't let you in. Especially at the Saturday night parties.
What kind of those?
Every Saturday night, Sam and Inez throw a party. For $5, you get all you want to drink and smoke. Sam told me once it's a good business. Makes for better customer relations.
Mm-hmm. You ever see any other narcotics on the premises?
I've never actually seen any myself. I've heard that if Sam or Inez know you real well, you can get a pop of heroin. But like I said, I've never seen it myself. Most of the kids that I know, the ones from school, just go there for drinks.
Anything else you think we ought to know?
No, nothing that I can think of.
How about these two? Either of them drive a car?
Yeah, Sam has a little Nash Rambler, dark green. Once in a while, when we stay over at lunchtime or when we're late getting home, he drives us home or back to school.
All right, Doug. Your mother ought to be here by now. If we need your help in getting Sam and Inez, we can count on it, huh?
Yeah, I'll help all I can.
Okay, son. Let's go.
Say, Sergeant.
Yeah?
I'm sure sorry about the way I acted. Really made a fool of myself. I hope you'll forgive me.
That's all right.
But you'd think there'd be an easier way, wouldn't you?
What's that, son?
To grow up.
We checked the names Sam and Inez through R&I and came up with a Sam and Inez Bailey. Both of them had long records for contributing to the delinquency of minors. Both had served time in the county jail. Douglas Lambert was shown mugshots of the couple and identified them as the owners and operators of Sam's Club. We checked with Captain Stein about picking them up, and it was agreed that the best way would be to catch them in the act of selling liquor and narcotics to juveniles. We talked to the Lambert boy, and he told us that it was the custom of the Baileys to hold a party every Saturday night. He told us that most of the youngsters who frequented the place would be there at that time. He put in a call to the house, but there was no answer. 6:15 p.m. Frank and I drove out to the place. It was a small cottage on the back of the lot. The landlord occupied the house in front. We rang the bell to the manager's house. Yeah? Mr. Halsey?
Yeah?
Police officer, sir. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
How do you do?
Honest, Halsey.
Want to come in?
Well, it might be better, sir. We'd like to talk to you about the Baileys.
Worst tenants I ever had. I knew they'd end up with the police.
Why do you say that, sir?
Well, I just do, that's all. They got a lease on the house, and if I could figure a way to get them out, I sure would. They're always causing trouble. All those kids.
Yes, sir. Do you have any idea where they are now?
Why, you going to arrest them? I hope so. Maybe I can break the lease that way.
You know where they might be now, sir?
No, I don't know. I shoved off this afternoon. They didn't say where they was going. They just left.
Wonder if you could let us see their house, sir.
Why?
Well, we'd like to look it over. It's all right.
Well, I don't know. What do you want them for?
We think they're selling liquor to minors.
Yes, they do a thing like that. The noise they made, the neighbors on both sides have been screaming.
Can you let us into their house?
You just bet I can. Wait, I'll get the key. Here's someplace. But, put in one of those little key rings. You know the kind with a rabbit's foot?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to keep your officers waiting. I know I'm always the way. If you want something, you can always lay your hand right on it. And then when you're looking for it... Oh, here it is. See, that rabbit's foot.
Yes, sir.
Well, you can go out the back door, this way.
All right, fine.
Well, what are you looking for? What do you figure you'll find back there?
We're not sure, sir. Frank.
Yeah, Joe?
You want to stay out here and let us know if they come back?
Yeah, I'll wait in front of the house.
All right.
You know, it's funny about them.
What's that, sir?
Well, when they first moved in, they said they wanted the locks on the door changed. I told them it'd be okay, but they'd have to give me a key to the place. They had quite a ruckus about it, but I stood my ground. They wasn't going to buffalo me. No, sir. Here, I'll get the lock.
All right.
Okay. Gee, smells like they haven't had a window open in a year, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Look what they've done to this room. They built a bar and everything. You sure were right about them. I think I can break the lease on this. I'm pretty sure. It says in the contract that they can't do any building without my permission, and I certainly didn't give them any okay on this.
Yes, sir. This the dining room?
Yeah, that's it. Just pull those doors back. What's that smell, Sergeant?
I'm not sure, but I think it might be narcotics.
Drugs. I knew it. I knew it all along. Oh, just wait till they get back. I'm really going to tell them. I really am.
Rather you didn't do that, sir.
What?
Rather you didn't let them know that we were in here, that you know anything about this.
Well, why? You're going to arrest them, aren't you? You're not going to let them get away with this.
No, sir, but we understand they've got a party planned here tomorrow night. If we wait until then, we can make a charge stick.
Oh, you mean they're going to have a drunken brawl? The kids here smoking marijuana, taking heroin, and stuff like that?
Well, we're not going to let them go that far, sir. We're going to need your cooperation here, Mr. Halsey.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Well, sir, we want to install listening equipment in here. We'd like to use your house.
You mean you're going to bug the place?
Well, yes, sir. We'd like to put in microphones.
Well, will it hurt the property? I mean, would you have to put nails in the walls, stuff like that?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Oh, well, then you can do it. Yes, sir, I want to help, Sergeant. That's the trouble with people nowadays. They don't want to help. You just go right ahead and put your microphones in, just as long as you don't have to nail anything in the walls.
All right, sir. If we could go back to your house, I'd like to use the phone if it's all right.
You bet. Closing that so they won't know anybody's been here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Don't guess if I leave any fingerprints on the door, it'll hurt.
No, sir, I don't think it will.
No. Can't be too careful, though, But then I guess you know all about things like that. Huh?
Yes, sir. I'll go around front and get my partner.
Yeah, sure thing. You fellas all work in teams like this?
Yes, sir, most of the time.
Well, I never knew that before.
Do you have any idea at all where the Baileys might have gone? They give you any indication at all, sir?
No. No, I saw them leave this afternoon, just got in the car and left.
Did they take any luggage with them, suitcases, would you know?
Not that I could see, no.
Uh-huh.
You find anything?
Yeah, the bar's in the living room.
Oh, then what the Lambert kid said was true, huh?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Tell them about the dope in the dining room, how you open the door and smell the fumes.
Marijuana?
Yeah, it smelled like that.
Find any?
No, I didn't go over the place too good, and I thought if we were going to wire the place, we'd better get on it.
Yeah.
If we could just use your phone, sir?
Oh, yeah, you bet. Come on in. Right there, on the table in the hall.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Isn't a total call, is it?
No, sir.
Well, of course, not to make any difference. Just thought I'd ask.
Yes, sir.
You figure this will get in one of those detective magazines?
Well, I don't know, sir. We've got nothing to do with that.
Well, of course, I didn't figure that you did, but if it does, I hope they spell my name right. It's S-E-Y.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Some people forget the E, you see. Spell it with just the Y.
2838, please. Asdale, it's Joe Friday. Want to install a dictograph at 825 North Lucerne. Yeah, 825 North. Mm-hmm. Right away. Yeah, well, you know better than I do. When you see the place, you can figure it. Yeah, the house in the front of the lot. What? Oh, maybe 30, 35 yards? Yeah, okay. Right away. Yeah, good. We'll be in the house in front. Yeah, all right, we'll see you then.
All set?
Yeah, Asdale's coming right out.
Good.
Say, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
I just happened to think of something. Might not mean anything.
What's that, sir?
The other day, I think it was Monday. Yes, I'm sure it was Monday because I just come back from the laundry. You know, I always pick up my stuff on Monday.
Yes, sir.
Well, when I came back, I met Mr. Bailey. He was putting around with the car. I asked him if he was going to take a trip. He said no, but he said he might get out of town for a little bit. I asked him if I knew anything about the roads.
What roads, Mr. Halsey?
Down to Mexico.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
And now, a report every smoker should hear.
Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report ever published about any cigarette. And it applies only to Chesterfield.
A responsible consulting organization has reported the results of a continuing study by a competent medical specialist and his staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfield cigarettes. A group of people from various walks of life was organized to smoke only Chesterfields. For 6 months, this group of men and women smoked their normal amount of Chesterfields, 10 to 40 a day. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields continually from 1 to 30 years, for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and at the end of the 6 months period, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including X-ray pictures, by the medical specialist and his assistants. The examination covered the sinuses, as well as the nose, ears, and throat. The medical specialist, after a thorough examination of every member of the group, stated,
"It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6 months period by smoking the cigarettes provided."
Remember this Chesterfield report. It's the first such report ever published about any cigarette.
Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields.
Buy Chesterfield either way you like them, regular or king size. Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder Chesterfield.
The men from the crime lab arrived and installed the listening equipment. A stakeout was placed on the house, but the Baileys failed to return that night. At 8:46 a.m. Saturday morning, the men covering the house called to say that the Baileys had just driven in. Frank and I got in touch with Douglas Lambert and his parents. With their permission, we laid out the plan for that night. It was agreed that the boy would arrive at the house at about 8:30 p.m. When the other youngsters had been served drinks, he would give us a signal by starting in to cough. When we came into the house, he would try to secure as many of the drinks as possible for evidence. We told him that there would be officers all around the house and that at no time was he to place himself in jeopardy with Sam, Inez, or any of the other youngsters. 7:30 p.m., Frank and I took up our positions in the back bedroom of the owner's house, turned on the dictograph, and waited. The Baileys were discussing the party. Sam was talking about how he watered the whiskey. At 8:27 p.m., 4 youngsters arrived. They rang the doorbell, and when Sam opened the door, they displayed the required bill. He nodded and ushered them into the living room. Well, they did a good job in there, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Really hear it.
Mm-hmm. Lambert boy should be here pretty quick.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like they're starting anything in there yet, does it?
No. How long do you figure we wait before we go in?
As soon as he starts to cough.
You check with the other men?
Yeah, Turner and Brown are covering the back of the place. Lindsay and Carter and a couple policewomen are parked down the street. You can see the car down there.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Looks like the Lambert kid now coming up the walk.
Yeah, it is.
Sure hope everything goes all right.
All right, let's turn it up a little more, huh? Is that better? Yeah.
I'll get it, honey. Change that record, will you? I heard it 4 times.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Doug. Come on in.
Thanks, huh?
Wasn't sure you'd be here tonight.
What made you figure that? You know I wouldn't miss one of these.
I just figured you might have gotten a little trouble the other day.
No, it's all right now.
Yeah, well, take it easy tonight, huh?
Sure, Sam.
Who is it, honey?
Doug Lambert.
Hi, Doug. You have any trouble with that McLean kid?
No, I was telling Sam the cops talked to me for a while. They didn't have anything on me, so they had to let me go.
You didn't tell him anything about this place, did you?
Of course not. You know I wouldn't do that.
He wouldn't, Inez. I told you Doug's all right. We can trust him.
Yeah, this thing's worrying me. The cops get wise to this place and we really got problems.
Oh, honey, I tell you it's okay. Don't worry about it. Come on, let's get on with the sociable. What do you have, Doug?
Whiskey, I guess.
Good deal. Hey, you want a stick? Got some fresh stuff in, real good.
Yeah, sure.
That's my boy. You know, Doug, I like you. You're a good kid. Some of the other guys come in here. I guess Inez is right about them. They're jerks, but well, I feel I can trust you. Oh, excuse me. Well, you got to fix the other kids up. Okay, with a B. matter, kid? Got something in your throat?
I don't know. It just started to
Come on, Frank. Door's locked. Let's hit it.
What's going on? Who are you guys?
Police officers, you're under arrest.
What for? What are you trying to pull?
Hold it, everybody, right where you are.
Did you hear it all, Sergeant?
Yeah, Doug, we did.
Hear what? You in on this, Doug?
I told you not to trust any of them. I told you, but you wouldn't listen.
You want to kill the phonograph, Frank? Where do you get the marijuana, Doug?
Out of that drawer, there in back of the bar.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Right here, Doug?
It was way in the back.
Shut up, you.
Al. What about these, Sam?
I don't know what you're talking about. I never saw those before.
All right, mister, let's go. I'll get Turner and Brown. They can take care of the kid. Right.
You and your ideas. I told you we shouldn't have come back. I told you.
Oh, knock it off. Shut your mouth, will you?
I told you last night we should have kept driving, but oh no, you figure we got a sweet racket here. You don't want to change it. It's good, you said. Yeah? How does it look now?
Look, I'm telling you, take it easy.
All right, let's go, huh?
It's the way it is, Sergeant. Try to make a living for a woman, make things nice. The first time something goes wrong, she starts to squawk. Never failed. You're riding high, everything's fine.
Him and his living, always trying to build something up, always trying to figure out a way to beat the game. One big deal, one big thing to set him up for good.
Yeah, well, I think he made it this time. Let's go.
The story you just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 14th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, as you know, on Dragnet, we've always tried to emphasize the importance of facts. And when we talk to you about Chesterfield, we give you the facts. You heard the report George Fenneman read earlier. Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. That's the first such report ever published about any cigarette. Remember that report and make Chesterfield your cigarette. Get 'em, regular or king size. Chesterfield, the best possible smoke, much milder.
Samuel G. Bailey and Inez R. Bailey were filed on under the Health and Safety Code, Section 11,500, possession and sale of narcotics, and found guilty on one count. They were found guilty on 2 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Violation of Section 11,500 of the Health and Safety Code is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not more than 5 years or imprisonment in the county jail. Contributing to the delinquency of a minor is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for a period of not more than 1 year. The boy, Douglas Lambert, was made a ward of the juvenile court.
Ladies and gentlemen, where the community chest is at work, Red Feather Services, like youth programs and clinics, hospitals, and the USO, give direct help to 2 families out of 5 every year. And indirectly, everybody benefits. Because community chest services make America's cities and towns healthier, happier places to live. So give generously to your community chest. Pledge enough for all the community campaigns that are united under the Red Feather banner.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Sam Edwards, Vic Rodman. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Tomorrow, sound off for Chesterfields. Either way you like 'em, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder Chesterfield.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars, broadcast 148. A woman found murdered in her office in the Dillman building. Be on the lookout for suspicious Negroes. That's all. Rosenquist.
The sensational popularity of this radio program, Calling All Cars, has developed a host of imitators. The sensational increase in the sale of Rio Grande cracked gasoline, which has outstripped all competitors in percentage of sales increase, has brought out many imitators. Perhaps you have seen or heard statements that other brands of gasoline are guaranteed to meet government emergency specifications and are used in police cars, fire engines, and emergency equipment. Let us reassure you right now that Rio Grande cracked gasoline is the only gasoline in this market refined by the exclusive, patented Sinclair cracking process, which is admitted by experts to be the last word in refining. And we challenge anyone to disprove this statement, that wherever it is sold, Rio Grande cracked gasoline powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. Rio Grande cracked gasoline has become the most outstandingly successful and fastest-selling gasoline in the West. It gives you more than any other gasoline, yet it costs you no more. Be sure you get genuine cracked gasoline from an independent Rio Grande dealer so that you can really enjoy the thrill of police car performance in your own car. Now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Tonight's case shows the necessity for careful social control of the activities of maladjusted individuals. The murder, about which you will hear in a few moments, could undoubtedly have been avoided had an intelligent social system detected the already dangerous elements in the murderer's personality and sought to correct them, either through psychic therapeutics or incarceration in an institution. The problem of law breaking is not merely the simple matter of police controlling the crime when it occurs. It also involves sane methods for discovering criminal potentialities in individuals before those potentialities surge into actual criminal activity.
It is early in the morning of September 27th, 1913. Grumbling as she clatters down the still corridors of the Dillman building, Agnes Vidos, scrub lady, is met by another cleaning woman.
Well, devil take it, if you aren't the one to work at this, why don't you stop and come along home?
Well, it ain't my fault I'm still rushing them off after daybreak. I got an office to clean yet.
You got an office to clean?
Yeah.
Well, can't you get them all done during the night?
During the night? Mrs. Gay's office was locked last night from the inside. And believe me, if it's still locked, it can just go dirty.
Mrs. Gay, is it? What could she be doing working all hours?
Sure, I don't know. But like I told you, the door was locked last night from the inside, and there was a light on. Now, would you look at the mess in here, Ella? You think Mrs. Gay would be ashamed? Now, wouldn't your papers littered all over the place? Oh, it's plumb disgraceful. Take me a good half hour to get this place into shape.
I'll stay and help you if you like.
No, Ella, I'll do it myself. But believe me, I'm going to speak my mind to Mrs. Gay. Honest, I'm going to... Ella, what? Look, there's Mrs. Gay. Heaven help us, Ella. She's covered with blood.
Furthermore, Mrs. Gay is dead. The hysterical scrub woman summons the police, and Detectives Holmes, Ingraham, McIntyre, and King answer the call. Having questioned Agnes Vidos, they proceed to make an inspection of the crime scene.
Blood everywhere, even on the ceiling. Here's what did the job. A length of gas pipe wrapped in manila paper.
Well, apparently she was smacked down as she sat at her desk.
Yeah. Then she was dragged across the room to that window. The Blood smears on the floor prove that. And apparently the killer tried to throw her body out the window, but couldn't quite manage it.
No wonder. She was a pretty heavy woman.
I wonder what he was after. Whatever it was, he sure wrecked the place. These drawers here torn open, purse opened.
Not very careful about hiding his identity. Left bloody fingerprints all over.
Well, the thing to do first of all is reconstruct the background of this woman. Find out all we can about her, and maybe from that we can discover a clue.
With the technique peculiar to the police, the most intimate details of the murdered woman's life are uncovered. A score of people are interviewed. The results are revealing.
Mrs. Gay was in the best of health and spirits. I am sure she had no enemies. She did a fine work as a spiritual advisor to a host of people. Oh, there was none I knew that even thought harm against her.
Mrs. Gay was expected at my house for dinner that night. She was to have brought the chicken. That accounts for the dressed chicken you found in her office. But she telephoned at 4:30 that afternoon and said she would be unable to come.
I divorced Rebecca Gay 20 years ago. I haven't seen her. I have not seen her since, and I never wanted to. Of course, I had nothing to do with this.
I am Mrs. Gay's landlady. I waited for her to come home until 11 o'clock that night. Then I went to bed. But I heard the phone ring in her apartment several times during the night.
Well, there was a bunch of religious fanatics who were out to get Mrs. Gay because she did so much good. They murdered her.
I have an office across the hall from Mrs. Gay's. I saw a big Negro with a large bundle under his arm enter her office that afternoon. He walked with a springy step and had funny, bulging eyes.
I had an appointment with Mrs. Gay that afternoon. She told me a big colored man was waiting to see her. And when I left, I saw this big Negro sitting in the reception room.
That's the only clue we got, boys. Now, I want you to go out and look for a big Negro with lithe steps and the dilated eyes of a narcotic.
I ain't no good, that's all. I ain't no good. You let me be, white man. I know what I was doing. I'm not going to do it in my own way. I ain't no good, I tell you.
This is Central Detectives.
Hey, you better come out here to 3rd and Main quick.
What's up?
There's a crazy Negro down here trying to beat his head against a telephone pole.
The excited Negro is overpowered by a squad of detectives and brought into headquarters. It is several hours before he is sufficiently calmed down to enable the officers to extract intelligible answers from him.
Now, what's your name?
Robert Askew.
Yeah, where do you live?
Well, I live in a rooming house out at Gladys Avenue.
What number?
It seems like it's number 440.
Now, what was the idea of raising the devil down there at the corner of 3rd and Main?
I don't know, boss. I don't remember nothing about it.
Use narcotics?
Does you mean dope? No, sir, boss. I don't even smoke marijuana.
Do you know Mrs. Rebecca Gay?
No, sir. I never done hear of her. I used to know a Mr. Gay once, though.
A Mr. Gay? Who?
Mr. John Gay. I worked for him once in San Diego.
Is that home?
Yeah, that's the husband of the woman.
When did you work for him?
Oh, I guess must have been about 3 or 4 years ago.
Where were you on the night of September 27th?
September 27th? I don't know, boss. I ain't much good at remembering dates.
You better know. September 27th was a week ago tomorrow.
Oh, was that a Friday night?
Yes.
Oh, then I guess I was over in Maybell's house. I always go over there on a Friday night.
Why did you kill Mrs. Gay?
Huh? What's that, boss?
Why did you murder Mrs. Gay?
I don't know what you're all talking about, boss. I ain't murdered no one. No, sir. I don't do things like
Better
that.
confess, Askew. Every circumstance points to you. With a confession, you may get life instead of hanging.
Hanging? What you all mean, boss? I ain't done nothing.
Keep after him, Holmes. I'll take a couple of boys out to his house and shake it down.
Okay. Now, look here, Askew. It isn't going to do you any good to deny that you...
A squad of officers, under the leadership of Detective King, swoops down on the house on Gladys Avenue. While King and Ingraham investigate the room of the suspect, the other men search the grounds and the adjoining alley for incriminating evidence. In Askew's clothes closet, they find something of interest.
Yeah, look at that coat.
Recently cleaned, eh?
They didn't do a good job on the lapels.
Brown spots. Blood?
Possibly. We'll have to have them analyzed. There's no question about that.
Hey, Lieutenant, look what I found out in the alley.
Yeah, bloody shirt.
Yeah, it was right out back.
That's it.
Here you are.
Thanks. Yes. Here's a laundry mark. 729R. Anything in those bureau drawers, Ingram?
I'll see. Yeah, here's some collars, ties.
Hey, any laundry marks on those collars?
Yeah. Yeah, 729R.
Good. This is Askew's shirt, then. He'll have a hard time explaining this.
While the officers are waiting for the hemologist's report on the stains found on the shirt and coat, Earl Rogers, a criminal attorney, drops in.
Hello, Earl.
Hello, Ed.
What brings you down here?
Curiosity.
About what?
About that Mrs. Gay murder. The case interests me. What's new on it?
Well, we've got a suspect arrested. We're waiting right now for the report on some stains we found on some of his clothing.
Well, who is the fellow?
Oh, big Negro boy. Used to work for Mrs. Gay's divorced husband. No question about him being guilty. Just a matter of piling up enough evidence, and unless I miss my guess, here's the evidence now. Well, Doctor?
Well, unquestionably, the spots on his shirt and coat were made by human blood.
Fine. That settles it.
Mind if I look at this coat a minute, Ed?
No, go ahead. Thanks a lot, Doctor, for your quick reply on this thing. That boy's as good as convicted right now.
Yeah, not at all. Glad to be able to help you.
Say, Ed, just because these stains are human blood isn't enough to convict a man.
It'll be enough for us.
Not if I was defending him. I'd get him off.
Say, Earl, are you trying to tell me my business?
Not exactly, but here's something I think you overlooked, and you might need it.
Oh, what is it?
A gray hair under the lapel of this coat.
Yeah? Let me see it. Well, there's no doubt about it now.
Oh, yes, there is. Maybe the hair was left there by a gray cat. You better have Dr. Ethel Leonard, that woman bacteriologist, compared with the hair from the dead woman's scalp before you jump at any conclusions.
Attorney Rogers, more deeply interested than ever, is on hand when the bacteriologist makes her report.
I find, Lieutenant King, that the hair from the head of the dead woman and that taken from the coat of the Negro are the same in color, size, and texture.
Then there's no question about the hair on his coat coming from her head?
No, I don't say that, Lieutenant. I can't be positive about it. All I can say is that they are similar in color, size, and texture.
Well, that'll be enough to send him up.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Ed. I could beat it.
Yeah? Well, he can't. And you can't beat it for him. Because I'm going to get a confession from him right now.
Mind if I come along?
No, come ahead. But none of this soliciting of business.
I promise just to sit and listen.
All right, now, Askew. Are you ready to talk?
I ain't got nothing to say, boss.
Why did you murder Mrs. Gay?
I never murdered no one, boss. I swear.
Listen, Askew, I told you we'd get the stuff on you, and we've got it. Now, I'll give you one more chance to confess and make it easy on yourself.
I ain't got nothing to confess, boss.
Listen, Askew, we found a blood-stained shirt in the alley back of your house. How do you explain that?
I got into a fight, and the other fella got blooded up.
And we found a gray hair on your coat. A gray hair that is the same in color, size, and texture as the hair on Mrs. Gay's scalp. How do you explain that?
I don't know, boss. I ain't very good at explaining things. But well, you got a blonde hair on your coat. How do you explain that?
That's neither here nor there.
Yeah, but people does pick up hairs, boss.
Why did you kill Mrs. Gay?
I didn't kill her and nobody else.
Why were you beating your head against the telephone pole when we arrested you yesterday?
I was licking up, that's all. Well, it's my head, ain't it? Yes, but it's the city's telephone pole.
Listen, you promised to keep out of this, sir.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Oh, well, don't forget again. I'm going to get the truth from this boy, or I'll know the reason
why. If you
why.
let this poor kid alone, Ed, I'll tell you a few things that might help.
What do you mean? Say, have you been holding out on me?
No, I've just been keeping my ears open and working a hunch. Now I'm ready to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Send the kid back to his cell.
Listen, what the devil is this? Are you running this investigation, or am I?
I suppose you are.
Well, then kindly stop giving orders.
You got me wrong, Ed. I'm not giving orders.
I just want to see this kid get a break. I don't think he's guilty of a thing more serious than getting drunk.
What?
See, boss, what I'm telling you.
Quiet, Askew. Now, what's the idea of making a crack like that, Earl?
I'll tell you if you'll send the kid back to his cell and let him get a little sleep.
All right. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Take the prisoner back to his cell.
Yes, sir. Come on.
You see, boss, you see I'm innocent.
Now, what's the big idea of upsetting this investigation, Earl?
Upsetting it? I'm not upsetting anything. I'm trying to help you.
All right, go ahead.
Listen, you've got a pretty nice circumstantial case against this Askew boy, but I've got a hunch you're all wrong. Maybe he did do it, and maybe instead he's telling the truth. And he got into a fight and bloodied up the other guy, and he picked up gray hairs any place. After all, hairs can only be classified. They're not like fingerprints.
All right, granting all that. Now, what's your angle?
I just happened to think about a case I had a year or so ago. I defended a Negro in a murder case that was similar in many respects to this Mrs. Gay killing.
You've just been telling me that hair identification isn't positive. And now you're trying to pin this murder on someone who did a similar job a year ago.
Now, wait a minute. Keep your shirt on.
Oh.
This fellow Burr Harris was accused of beating a woman to death in Compton.
Yes.
The modus operandi was identical. The murder was a weapon was a length of pipe wrapped in manila paper and so on. I defended him, and he beat the rap when his mother established an alibi for him.
I remember that case. That fellow should have gone up.
Of course he should. But the old lady's alibi sold the jury. They let him off.
And you think he might have pulled this one?
There's a mighty good chance of it. In any case, I'm sure this Askew kid you have in here had nothing to do with it.
You know where Harris lives?
Yeah, if he hasn't moved.
Let's go out and have a talk with him.
Well, this is the place, all right, but whether he still lives here is another matter.
Somebody's here. That's a cinch.
What you all want?
Oh, remember me, Mrs. Harris?
Oh, you all's a lawyer fella.
That's right.
What you all want now? Bud done paid y'all.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I want to talk to Burr. Is he in?
No, he ain't in. Who's this fella with you? He looks like a policeman.
Well, to tell the truth, Mrs. Harris, he is. This is Lieutenant King.
I'm glad to know you, ma'am.
Well, I ain't glad to know you. My boy ain't done nothing. He ain't even in Los Angeles. He ain't been here since the 27th of September.
27th of September, that checks.
Where did he go on the 27th of September, Mrs. Harris?
He done went to San Diego.
What did he do the 26th of September, Mrs. Harris?
What for I got to tell you?
You see, Lieutenant King here suspects your son of something,
Why,
and I want him to hear from your lips how wrong he is.
Suspect him of what?
Oh, just a trivial little matter, nothing important. Now, if you'll just answer the officer's questions, Mrs. Harris.
What did your son do on the 26th of September, ma'am? That is the day before he went away.
Well, he was home all morning. And then he went out about noon, and he come back about 9 o'clock in the night. And then he packs up the next morning and goes away without saying a word. And when he gets to San Diego, he sends me a telegram. That's where he is.
Where's he staying?
At a San Feliz hotel, last I heard. But he ain't done nothing. He's innocent. He's innocent of anything, that boy of mine. He's a good boy.
Yes, Mrs. Harris, I'm sure he is.
King immediately requests the assistance of San Diego Police in locating Burr Harris. Chief J. Keno Wilson of the San Diego Police Department details an officer to the San Feliz Hotel.
Got any Negroes registered here?
Those are no Negro here now, sir.
When was there any?
Had a Negro fellow in here on the yesterday, sir.
Name wasn't Harris by any chance?
Yes, sir. Harris.
Where'd he go?
I think he say, he go, Tijuana.
Okay, I'll talk to the Border Patrol.
The San Diego officer speeds south to the Mexican border. He interviews the officers at the international line.
Boys, I'm looking for a Negro named Burr Harris. He's over 6 feet tall and walks with a springy step. Supposed to have crossed over the line within the last 24 hours. Have you seen him?
Yeah, seems to me I did. Remember that guy came through just before we closed the gate last night, Sam?
Yeah. That description sure sounds like him.
No way of luring him back on this side of the line for me, is there?
Don't see how.
About all we can do is notify the stations along the line to look for him. Let you know if he crosses back onto this side.
Well, do that for me, will you? This guy's wanted for murder up in L.A.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes open for him.
Several days go by, and then on October 6th, Chief Wilson receives a tip from the Border Patrol that Harris has crossed back into the United States and is headed for San Diego. The chief throws a squad of men around the San Feliz Hotel, and a couple of hours later, when Harris enters the lobby...
All right, Harris, stick him up.
What? What for?
What for you want me to stick 'em up?
You're under arrest for the murder of Mrs. Rebecca Gay in Los Angeles.
Say, white man, you must be crazy. I don't know no Mrs. Rebecca Gay. I ain't murdered no one.
Los Angeles police want to talk to you about it.
Say, I've been down here in Dago for months. I ain't murdered nobody. You ask my ma. She's got letters and telegrams to prove I've been here for months.
I doubt if your ma can get you out of this rap, Harris. Chances are the Los Angeles police have got so much on you this time, you'll take a one-way ride to the birdcage at Benton.
Boy, you got a big surprise coming, because I didn't kill nobody, nohow.
Coolly defiant, Burr Harris is locked in a cell in the San Diego jail. But as the hours of night advance, Burr Harris, like a trapped jungle animal, paces the narrow confines of the steel-barred room, muttering to himself.
Oh, the Lord is my
muttering.
shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He maketh me to lie down. Oh, now I'll lie me down to sleep. I can't sleep till kingdom come. Oh, thy will be done on earth, Lord, as it is in heaven. Thy will be done on earth. Thy will be done. Thy will be done. Thy will be done on earth, Lord.
What's the big idea? They want me to send the hose in there. Now, be quiet. These other men want to sleep.
Oh, Mr. Gator. Oh, Mister, I seen ghosts. I just seen green ghosts with purple ropes coming through that window, and I was scared, sir. I was just powerful scared, Mr. Jailer.
There's nothing to be scared of. We don't keep ghosts in this
Oh,
jail.
the same, so I is scared. I was afraid to spend the night in this cell alone, sir. Oh, won't you just come and sit by me, please, Mr. Jailer? Just let me talk to you. The ghosts, they're scared of your gun. They won't bother me none then. Oh, if you'll come and talk to me, please, sir.
So, through the night, the two men, jailer and prisoner, play a shrewd game. The jailer trying to lead the prisoner into a confession. The prisoner weaving a complicated yarn of his activities of the past month. When morning comes, the jailer reports all he has learned to the chief. And the story is immediately checked, point for point. The results are presented to Harris that afternoon.
Pretty neat game you tried to play last night, Harris.
What do you mean, sir? I ain't playing no game.
Oh, yes, you were. Handing out a lot of baloney to that jailer about what you've been doing in San Diego the past month. We checked on everything about you, and we found that everything you said was a lie.
Well, I don't tell no lies, sir. No, sir. I tell the truth, first, last, and always.
Okay, listen to this. Mrs. Rebecca Gay was murdered on September the 27th. On the 28th, you registered at the San Felice Hotel. We got a copy of the wire you sent to your mother when you arrived in San Diego that day. We've got the record from the Santa Fe showing they sold you a ticket from L.A. that day. We know every move you made. We know that you didn't arrive here in San Diego until the day after Mrs. Gay was murdered. Now, as to the day of the murder, you answer the description of the murderer, and undoubtedly will be identified by those women who saw you in Mrs. Gay's office when you get back to L.A. You were accused of a similar murder a year ago. The murder of Mrs. Haskins in Compton. A murder committed with a length of gas pipe wrapped in a manila paper, just as the murder of Mrs. Gay was committed. We're going to send you to the gallows for that job as sure as you're an inch high. Now, what do you got to say?
I got a mental torment, sir. It's powerful bad.
No, don't change the subject.
I ain't changing the subject, sir. My torment's part of it.
Why did you kill Mrs. Gay?
Well, because I got the torment. The only way I can get relief from it is to kill somebody.
Oh, so you admit it then?
Sure. I guess I'd be better off dead than suffering the torment and going around killing people to get relief from it. Yes, sir. I killed Miss Gay, all right. I hit her over the head with a gas pipe. Then I tried to push her out of the window, but she was too heavy. Yes, sir. I killed Miss Haskins in Compton, too. My mother lied to save me. And I set fire to the Coronado Hotel in Los Angeles in 1905 by putting a bomb under the building. In 1906, I sent a bomb to Mrs. Pierce, who run the hotel. In 1907, I sent a box of poison candy to Mrs. Pierce's children.
What'd you do that for?
Well, I used to work at the hotel, and they held up my pay once, and I I ain't never forgot it.
What'd you have against Mrs. Gay?
Nothing. I never saw her before I walked into the office. I just got the torment bad that day, sir, and I had to kill. So I just walked in and killed her. That's all.
Harris was charged with murder. But on this second trial, Earl Rogers did not defend him. He did, however, utter an opinion on the strange, brooding Negro killer.
Whatever it is worth, it is at least interesting to note that every one of Harris's crimes were committed in the month of September. He fired the hotel in September 1905. He sent the bomb in September 1906. He sent the poison candy in September 1907, and he murdered Mrs. Haskin in September 1911. And he murdered Mrs. Gay in September 1913. His degeneracy takes the form of sending him back 3,000 or 4,000 years. When undergoing a spell, he's a jungle man again. The instincts of the caveman control him then. He walks the thoroughfares of civilized communities with his mind thousands of years back in the jungles.
But the jungle law in the end is the law of civilized nations, too. The survival of the fittest, the eternal law of compensation. It took its toll on Burr Harris. He answered for his crimes to the fullest extent at the extreme end of a taut manila rope in the execution chamber at San Quentin Penitentiary. Askew, the original suspect who attempted to bat himself to death against a telegraph pole, was indeed innocent and was promptly released upon Harris' confession.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever it is sold, Rio Grande Cracked is the chosen gasoline for the finest, fastest cars on the highways today. The fire engines, the ambulances, the high-powered police cars that prowl the streets 24 hours a day, leaping from a crawl to a mile-a-minute speed when emergencies arise. Such cars need the finest gasoline money can buy. Yet they use the same Rio Grande Cracked gasoline that you get from your neighborhood service station. No finer gasoline has yet been made. When you drive in for a tank full of Rio Grande Cracked, be sure to get the latest copy of the Calling All Cars news. This fascinating publication with its true crime stories and movie news is absolutely free, and 500,000 motorists ask for the Calling All Cars news every month. In this free publication, you'll read how Rio Grande is equipping an army of thousands of boys and girls with complete detective outfits, all free. You can help outfit some boy or girl at no cost to you. Ask your Rio Grande dealer for the best motor oil he has, and he'll tell you that Sinclair motor oils are the world's finest. Yet a quart of Sinclair motor oil in refinery sealed can costs as little as 25 cents. Only because Sinclair is one of the world's leading manufacturers of lubricants with worldwide sales volume can you get such top quality motor oil at such low price. Rio Grande is proud to recommend Sinclair motor oils.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 148 regarding a murder. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Rolls and quitting.
Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against society, grand larceny.
There is no such thing as a typically criminal face. A criminal can look like the most respectable citizen. Beneath the surface, he may be a counterfeiter or a pickpocket or a safecracker. But on the surface, on the physical surface you see, he may look like an accountant or a mechanic or a salesman. Few criminals have been smart enough to take advantage of this fact by leading double lives, by actually pretending to be a respectable citizen without anyone knowing differently. Neither the police nor the community, nor even, in one case, the criminal's own wife.
Dan, I hope you're going to finish that pudding.
Honey, I really don't have time.
Oh, come on now. How about just a little more,
Well, okay. Well, the way you try to fatten me up, I'll have to start going to a gym.
Well, you need your calories, Dan, with all that night work you do.
Pays dividends, honey. It pays dividends.
Oh, I know. I ran into Mrs. McKinney downtown today, and she said her husband said you were the top salesman of the company.
Is that what she said?
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, you know what we get if I top all sales for this month.
No. What?
Trip to Mexico, all expenses paid.
Daniel.
Yep. Hey, I'd better be getting underway.
Oh, are you working again tonight?
Got a good prospect I think I can land.
Oh, Dan.
I hate leaving you alone again, honey, but business is business.
Oh, I don't mind that. I just don't like to see you work so hard.
It pays dividends.
Well, I wish there was some easier way of getting to Mexico.
Honey, believe me, I'm getting us to Mexico the easiest way anybody could. Now, wait up.
To his wife, to his community, to the world, Daniel Hawley was a hard-working citizen. And he was a salesman, a good one, during the day. At night, however, Daniel Hawley was something else. On the evenings when he wasn't with his wife, when he wasn't busy being a model citizen, he was at work in a store or an office or a shop. At work in a building which had a safe.
Dan?
Johnny?
Where the devil you been?
Well, I had a late dinner.
Got the blanket?
Of course. And the nitroglycerin. There. Well, this is going to be an easy job.
Yeah.
It will. I studied it very carefully the other afternoon. Very easy.
Glad you think so.
Here, take the blanket.
Thought you were going to call me this afternoon.
I didn't have time. There was a prospect I had to see.
You don't say.
Yeah, I think a small charge will be enough to blow this.
I finally got tired of waiting, so I tried to call you.
But I told you never to call unless it was absolutely necessary.
Well, I didn't know whether you were going to show up tonight.
I told you I was.
Anyway, there was no answer.
Oh, we've got a new number.
Oh, that's great. I suppose all your prospects know it but me. Where am I going to call if I need to?
Here.
What's that?
One of the company pencils. The number's on it.
Okay. If you think
Come on. Get the charge set. We haven't got all night.
No, you got to be on the job bright and early in the morning.
That's right.
What's the percentage in it?
Free trip to Mexico.
Huh?
You wouldn't understand even if I told you.
No, I'm stupid. I like to have one job at a time.
Well, you finished setting that charge?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have the blanket.
Here.
There.
Car outside?
Sure. Now, you know what you have to do right after the safe pops open.
I know.
Okay, then. Stand back.
There can't be a perfect crime because there isn't a perfect human being. Criminals, like the rest of us, make mistakes, but theirs are more costly. And that safe which Daniel Hawley cracked with jewels for military precision instruments belonging to the United States. They weren't worth much, but just by taking them, he made one small mistake. One very little mistake, which was the worst he could make. He violated a federal law and thereby challenged the FBI.
Did you get all the evidence the sheriff had, Will?
Yes, right down to fingerprints.
Any good ones?
Not too good from this last job. But there were very clear ones from some of the others.
Oh?
They're being checked in the laboratory now.
Say, how many jobs has this fellow pulled, anyway?
Well, there's no way of knowing yet whether he was in on all of them. But in the last 3 years, there have been 14 burglaries in that district.
All safe tracking?
Yes, and all done in the same way.
Come in.
Well, hello, Helen.
Here's a teletype on those fingerprints.
Fast work.
Did you get anything?
We sure did. Here's the file we have on the gentleman.
Thanks, Helen.
You're welcome.
Well, seems he's an old hand at the game.
Really?
His record goes back to 1930. Between then and 1938, our friend was arrested 4 times.
Oh.
Petty larceny, attempted assault, burglary.
What about after 38?
Nothing. He got out of prison then and apparently has just disappeared.
No record of his possible whereabouts.
No.
What's his name?
Kaler. Joseph Kaler.
Description?
Yes. 5'10" and a half, heavy set, brown hair, brown eyes, no distinguishing marks.
Just average looking.
Yes, that's what he looked like in 1938, 7 years ago.
So about all we know is that he has a record.
And the sheriff doesn't have any more on him either.
Nice blind alley.
Well, he made the mistake of leaving his fingerprints around. He made the mistake of violating a federal law. Maybe he's made another one we don't know about yet.
Well, if he hasn't, maybe he will.
No maybes about that. They always do.
If there are 5 steps involved in the committing of a crime, then there are 5,000 mistakes the criminal can make. Some are even made after the crime is committed. Many criminals, for example, take a curious pleasure in walking by the doors of a police station, in returning to the scene of the crime, in deliberately courting danger. The most common mistake is that criminals cannot stop. If he gets away once, the professional criminal tries again, thinking he has learned more, but not realizing that the more crimes he commits, the more chance he has of being caught, because he is bound to make more mistakes.
Daniel?
Dear?
Are you very busy?
Not too busy for you.
Well, I've been trying to straighten out my accounts for the month.
All right. All right.
Oh, it's not what you think at all.
Bank doesn't add right.
No, the baking company doesn't.
Hmm?
They sent me this bill for $5.80, and we really owe them $9.80.
Are you sure?
Well, of course, I know what I bought.
Well, then what's the trouble?
Well, they're a big company, and if they can't get their bills
Laura,
paid...
make out the check for $9.80.
But, Dad...
Honesty may not be its own reward.
Daniel, I wasn't really...
Oh, dear, but for $4, don't have it on your conscience. I'd have it on mine. It's not worth it, Laura. It's never worth it.
You mean sooner or later they always find out?
That isn't the point.
Oh, I know, Dad.
Anyway, they don't always find out. So it's just a question of your own honesty.
Daniel, I'm making out the check for the right amount.
That's my girl.
Just a drop in the bucket.
What do you mean?
Oh, that company does a wonderful business. Harriet's cousin told me. She works in the Ohio office, the one just across the river.
Huh? What'd she do there?
Keeps books or something. But she said that at the end of every month, they always have at least $9,000 or $10,000 in the safe in that office alone.
You don't say.
Well, you can ask her yourself at the party tomorrow night.
Huh? What?
I said you'll see her tomorrow night at the party.
Oh, Laura, about that party, I don't think
Now, Dan, I thought you said definitely you wouldn't have to work tomorrow night.
Oh, but, honey, there's that trip to Mexico, you know.
Oh, Dan, you said...
I know, dear. I'm very sorry, but I just heard of a prospect. A particularly good one. Ready, Johnny?
Yeah.
Okay, stand back. Nice and neat, John. Nice and neat.
Not bad. I hope there's as much dough inside that safe as you think.
Why shouldn't there be?
Baking company?
Well, there's only one sure way to find out, and that's by... how do you like that?
What?
Look, got a small safe inside the big one.
You sure cased this job, didn't you?
Shut up.
Oh, come on. Let's put the blanket over the little one.
There isn't time.
What?
There isn't time. The watchman will be back again on his round.
What are we going to do? Chalk it up to experience?
Shut up. Let me think.
While you're thinking, I hope you don't mind if I just...
Hey, wait. Come on.
Where?
Help me lift the little safe out.
We can't carry that out of the building. First place is too heavy, and then the second
We
place...
can carry it 10 yards, can't we?
What if we can't?
There's an elevator over there that'll take us right down to the basement.
Then what?
The basement's really a loading platform. The company keeps its delivery trucks down there. We put the safe in the truck.
Okay, let's lift
Yes.
it.
Not so heavy.
Heavy enough.
All right, this way.
You know how to work the elevator?
Sure. All right. Set her down. Easy there. There. Now, shine your flash.
What for?
So I can find the starter for this. Oh. Here you are.
Hope that watchman's hard of hearing.
Yeah. Just hope he's on the other side of the building.
Thought you said he was.
That's where he's supposed to be.
Let's try.
Hmm? Okay. Let's pick her up and dump her on the back of this one.
Lifting wallets is a lot easier on the back.
But there's a lot less in them, too. All right. Now set her down. Easy.
You gonna drive?
Sure. All right, slide in.
Hey, Dan.
What?
Ignition keys.
What?
Where are the ignition keys? How are you gonna start this thing?
Well, they always leave them in the truck somewhere.
Where?
Usually on the little ledge under the...
Watchman?
Yeah.
Shining his light around.
Shut up.
Where are those keys?
Will you shut up?
And suppose...
All right, got him. Now, hold on tight, because the minute he turns, I'm going to move fast.
Just started.
Ready?
Danny's shining the light on the elevator.
It's too late now.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Choke it.
Who's in that truck? Come on. Get out of that truck now. Hold on, buddy. Okay. After we pull out of this alley, we're in the clear. Keep your eye out, Johnny, and you... Johnny. What do you know? Got you. Well, I'm sorry, friend, but there's no room for excess baggage on this trip, so... Out you go.
This is the way you figure it, Will. I lifted the small safe out here, then carried it over there to the elevator.
Sure.
Anything yet on when it was found, Tom?
No, except he wasn't the one we were looking for. The description doesn't tally.
Maybe his partner is the one we're looking for, either.
Well, he left fingerprints all over the steering wheel of the truck and all over the small safe. We'll know soon enough if they match the others.
Even if they don't, he's a case for us.
How do you mean?
Well, we drove a stolen truck across the river and over the state line. Did you find anything on the body of the other one?
No, just the usual things. Keys, wallet, a pencil from some company, a bar of candy, and, of course, his gun.
Nothing to give us a lead.
Nothing that looks so good.
Well, they did a neat job on this face.
Well, they've had enough practice.
I wonder where they got the nitroglycerin.
Probably homemade. You know, Harvey? I knew it. I knew sooner or later our little friend would make a mistake.
What have you got there?
You know how these boys always cover a safe with a blanket when they crank it?
Sure.
Well, here's a piece of that blanket. This time, Mr. Kaler, or whatever he calls himself, left his visiting card.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation's file on Daniel Hawley's thief. We'll return to this case in just a moment. If you believe in democracy, then you believe in life insurance. They go together. First, let's consider the typical owner of life insurance. A man who says to himself, look, I believe in taking care of myself. If I die, nobody else will have to look out for my family. When I get old, nobody else will have to support me. Men of that breed, right-thinking, independent, self-reliant, make democracy work. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, a mutual organization, is dedicated to cooperation with such men, to help them make democracy work. The Equitable is owned by its members, that is to say, by its 3,200,000 policyholders. And all the Society's funds are put to work for the benefit of all its members. Finally, remember that these equitable funds are so invested that they promote the system of free enterprise on which our democratic economy rests. And so by serving its members, the Equitable serves America. Now, back to the file on Daniel Hawley. Peace.
Crimes which would have been left unsolved years ago can be solved today and solved quickly for one reason: laboratory work. That's why the FBI has built up its own laboratory until it is now the best in the world. Years ago, a small piece of a blanket would not have been a clue. But in the Hawley case, it was the lead the special agents had been waiting for. They sent the piece of cloth immediately to the laboratory and had it analyzed. Had the texture, the weaving, the thickness, the dye, every conceivable element in that piece of blanket analyzed until they found who manufactured it. From the manufacturer, they found in what areas that type blanket was sold. They kept narrowing down the hunt until at last they found the only store in the vicinity of the burglaries which had that blanket for sale.
We don't have that blanket anymore. It's wool, you know. Wool blankets are hard to get these days.
How long has it been since you've had it in stock?
2 years now, maybe even more.
And I guess you wouldn't remember who you sold it to.
No, but I could find out.
You could?
Sure. That was a pretty fine blanket, you know. When they came in, I called all my charge customers and said, grab them while you can.
Did they all buy blankets?
No, sir, I didn't have enough to go around. Why, one customer alone bought half a dozen.
Who was that?
Well, I couldn't tell, except it was one of the charge customers.
How many charge customers did you have then?
Several dozen.
I see. Do you have a list of who they were?
Sure. But, how are you going to pick out the one you're looking for?
We'll pick him out.
There's 34 names.
I know. But I think we'll pick out the right one.
There are 36 names, actually, Will.
I know.
It'll take quite a while to check all of them.
Yes, I was thinking about that. Of course, we have his description.
Or a description of him 7 years ago.
And probably over a dozen men on that list could fit it. Let me see it again.
Sure.
Benton, Rocket, Andy, Green, Holt. That name.
What about it?
I've seen it someplace before.
It's not a very unusual name.
No, but I've seen it someplace.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to remember. Holly. Oh, that name was in the local paper this morning. A salesman named Dan Hawley won a contest.
Yeah, I saw it, too. He works for... Wait a minute. Have you still got the stuff that was found on the other man's body?
Sure. Right here in the drawer.
The pencil. Right.
Here it is. Killer's product. That's who that salesman works for.
Daniel Hawley.
Alias Joe Keeler.
Oh, we can't be sure.
It's too much of a coincidence.
We still can't be sure.
I know, but we've got Keeler's fingerprints. They match the prints on the steering wheel of that truck. And if Hawley's match...
Well, suppose we visit Mr. Hawley and see if we can get his print.
Sit down, gentlemen. Mrs. Hawley's upstairs, but I can get her down in just a moment.
That's quite all right. There's no need of bothering her.
How about a drink?
No, thank you.
You, sir?
No, thanks.
We're really here to ask you a few questions, Mr. Hawley, if you care to answer them.
Why, I'd be delighted to, sir. Delighted.
How long have you lived here?
Well, let me see now. Almost 6 years, I think.
And before that?
Before that, I was in New England.
Where?
Oh, over. I was a salesman there, too. Once a salesman, always a salesman, I guess.
Pretty cold up there, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I was glad to get back here.
I have an aunt up there now. She's just freezing, she says. Can't get enough blankets.
Well, I don't wonder. Hard to get now. Yes, sir.
Are you one of those lucky people who stocked up while you could still get blankets, Mr. Hawley?
Well, frankly, gentlemen, I have to admit I did buy a couple.
Blue wool, weren't they?
Yes, matter of fact, I believe there were.
You think we could see them?
Oh, afraid not. Mrs. Hawley's got them all packed away in mothballs for the summer, and you know how women are.
Yeah.
I understand you're a top salesman over at Keeler's for this area, Mr. Hawley.
Well, hard work and lots of luck will always do it, I say. Mainly luck.
Do you have any cards, or do you always give out pencils like this?
Here, is that one of my pencils?
Here.
Oh, yes, so it is.
Do you mind if I hang on to it?
No, not at all, sir. Pleasure. Here.
Thanks.
May I ask where you got that pencil, sir?
We found it on the body of a safecracker who was shot.
What? You don't say.
Yes.
Well, those pencils sure keep bad company, don't they?
They certainly do. Well, I think we'll be getting along, Mr. Hawley.
I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help.
Goodbye, Mr. Hawley, and thanks for the pencil.
Not at all, gentlemen. Goodbye.
Daniel, what in the world are you doing?
Why,
Are you packing? Why, Daniel Hawley, where are you going?
To New York.
New York?
Yes.
Well, I thought those two men
What two men, dear?
were the ones that just left. I saw them from my window, and I said to myself, Laura, that's just going to mean more work for Daniel.
Well, it's pretty nice work, honey.
What do you mean?
They just came to talk to me about my winning that trip to Mexico. I've got to go to the New York office first to go through some kind of official ceremony.
Well, it seems awfully funny to have to go to Mexico by way of New York, but as long as you're going to get there.
Oh, I'm going to get there, honey. Don't you worry about that.
The FBI never makes an arrest until it is sure of its facts. But at the same time, a suspected criminal is never left on watch, is never left free to disappear before absolute proof can be obtained. Daniel Hawley knew he had left his fingerprints on his own pencil. He knew those prints would be matched with those he left on the steering wheel of the stolen truck. He knew the FBI would soon have absolute proof. And so he packed his bag, got in his car, and drove to the town railroad depot.
When's the next train?
Why, hello, Mr. Hawley.
Hello. When's the next train?
There's one due in right now.
Let me have a ticket. Ticket?
Yes.
Don't you care where she's bound for?
What? Oh, of course.
Or maybe you won't want to take her.
Well, where is it bound for?
Let me see now. Yes. New Orleans.
Well, that's fine.
Just where you're going, huh?
Yes. Let me have a ticket.
Well, now, ain't that a piece of luck?
Look,
now?
will you let me have a ticket or I won't make the train?
Yes, I'm getting as fast as I can. Hey, you sure are upset today, Mr. Hawley.
Hurry, that's all. I'm just in a hurry.
Well, here's the ticket. That'll be...
Don't worry, keep the change.
Well, Mr. Hawley, don't you want the balance of the change here?
Take your bag.
No, that's all right. I'll handle it myself.
Taylor.
Yes?
Going someplace, Mr. Kaler?
Well,
Or should I say Hawley?
You better get aboard, sir. We're pulling out.
He's changed his mind.
Yes, I don't think I'll be going after all.
Like the rest of us, criminals make mistakes, only theirs are more costly. One small mistake can mean years in prison. But the worst mistake a criminal can make is to violate a federal law. Because when that happens, he finds himself up against the very thing that all criminals try to avoid, the FBI. Criminals don't try to stay clear of the FBI, don't try to avoid any encounter with it merely for melodramatic reasons. They have one simple, practical reason. They know that sooner or later they will be caught by the FBI. And once caught, they will be convicted.
You'll hear about the file on next week's case in just a moment. In this, the opening week of the 7th War Loan Drive, I should like to read an important message from Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. I quote, "In every war loan drive, America has never failed to go over the top. And one factor in this unbroken record of success is heavy bond buying by life insurance companies. In both the 5th and 6th war loan drives, the Equitable subscription was larger than that of any other life insurance company. Larger, in fact, than any other single subscription of any kind. In the present drive, the Equitable will again be one of the leading subscribers. In addition, funds of this society are heavily invested in the great industries that have broken records manufacturing weapons of war, and in the railroads that have done such a tremendous job of wartime transportation. That is why we say that in wartime, Equitable dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country. Next week, a crime against our war effort. Draft dodgers. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
Is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. a man writing. Listen closely because it's a quiet sound, an intimate sound. The year is 1795, and the man who is doing this quiet, intimate thing is named Peter Droot. He is writing his will, making with goose quill and parchment his bequest to his children. When he is done, unknowingly, he will have made certain the death of his 2 sons. And now he is done. Now he has made certain. And tonight, my report to you on the Axe and the Droot family, how they fared.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The place is Heidelberg Township, Dauphin County, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. During the closing years of the 18th century, Heidelberg snuggled against a bend of the Susquehanna. Its chief product was people, who were sent downstream to Harrisburg and overland to Philadelphia. So great was the margin of export over import that I can no longer locate Heidelberg Township on a very good map of Pennsylvania. However, during the time that it flourished, it was noted chiefly for its rocks, which were used all over the county to build churches, sheds, barns, and gravestones. The Droot family lived in a stone house, and Peter Droot was so wealthy that he was buried in a coffin imported from Bavaria, which was decorated with cherubs painted on porcelain and other sad scenes. His shroud was of genuine black Westphalian lace. His lawyer was of 100% Saxony stock and came from Philadelphia.
And to my daughter Elizabeth, I, Peter Droot, do will and bequeath the sum of £1,000. However, the sums I have already advanced to her in the amount of £800 shall be considered a part of this legacy. And to my sons, Francis and Peter, I leave the residue of my estate. But in the event of the death of either of my sons, without issue...
And his daughter Elizabeth, pure product of Heidelberg Township, was moved.
Some father I had, to leave to his own true daughter a measly £200.
You have done a deception to me.
Deception? How?
To tell me you were the favorite of the old man's children and would inherit the money. This is deception, to get me to be the husband of you.
John.
What?
I did not mean to deceive you.
Get thee away.
I begged you to believe me. Get thee from the chair and take my hand.
The likes of you, a spouse to the likes of me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I said it, Elizabeth. Get thee away.
That vile man, that father to me, to have done this to his daughter, that I have to wait until the death of my brothers to get to his wealth. That I have to wait until the death of my brothers to get to his wealth. That I have to wait until the death of my brother.
Yes, I heard it.
And that as each one of them would die, I would get £500.
Yes, I heard it. Elizabeth.
What, husband?
How well do you love your brothers?
Francis is the oldest, and I can recall one day at the quarry when he struck me with a stone. This scar.
And the younger one, Peter.
Who was named for my father, and as cruel as my father, and who became my father's favorite in my stead, who once called me a name I shall never forget.
Were they to die?
I am sister to them. I should weep. In your arms, husband. And you would make me smile again.
Smile now.
In your arms?
Yes.
John and Elizabeth Hauer, Pennsylvanian lovers. He, a stonemason who had more epitaphs at the tip of his chisel than any stonemason in the county. She, noted for her scar and her elderberry jelly. The old man just growing chill in his coffin from Bavaria. And John and Elizabeth, daughter and son-in-law, were getting ready to lay the rest of the family beside him.
I think we should start with the younger one first.
Why, whatever are you talking about?
He's better off dead than alive, anyhow.
Why, whatever are you talking about? Put me down. Put me down.
John put Elizabeth down and got on his horse. He rode to Harrisburg at a clip which can only be described as furious. Now in Harrisburg there lived a friend of his, an elderly gentleman who distilled things and bottled them. It is said that this gentleman could do a thing with toadstools and snake venom that you wouldn't believe. The gentleman, whose name is recorded in state annals as Uncle Hess der Kleine, was finally ducked in a pond for 12 minutes by the authorities. Well, John bought a few ounces of anessence from Uncle Hess and rode back to Heidelberg Township. And the next day, in the stone quarry, this is what happened.
And how is your brother Francis these days, Peter, lad?
I don't see much of him these days.
He's busy counting his money, I suppose, and yours.
He is a farmer. He farms.
A question, lad.
Aye, John?
Have you had the fancies lately?
How do you know about that?
Your sister, lad. She told me. How since a lad you have been seeing strangies and ghosties and whatnot.
And what of it?
Nothing, lad. Nothing.
It is true that I have been visited.
And me, too. Last week I was lying beneath the stars near the barn. There was a wailing, and I look about me. Such a beautiful fancy she was, and she was crying.
Go on, John.
Of such beauty. And I reached out my hands to her, and her image was smoke.
Wondrous.
I can see her any time I wish it.
How?
I have a thing here, a potion, a small bottle of it, prepared specially to lie under the stars to see this wondrous, beautiful lady.
Was she indeed so beautiful?
I am unschooled. I have not the words for her beauty.
Please.
What, lad?
Give me of that vial. Let me taste.
She stirs your imagination, lad.
Yes, oh yes.
You can almost see her in your mind now, can you not?
Even while you talk, I try to imagine her. Please, give me of the vial.
Here, drink it.
Yes.
All of it. Good lad. Tonight, lie down under the stars and see what will happen to you.
Thank you, John.
The bottle is good no longer. Throw it away, lad.
Poor lad, 18 years old and given to fancies. Now, all of us know that many lads of 18, even today, are given to fancies. But young Peter Droot was very rich and lived in Pennsylvania. And it was a rare moment indeed when he wasn't beginning or ending a fancy. And too, this, we must remember, was the era of potions to conjure up most anything, from rain to a lady made of smoke. So, young Peter Droot had everything going for him that night. Youth, imagination, and potion. He went out under the stars and lay down near the barn, just like his brother-in-law told him to do. What happened then may be described as a good night in the country gone to waste.
Oh, my stomach. Ooh, my stomach. My stomach. My stomach. Oh.
That rooster crowing really upset schedules in old Heidelberg Township that night. People and animals looked out of the window and wondered what ailed that rooster anyhow. It was too early to get out of bed and too late to go back to sleep, So they gave ear to the commotion. Through the din rose the wails of Peter Droop, who had seen no fancies, but was writhing with a terrible ache in his stomach. His brother Francis brought him back to the house and applied an old Pennsylvania poultice, which relieved the lad no end. So, the next morning, in the stone quarry...
And all that happened, John, was an ache right here. A grievous ache.
Poor lad. Lad.
Yes?
When you lay yourself down under the stars, which way were you facing?
Toward the east. Toward Bruder Gansel's farm.
I should have told you.
I did it wrong?
Oh, 'tis my fault. You faced the wrong way. However, come here. Walk with me. Sit yourself down here by this pile of rocks.
Here?
To your left a wee bit. Very good. Now close your eyes and think hard.
Of what?
Of beautiful things. And silently I will say a magical thing. And I will go from you a little and behind you. Peter, keep closed your eyes.
Say it. Say the magical thing.
Aye, right now. Men, all of you, the lad Peter Droot is buried beneath the rocks. He is dead.
No. No, I am not. The slide of rocks did not touch me. I heard their sound and I leaped and
What a relief it is to me. Oh, how happy I am.
But why have we come here, John? To the loft of the barn?
I have another way to show you the fancy.
How?
This rope I have here tied to the rafter. Place it about your neck.
Very well. Do not let me fall, for the rope is not long enough to reach the floor.
Is the rope tight enough about your neck now, lad?
Tight enough? For what?
For this?
John? The rope broke, John. Please don't be frightened. I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt at all.
And as long as Peter stayed alive, John couldn't collect any of the legacy, which is why John sat in a hayloft, head in hand, and pondered. Then John thought about an axe, and he pondered no more.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland.
A few notes about Pennsylvania as it neared the end of the 18th century. It was already a state to be reckoned with. General Washington had camped there during the winter of 1777-78 at a place known as Valley Forge. In the town of Chester, Mad Anthony Wayne drilled his troops in an unusual manner in the courthouse square. The western part of the state was rife with forests, game, trout streams, and beneath it, the silent flow of oil, to be discovered 50 years later in Titusville, of all places. A dominion of wealth, discovered and as yet undiscovered, of history, made and as yet unmade. To prove my point, a person by the name of Barbara Fritchie, who was born in Old Heidelberg Township, had not quite yet been born. But Across the street from the house where Barbara would first see the light of day, where her grubby little fingers would reach for her first needle, across the street lived John and Elizabeth Hauer, man and wife. As is our prerogative, let's look in on them.
The rope broke.
What a pity.
It seems I can't kill him. Something always goes wrong.
You always were a hasty man, ruin things.
In the barn this morning, I did everything neatly.
The rope broke.
It was a new rope.
And both of my brothers still live.
I thought of something.
Both of my brothers still live. And both of my brothers still live.
Would you listen, spouse?
I
thought of an axe.
And what did you think of an axe?
How it can smash things.
What things?
Tables.
And cups.
Chairs.
And chickens.
And skulls.
And skulls. And husband?
What?
Will you do it?
It will be done.
By whom? By you?
By a man I know and his friend.
And after it's done, what shall I have?
You will have no brothers.
And in their stead?
Money.
Husband.
Yes?
Lift me. Lift me. Spin me around.
Aye? What is it? To talk with you, Charles. Come in, man. To talk with me? Aye. Where's your friend, Patrick? Has the talk money in it? Aye. Before or after the occasion? A little before and much after. Patrick, wake. Wake. Wake, Patrick. There's money in it. Huh? John Hall. Aye. Come into here. Good evening to you, Patrick. Now, John Hall, speak to the both of us. My wife's brothers are alive. If they were to die, my dear wife would receive all of their money. And, is this the end of it? A very great sum of money. And? And this axe I have brought. It cuts deep. Aye. Well, Patrick? Uh-huh. Well, John Howard? Wait. It is enough. For now. Patrick, get out of bed, man.
There were frontiers in those days. As a matter of fact, our country was more frontier than anything else. And the people, those who survived, were the fittest. I would like to describe two fit people of the time. Charles McManus.
Which is my name. I am 42 years old. I stand 6 inches above 5 feet, and my weight is close to 200 pounds. Once in Killarney, I killed a man with my fists. I fled to America. In New York, I killed again, with my fist. I fled to the backwoods of Pennsylvania.
Patrick Donegan.
That's me. I am much too slight to kill with my fists. I must have steel in my hand. There was a woman in Donegal County. Her death brought me here, where I am now.
Very fit persons indeed. Killers, and attuned to the wilderness. They moved quietly.
The older one sleeps there, he said. Hold him, Patrick. And the young one sleeps in there, he said. Hold him, Patrick.
Are you a fancy?
Now we can go.
Now I'll do the dancing.
Come to me. Come to me.
They are dead. They are dead.
Outside the night is warm.
And there is moon.
And there will be us.
Gently. In a moment. John, hold me. Hold.
They came, the townspeople, and they knocked on the door of John Hauer and his wife Elizabeth. And they brought him and his wife to the house where Peter and Francis Droop were lying. Elizabeth fell down upon the floor and wept bitterly. John sat down and made no remark. And this is the tableau, 1 hour after the murder had been committed. And the townspeople had found that nothing had been plundered from the house. And the townspeople knew that only John and Elizabeth would profit from the death of the brothers. And an axe had been found. And a townsman knew it to be the axe of John Hauer. Then John Hauer made a remark.
I did not do it.
Then they asked him who did do it.
2 murderers.
2, they asked him. How do you know it was 2, John?
I hired them.
Hi, what is it?
So now it is, Charles. Open.
Where are these people? What people have you brought with you?
The man holding the torch there is Ebner. By his side and holding another torch is George. And then next to him, neighbors and neighbors and neighbors. They have come after you and after Patrick.
For what?
For what you have done.
For what?
For the murder of the brothers of my wife.
You hired us, John.
I told them that.
Patrick, wake up.
In June 1798, a trial was made charging the 3 men and Elizabeth Hauer with murder.
I have never been one whose life has been governed by the lust for money. Only love and sweet solicitude for my husband. If it has been my husband's immodesty to have committed murder, I do love him still.
I committed no murder.
He committed no murder, he says. He gave me an axe. He gave me money. I returned them and said, do your dirty work yourself. Didn't I, Patrick?
As sure as you're born. I heard you refuse the man distinct, and I heard him muttering that he'd do it himself.
Gentlemen of the jury, as your judge, I now charge you. The murder of Peter and Francis Droot rouses the indignation of the county. Its atrocity is unequaled by anything of the kind hitherto known in Pennsylvania. The execution of the murders was as horrid as the motives were base and groveling. The Keenest sensations must arise in the minds of all good men and worthy citizens.
The judge then went into particular detail of all the evidence that had been given and committed the case to the jury at 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they returned a verdict. John Hauer, guilty. Charles McManus, guilty. Patrick Donegan, guilty. Elizabeth Hauer, not guilty.
I'm pleased. I'm so pleased. Goodbye, my husband.
The guilty were all of them hanged on Saturday, July 14th, 1798. Elizabeth Hauer mourned for a respectable interval, then married again to one Obed Fanistock. The Fanistocks moved to Maryland, to the growing community of Cumberland, where they bought a house and a well and sold water to settlers moving west. And it all happened in old Heidelberg Township, which I can no longer find on the map.
The Droop Family, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Elizabeth and Clayton Post as John. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Sam Edwards, Paul Frees, and Charles Davis. George Walsh speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Coast to coast, gangbusters, police, the G-men are government agents marching against the underworld. Tonight, the case of the Wolverine. A shrinking, shadowy figure who stole out of the raging blizzards of the North Country to spread terror and destruction. That's tonight's Gangbusters. And our picture, our setting, is a special office turned over to Gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police for a proxy interview between Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, United States Army, and Tim Curran, former sheriff, Delta County, Michigan. Colonel Schwarzkopf. I understand tonight's case has a very unusual setting, Sheriff Curran. Yes, Schwarzkopf? The desolate North Woods on the Upper Peninsula of the state of Michigan. And it was out of the swirling blizzards of this region that the criminal known as the Wolverine struck. When I hear you mention blizzards, Colonel Schwarzkopf, my ears go right up. Why, Frank? Well, blizzards, cold, and rain make up what I call Sloan's liniment weather. And this winter, with fuel so carefully rationed, it's going to make heavier demands than ever on your bottle of reliable Sloan's liniment. So be prepared, as families the world over have prepared themselves during the past 50 years. Always have a bottle of Sloan's liniment handy. Sloan's, you know, takes only a jiffy to apply, and usually brings you quick and comforting relief in almost no time at all. No painful rubbing or massaging. Just pat Sloan's on that sore place and relax for a few minutes. You'll actually feel Sloan's go to work like a heat treatment, which seems to soothe the tightness and tiredness right out of that aching muscle. Don't let winter catch you unprepared. Ask your favorite druggist for a bottle of Sloan's liniment tomorrow. Now, Colonel, what about the blizzard you were discussing?
Well, Sheriff Thorne, where and when does the case of the Wolverine begin?
Late one cold winter's night near the town of Gross, Michigan. A fur trapper, Pierre DeGan, and his dog plodded through the heavy snowdrift toward the shack of another isolated trapper, John Charles. It was beginning to snow heavily. A blizzard was setting in.
Hey, wind, hey. But soon we warm up at this Charles' place, huh? Ah, there she is, by God. The delights with the pantry. I bet Mr. Charles is surprised to see us after all this month. Come on, boy. Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles. You wouldn't go out and leave the lights on. Maybe something wrong. Look at that. The door is swinging open by itself. Come on, boy. We go in and see. Mr. Charles. Mr. Yes. Mr. Charles rang on the door. Oh, good God. His head all blood. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? I'm here. Run back up with your hand. Come on up with your hand. What have you done to Mr. Charles? Shut up, man. My, you can steal. You steal my dog. I'm killing you, too, for sticking your nose in here at the wrong time. I can die there with your dog. Ticket agent, Northwest Canal Sewer Line Railroad Station.
Fred, that's you?
Yes. Who are you talking to?
Here's the gun. Fred.
Yeah?
There is bad trouble. Mr. Charles has been bitten and robbed in his cabin.
What's that you say?
And the gunman, he killed my dog and tried to kill me.
Good luck. Pierre, you saw this gunman, did you? Was he a big fellow with a black mask and a green mask and all?
Yes, but now you know, Fred.
That's the same critter robbed me here at the station 11 nights. The Wolverine. Told about 10 robberies he did. Pierre, did you call Sheriff Tim?
Well, Sheriff Tim don't answer the telephone. That is why I call you.
Yeah, all right, Pierre. I'll get the sheriff quick. I'll call him back right now.
I won't
put down that phone.
No?
How did you get it down? The Wolverine. You didn't expect me back again, did you? I want that cash box. That's just a little taste of what I'll give you. Get me the cash box. Here. Here's the cash box. There better be more money in it than last time. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. 9:30 Fred, right on time to pick me up. Now, Pop, you get yours. Keep your hands off of me. You're gonna call that two-bit sheriff, eh? Here's what I think of sheriff. Sit down, Detective Ross. Been doing a little checking on some police reports.
Sheriff Tim, this case has me dead beat.
You're right.
No wonder they call him the Wolverine. Seems to have an animal's instinct to avoid every trap we've set.
Now, let's do a little reasoning, Detective Ross. The Wolverine is no stranger to these North Michigan woods.
Mm-hmm.
Notice his cunning in heading for the railroad tracks after he told us.
Yes.
It prevents our tracking his footprints through the snow. All he has to do is hop a freight. The trail is lost.
Well, I certainly hope our new plan works, Sheriff Tim. got serious people are afraid to go out nights, barricading their doors, thinking each time they hear is the Wolverine stealing up on them.
If our first plan doesn't work for us, the second plan may. You know your assignment?
Yes, Sheriff. Stand guard at the North Escanaba Railroad Station every night.
Good. Chief Carswell will have men watching the other stations. It may take nights of watching, but this time, if the Wolverine returns, we'll be ready for him.
This railroad station's like an ice house. Probably warmer outside than in here. It'll be long after midnight. Made me jump. Didn't expect that thing to ring. The sheriff's the only one knows I'm here. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Who is it? Who is it?
I was just wondering, Detective Ross, if you were lonely down there at North Escanaba.
Who is it? Whoever you are, if you got anything to say, you better say it. Hello?
You should have been watching the railroad station up at Gladstone, Detective. I just dropped it. I thought I'd let you know.
Hello? Okay, brother, so the joke's on me, eh? Well, maybe not. You don't know about the other trap the sheriff said, and you've just swallowed it. Hook, line, and sinker.
This case gets more interesting all the time, Sheriff Cullen. I know our gangbusters listeners are anxious to know what this second trap was.
I know that I, for one, am most interested in Colonel Schwarzkopf, because I've been advising our gangbusters audience for a long time to set a few traps of their own. Traps that will catch muscular aches and pains in time to prevent needless suffering. It's very simple. First, guard against overexertion, accidents, and overexposure to raw weather. Second, if muscular distress does strike, despite all your precautions, apply Sloan's liniment at once. Third, be prepared. Always have a bottle of Sloan's liniment on your medicine shelf. The sooner you pat on Sloan's liniment, the sooner you can expect the quick and comforting relief of which Sloan's is so famous. And how welcome that relief is to you men who come in stiff and short in your jobs, or you youngsters with your football Charlie horses and roller skating bruises. Yes, even to you mothers, who often feel that a day's washing and cleaning has seemed to tie your muscles into knots. All you have to do is pat Sloan's on that aching back or stiff shoulder, and almost immediately you'll feel that gentle and penetrating warmth acting like a heat treatment to smooth out the kinks and miseries in those painful muscles. Remember, it's best to be prepared. Ask your druggist for Sloan's liniment next time you're shopping in his store. Well, Colonel, that's the kind of trap I've been setting. What about the trap we hope is going to close on the Wolverine?
Well, Sheriff Cullen, you told us how the Wolverine robbed the railroad station at Gladstone, Michigan, while the authorities were guarding the station at North Escanaba.
But without knowing it, the Wolverine fell into a carefully set police trap, Colonel Schwarzkopf. It took a little while for the trap to develop. But 3 days later, it was beginning to close. In Nick's small lunchroom on Main Street in Escanaba, Michigan, at exactly 14 minutes to 8 in the morning.
Hey, Nick, I've got a check for the food. Let me get out of here.
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Pence. Let's see. You wasted 60, 30, 85 cents, Mr. Pence.
Okay, Nick. Here's a dollar. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you.
So long.
Goodbye. He's a very fine man, P.A. You want any more coffee, P.A.?
Who is that, Nick?
Oh, that was a Joe Pence. And do you know him, P.A.?
Oh. No. First, seems like I heard that voice someplace.
Oh, monsieur. Mr. Pence used to live in Escanaba till 2 years ago, P.A., but he moved out the west to buy a ranch. Now he come back for a little while. I wish I had his money. If I had one of Mr. Pence's money, P.A., I wouldn't slave in a lunch cart like this.
No wonder you don't have his money, Nick. Look what you are doing.
What am I doing? What do you know? I roll up a dollar bill again with a paper napkin and get it thrown away. That's a good one out of me, all right. Thrown away dollar bills. I better put it in the cash register. That's a good one of me. Throw a dollar bill away.
Then, at 9 o'clock that night, Colonel...
I'm so excited, Chief Croswell. I rushed right over here to your police office. Chief Croswell, don't you see? This dollar bill that I make a mistake about and roll up into my napkin. She's one of the stolen money from Gladstone Railroad Station. There's the mark on the front of it, like you want on the stock.
Now, easy, Nick. Calm down.
Yeah.
This is one of the marked bills, all right, but Nick, when the Wolverine robbed the Gladstone station, he had no idea he was stealing marked money. Oh. But he was. He had every bill in the Gladstone station marked. And this dollar bill certainly has our marking on it.
Well, you told me, Chief Creswell, to watch all the bills with that little mark on it. I'd do it. I see the mark on that dollar.
You say it was your parent who gave you this dollar, Nick?
Absolutely, Chief Creswell. Positively, without the moral perception. This morning in my lunchroom, he gave it to me. I remember well, I started to roll it up into my napkin and throw it away, but Pierre the guy who was there, he saw me almost to throw it away.
I wonder where parents got it. I noticed parents back in town, Nick. I understand you bought a ranch out west.
Well, sure, but I ain't saying to Mr. Parent who stole this money, Chief Caldwell. I'm going to get to saying to Mr. Parent who gave it to me. Maybe somebody else should give it to Mr. Parent.
Well, you did a good job spotting it, Nick. It's the first mark bill is turned up.
Pretty good eye for an older man, eh? When I see it in my cash register, I get so excited, I knock over 2 packs of a bottle.
Yeah, well, I know the hotel Mr. Parent's stopping at. Think I'll drop over there and see what he can tell me about this dollar bill. Who is it? Police Chief Creswell. Police? Oh, just a minute. Hello, Mr. Parent. I heard you were back in town. Well, I was wondering if you had any idea where you picked it up.
Oh, I see. Where I picked it up.
Yeah.
I know, Chief. I'm afraid I can't help you. I might have gotten it anywhere.
Well, can you think where you changed any bills? You may even have more than marked money on you. Take a look in your wallet.
My wallet?
Yeah.
Okay, I have it right here in my back pocket.
Hey, what's the idea of that gun, Parent?
As though you didn't know, copper. Turn around and watch out that closet in the corner. Come on.
Oh, you're the Wolverine.
Move or I'll plug you.
Yeah, I know you will.
Pretty clever marking that money, Chief. But I won't help you now. Open that closet door, Chief. Now get him. What? Oh, can't your arm the door will close, eh? I'll fix your arm. I'll fight you. Now, wise guy. Nuts, I forgot his gun. I better slam. No, you don't, Parent. Tell me you're right, shoot.
Good job. Going right through that balcony window. A quick search of the alley tunnel showed where Parent had landed. There were bloodstains in the snow. Chief Caldwell, following the stains and seeing that they led toward the railroad tracks, hurried back to headquarters and rounded up all available men. All right, men. Now get lanterns and flashlights. Bloodstains leading toward the tracks. I checked with the railroad and there's no train passing through. This time we got the Wolverine in the open. Now, Jim, you be ready to swear in more deputies. We need them. I'll let you know. Right, sir. Okay, men. Everyone set? I will spread out and cover the railroad tracks. Come on, let's go. The trail led along the railroad for half a mile, Colonel, and then branched off into heavy brush and woodland, where the eventually was lost. Then, just before midnight, a report came that footprints, evidently apparent, had been seen entering the forest 4 miles to the east. Chief Caldwell and Pierre de Gun, whose dog Parent had killed, and who since had been deputized, were nearest the spot and picked up the trail. It was 18 below zero. Snow falling heavily.
Chief Caldwell, this note is for the past. He's flat out Parent's footmark.
Well, we got a hurry, Pierre. Looks like he's heading for Big Plate Lake and the railroad beyond. You're the best trapper in the state, Pierre. If anybody can trail him, you can.
Yes, we got to be careful, Chief Caldwell. Oh, may wait in ambush and kill before we see him.
Stop. Huh? Something moving over there by those bushes.
That is just another of those stray devils. They ever bunched together in wolf pack, Chief Caldwell. We be in one tough but.
Yeah. Well, let's go on.
What color?
Stop. There is something up ahead this time.
A shack just back of the street.
That's probably why Parent headed this way. To get to that shack, out of the wind. We'll sneak up to that side window. Careful now.
See anything?
Well, looks empty inside.
We'll try the door.
The devil, this trap is going right into my leg.
Oh, Tracy,
see if I can pry the trap open. There. It's open a little. Can you pull your leg out? Little big boy, please. Yes. That's here. The legs ripped to pieces. Devil Baron said he dropped. Baron knew he was running in. He said to drop in front of the door. Put your arm around my neck. I'll have you inside the shack. Mr. Long, he will get away. Well, I've got to fix this place here. You'll die if I leave him here. If he snows, he will block out our strikes. He thought, well, he will get away. I'm afraid of that, but right now it's your life we got to worry about. Come on, put your arm around me.
That was a very unusual accident, Sheriff Kern. The police actually being stopped by a bear trap. Yes, Dennis, what's up? And it enabled parents to escape. Alarms were flashed out. And late the next day, word came that a man answering parents' description had been seen near the railroad station at Champion. Sheriff Kim and Detective Ross left for Champion immediately.
Well, Sheriff Kim, I guess there's no sense hanging around this railroad station any longer. That must have been it when he saw the station agent and spotted him.
Yeah. What I'm afraid of, Detective Ross, is that Dad will hop a train and head for the Canadian border.
If there are no more trains out of here tonight, Sheriff.
Well, what there is a 10:30 train leaves from over at Astoria tonight.
Sheriff Kim, we should never get over there in time. It's 5 after 10 now, and Astoria is 11 miles away.
We've got to make it in time.
But how?
There's only one possible way. See out there on the railroad siding?
The handcar, Sheriff Kim?
Yes. That's our only chance. We've got to pump that handcar and get to Astoria before the train's out.
Holy smoke.
Come on, there's no time to lose. Every second counts. Detective Ross.
This is the first time I've ever pumped a handcar, Sheriff Kim. My half broke. Keep pumping.
That mighty force will be catching up us any minute now. I've gone after criminals in many ways, but never before on a handcar.
If the train overtakes us while we're on this trestle, let us stop, Mr. Sheriff.
Faster.
Get on the train now. We haven't a chance.
We've got to get across this trestle. Keep stopping.
We can't make it. We're almost there. I can see the engine lights right back of us. Come on.
There, we did it. We're out. Got to dump this handcar off the track so the train will be right. Come on. I'll run for the railroad station. All right. What's that now? People are getting on. Is he fine?
No, it's Mr.
Wait. There he is. Where? Near that woman with the suitcase. What now? He's right back of her.
Yes, we got to get him before he can move his gun.
But he's going to stop with her, too. Stand still. He's looking this way. He's shooting. Come on. Rush him. Look out, Sheriff. He's pulling your gun. Stop off that gun. Kill you. Stop. Put the gun on him. All right. Let him go. Let him off. Well, I'll take it, Sheriff.
Now I have.
Another simulated treasure. Hopping trains was always part of your scheme, Parrot. But this is one train you're missing. Come on. You're going in the opposite direction.
Sheriff Kern, the police did a remarkable job in ending the menace of the Wolverine. Thank you for telling us this case. Yes, Lieutenant Schwarzkopf, Joseph Parent had proved one of the most elusive and wily criminals. But today, Joseph Parent is behind bars at the Marquette State Prison in Michigan. Well, that certainly was quick thinking on the part of Sheriff Kim and Detective Ross in using that handcar to cut off Parent's escape. I was just going to mention that, Colonel Schwarzkopf, but when Detective Ross complained a few seconds ago that his back was half broke with working the handcar, it brought to my mind the many letters we received from regular railroad men applauding Sloan's liniment. And praise from them is praise indeed. Yes, Sloan's liniment helps to save many an hour's work that might otherwise be lost. And these days, when every pair of hands count, that's important. And that's the reason so many men make sure to keep a bottle of Sloan's liniment on the job with them, as well as on the medicine shelf at home. Because Sloan's is the pat-on liniment. All you need is a few minutes during a rest period or your lunch hour to apply it to that sore and aching muscle. Like a heat treatment, Sloan's will be helping to bring you quick and comforting relief while you work. Just pat Sloan's on. That's all there is to it. So tonight or tomorrow, on your way home from work, drop in at a convenient drugstore and get a bottle of dependable Sloan's liniment to keep in your locker. You'll find Sloan a real friend in need when you want relief in a hurry. And now, Gangbusters presents its nationwide clues of criminals still at large. Wanted for questioning, murder, man described as 70, about 5 feet 8 inches, 160 pounds, thinning gray hair, parted left side, thinning gray hair, parted left side, gray-brown eyes with prominent crow's feet, gray-brown eyes with prominent crow's feet, no teeth, refers to himself as yours truly, man of 70, gray hair parted on left side, crow's feet around eyes, refers to himself as yours truly, man fitting this description, sought for questioning concerning murder by Sheriff's Office, Port Orchard, Washington. Charged with bank robbery, George Sanctum, 32, 6 feet 1/4 inch, 155 pounds, hair dark, combed back, long nose, deformed, slopes to right side, long nose, deformed, slopes to right side, long neck with prominent Adam's apple, long neck with prominent Adam's apple, large hands, walks very erect, never wears hat, likes to play cards, never wears hat, likes to play cards, man, 32, tall, slim, nose sloping to right, long neck with prominent Adam's apple, man fitting this description, wanted for questioning, bank robbery, Katona, New York. Charged with violation National Motor Vehicle Theft Act, Edward Hendrickson, 42, 5 feet 9 inches, 165 pounds, heavy black hair, dark eyes, scar over right eye, scar right cheek, scar left front chin, mole left cheek, nose turns up at end, gold cap upper front tooth, tip left index finger amputated, neat dresser, likes to play golf, bridge. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. And now here's what Philip H. Lord has planned for next week. Gangbusters friends, for Sloan's Liniment next week, we're going to take you behind the scenes as a modern police department unravels a series of baffling incidents. Learn how the police found a paper matchbox, an umbrella, and an antifreeze tag. Hear how these small articles set the police on the trail of an infamous gang and the startling climax. You won't want to miss 1 second of next week's gripping Sloan's Liniment presentation of Gangbusters. Gangbusters is a Philip H. Lord production which has originated in New York.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Hoppy Takes a Chance. September at the Bar 20. Like all cattle ranchers, is a happy month for the line riders, the lonely cowboys whose duty it is to patrol the boundaries of the ranch and see to it that the outfit stock stays on the reservation. It's a happy time because it marks the end of the season for them and the friendly atmosphere of the ranch house just around the corner. But Bob Cranston was different from the rest. There was a frown on his face as Hoppy rode up to him on the ridge south of the Bar 20 ranch house.
Hi there, Waddy. How's it going?
Can't complain, Hoppy.
Good. I figure on sending you out at sunup tomorrow. Make a circuit of the ranch boundaries, run down the strays, and kick any of Salinger's cows back onto their own territory. Take you a week or so.
Oh, okay, boss.
How do you like the new job?
Fine, I reckon. Wondered if I might keep right at it on through the winter after cutting out in Brandon.
You mean you want that winter job?
Sure, why not?
Bucking the snowdrift, running down weak dogies in a blizzard. Most of my boys yammer like a stuck pig when I hand them an assignment like that.
Well, I don't know. I ain't much of a hand around the ranch house. Like to be off by myself. I don't mind the cold. If you'd give me the job, I'd sure work at it, Hoppy.
Well, brother, if you want it, you get it. Come on, Topper, let's get back to headquarters.
Hoppy.
Sheriff, what are you doing here?
Oh, just dropping by on a friendly call, Hoppy. You know Shelby Selinger here.
Sure. Hello, Mr. Selinger. Have a chair.
Thanks. How are you, Cassidy?
Great. Just sent one of my line riders out to hustle your stock back on the reservation. Seems an awful lot of Circle C cows like Bar 20 grass better than their own.
Save your rider a lot of work, Cassidy. I sold them off last week. I needed the money.
I see.
Yeah, Mr. Selinger got payment before delivery and shipped $12,000 out by stage day before yesterday, Hoppy.
Yeah?
Pay off a loan on his ranch.
Yeah?
It didn't get very far.
What do you mean?
About as far as the blind turn on the stage road. Road agent shot the driver outright.
Wait a minute. Clem Yates was guard on that stage.
Shot him down in cold blood.
Clem? How could anybody...
Yeah, that's the way we all feel, Hoppy. Folks in town are ready for a lynching.
You got any leads?
We know who it is. His name's Johnny McIver.
Is that so?
Yeah. We talked to the only passenger on the stage, a girl named Van Richards. She described him for us.
Who is this McIver?
Young fella, about 25 or so. Just got out of prison. Came through this part of the country a few days ago looking for a job. We, wondered if he came by here.
I'll keep on the lookout for him, Sheriff.
The townspeople have put up a reward.
Well, if he shot Clem Yates, that's all the encouragement I need.
We can sure use your help, Hoppy.
You'll get it, Sheriff.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Goodbye. California.
Huh? How are you, Hoppy? I was just frying up half a dozen eggs here to tide me over till dinner.
Forget your stomach for once.
Hoppy, eggs is brain.
I don't need your brain. I need the seat of your pants in the saddle, right now.
What's up?
I want you to ride down the South Ridge and pick up Bob Cranston.
You mean the new hand you put on yesterday?
That's right. I want to find out why he calls himself Cranston when his real name is Johnny McIver.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, Hoppy Takes a Chance. 2 men have been murdered. One of them, the beloved Clem Yates, when the mail stage out of Baker's Crossing was held up and robbed by a masked bandit. The sheriff and the townspeople are sure the robber is Johnny McIver, a young ex-convict. And while they scour the country for him, Hoppy is talking to him in the main room of the Bar 20 ranch house.
You've got to believe me, Hoppy. I had nothing to do with this. I didn't...
Take it easy, Bob. I'm not accusing you, yet.
How come you changed your handle, Sonny? Seems to me we hired a hand named Bob Cranston.
I told you, California. People just can't deal an ex-convict a straight hand.
I can understand that. But you didn't need a new name around here. We take a man for what he is, not what he used to be.
I wish they were all like you. Mr. Sellinger didn't look at it that way.
Sellinger?
Yeah. When I first got to town a few days ago, I hit him for a job.
When was that?
Let me see. Wednesday afternoon.
And the stage was held up that night at 8. What did Sellinger tell you?
He told me to come back about 10 o'clock. Said he'd let me know then.
So you went back, huh?
Yeah, I started back from town about 7. Didn't see anyone till I got to that place where it fords the creek. You know, there's a grove of cottonwoods there.
Yep, I know the place.
There was a fire going and a couple of men boiling up some coffee. They said they were from Sellinger's ranch.
What did they look like?
One of them was heavy set, wore a pair of side whiskers.
That'd be Sam Wellman.
Who?
Sellinger's ranch foreman. What about the other one?
He was red-headed, kind of short.
Yeah, it's Red Conroy. What happened then?
They told me Sellinger wasn't back to the ranch yet. Asked me to have a cup of coffee with them. It was pretty chilly, and I figured a cup of coffee would taste good, so...
So you accepted the invitation?
Yeah. They said Mr. Sellinger had passed right by there on his way back. Well, we sat around a while, then the redhead pulled out a pack of cards and suggested a game.
Uh-oh. Them fellers are sure death at poker.
Huh?
Red and Sam are a couple of pretty slick poker players. How much did you lose?
I didn't lose. I won $300.
Huh? Sonny, you're wasting your time as a cowpoke. Anyone who can skin them coyotes that draw poker is...
Wait a minute, California. You pretty good at poker, Bob?
Oh, just fair. They played pretty stupid. I took $100 pot with a pair of 10s.
Huh? Playing against Red Conroy and Sam Wellman?
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this makes sense. What did you do with the $300, Bob?
I saved it. They told me a lot of places I could blow it in town, but I didn't.
They did, huh?
Now what's that got to do with it, Hoppy?
I'm not sure yet, but I got an idea. The coach was robbed at 8 o'clock. Where were you at that time, Bob?
That was about 30 minutes before I met the 2 men. I was at the trail quite a piece.
Alone. No alibi.
I guess not.
About a half hour after the robbery, you run onto Red and Sam and win $300 from them at poker. They figure, of course, you'll roll into town and blow it sky high. When did Sellinger finally show up?
Well, I don't know. About 10, I guess.
And he turned you down?
Yeah. Said he didn't want any truck with jailbirds.
I see. Well, before we start out, I want you to know I'm going to give you every break I can. If you're telling the truth, I'll stand up with you against the whole town. If you're not...
I'm not worrying about that, Hoppy.
Okay, let's get going.
Where?
The blind turn on the stage road, where the coach was robbed. Maybe we can find a few tracks. Bob?
Yeah?
You can check your gun here at the ranch house. California and I'll take care of any shooting that has to be done.
Any luck, Hoppy?
No, not a chance of finding any tracks on the road here. Someone came through here with a bunch of cattle after it happened.
That was Sellinger. That bunch of steers he just sold.
Tell me something, California.
Anything you want, Hoppy. My brain's at your service.
Well, harness it up for a minute. You planned to hold up the mail coach here. Where would you hide out?
That's a cinch. Right behind the tree yonder.
That's what I thought. Come on.
Hey, I sit over there behind the tree.
Sure. So naturally, a smart bandit would hide up in those rocks above the turn.
Hop along, Cassidy, so help me.
Don't get insulted, California. You got a wonderful pair of feet.
Pretty hard to find any tracks in these granite rocks, Hoppy.
Yeah, especially when the robber was careful not to make any. Getting pretty dark now, too. You got a match, Bob?
No, I don't carry him.
Oh. Well, no use looking around here in the dark. May as well ride over to that cottonwood grove by the creek. See if there's anything left of that campfire that you sat around.
No dice, Hoppy. There ain't a thing to show anyone's been here. Not a track, not a sign of a campfire.
But I told you the truth, Hoppy. I was here. Someone's cleaned the place up.
I know it.
Huh?
You mean you believe me?
I think I believed you from the first, Bob. Now I got proof.
But we ain't found a thing, Hoppy. Now, how can you...
That's just it. Not what we found, it's what we didn't find.
What do you mean?
One of our line riders uses this place regularly. Builds his fire right here in the clearing. The ashes would be here if someone didn't have a reason for cleaning them up. They knew Bob had come here with his story. They wanted to make a liar out of him.
You mean Sam and Red?
Yeah. And back there at the blind turn, we didn't find any tracks on that granite. But I found something else.
What was that?
That's why I asked you for that match. I never saw a cigarette smoker yet who didn't carry matches. One of the robbers left this behind.
Well, I'll be a cigarette butt.
Yeah.
You think it was Sam and Red?
And someone else. The man who planned the job. I can't think of a single reason why a man would drive a herd of cattle 6 miles out of the way. Unless there were some embarrassing tracks he wanted to cover up.
Lord Almighty. Salinger.
That's right. Salinger.
Hoppy, amigo, you come here to my Fiesta Saloon once in the blue moon. The sarsaparilla, she is on me.
Afraid I haven't time for a drink, Mike. I got a lot of things on my mind right now.
You tell Mike the sicko, eh? Maybe I help, quien sabe.
What do you know about Salinger, Mike? Seems to me he was up against us for money for a while back.
Why do you ask, Hoppy?
That's pretty important right now to a kid named Johnny McIver.
That kid, he make one big mistake when he killed Clem Yates.
You think he did it?
The whole town thinks so. His life, she's worth 2 centavos, maybe less.
You know why, Mike? Because the kid has a prison record.
See.
He's the second man who came to Baker's Crossing with a record, Mike.
See.
And he feels like you did when you got out. He wants to go straight if the people here to let him alone.
You have kept our secret well these 10 years, Hoppy. But why do you ask about Salinger?
Because I think you know how bad he needs money.
See, he tried to borrow $10,000 from me 2 weeks ago. His rancho, the Circle C, she's in one butt fix.
That's what I thought. He got his money, Mike.
Huh? What do you mean?
He figured by shipping that cattle money express and robbing the stage, he'd collect from Wells Fargo, too. A nice way to devil your money. You got a young ex-convict handy to take the blame.
Madre de Dios, you mean Salinger?
Yeah, with Red Conroy and Sam Wellman to give him a hand.
Hoppy, you can prove this?
There was one passenger on the stage, a girl named Ann Richard. I think she knows more than she's telling.
Oh, but the word of a young senorita against Salinger. No, she's no good, Hoppy. She's not enough.
Mike.
See?
That's just why I came to see you.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and Hoppy Takes a Chance. Hoppy is sure now that Shelby Salinger and his two henchmen engineered the robbery of the mail stage, carrying his own money, knowing that Johnny McIver, a young ex-convict, would be blamed. But it's quite another matter to prove it. That's why Hoppy has called on Ann Richards, the one passenger on the stage during the robbery and the only living witness.
Please, Mr. Cassidy, that's all I know. It's just as I told the sheriff.
I tell you, I want to know the truth, Miss Richards. I want to know exactly what happened on that stage from the minute the driver pulled up at that blind corner.
But I've told you.
You told me what someone's forcing you to say.
Hoppy.
Yeah?
Fred Conroy, standing across the street. I just seen him through the window.
I know.
Huh?
I made sure he saw me come here. Keep an eye on him.
Sure, Hoppy. Oh, I sure wish I knowed what was going on.
You know what you're doing, Mr. Cassidy. He's watching this house. He'll do anything, kill me, anything.
Wait a minute, Miss Richards. I wonder if you know what you're doing.
I tell you, he'll kill me. Do you understand that? He'll stop at nothing.
Listen to me. You're the only witness to that robbery. Because you said so, they're out looking for one man instead of three. Because you said so, they'll hang Johnny McIver. Because he happens to have a prison record and no alibi.
I can't help it. I can't.
If you want it in plain English, Miss Richards, you're yellow. You're willing to let an innocent man hang to save your own skin.
But it's too late to do anything now. The people are ready to lynch him. I can't stop them. What can I do now?
You can tell me really what happened out there at that blind corner.
You're right, Mr. Cassidy. I guess I am a coward. I don't know. When they came here and threatened me.
Who?
Conroy and Wellman. They said they'd kill me if I didn't tell the story the way they wanted it.
Well, let's have it now.
There wasn't just one man, Mr. Cassidy. There were two.
Conroy and Wellman.
I think so. I couldn't identify them out there on the road. They wore masks, and one kept calling the other McIver.
I see.
I was inside the coach when they forced Clem Yates to get down. He was right next to the window. I heard him say, McIver? You're not McIver.
Then what?
That's when the shot came.
Hey, he's coming across the street.
There he is now. Get behind the door when I open it. You know what to do. Stay right here, Miss Richards. Ready?
Let her rip. Hello, Cassidy.
Conroy, what can I do for you?
I can talk better inside. Especially with a gun in my hand.
You think that's going to get you anywhere, Red?
Put your hands up, Cassidy. That's better. You know, you got a bad habit. Messing around in things that ain't your business. And I'm going to break you of that right now. Before you get your nose caught in somebody's keyhole. Keep those hands up, Cassidy. Did you hear what I said?
Nice work, California.
Hit him too hard. My gun butt will never be the same.
Mr. Cassidy.
You see, Miss Richards, these tough guys aren't so bad when you use the right kind of diplomacy. Get some rope out back, California. We're going to truss this turkey up so that he won't come undone till roasting time.
Right, Huffy.
Why are you going through his pockets?
Ah, here we are.
A letter?
Yeah, and it ought to be just what the doctor ordered. You see, Miss Richards, we can hook Red and Sam on your testimony. But there's no way we can touch Salinger. That is, unless either Red or Sam decide to talk.
They'll never do that. You don't know them, Mr. Cassidy.
And, Miss Richards, you don't know Mike DeSico.
So, she's changed the story, Huck.
Yeah.
Muy bueno.
But not good enough. I want Salinger, too. And if she tells her story now, we'll lose any chance of getting him.
Wait.
Huh?
Don't turn around. The sheriff just came in.
Quick, take this.
Yes?
A letter Red Conroy wrote to a girl in Council City.
Ah, bueno.
Morning, Hoppy.
Oh, howdy, Sheriff. Anything new?
Been keeping mighty busy, Hoppy.
Me, too. Got no business hanging around the fiesta here. Gotta get on back to the ranch.
Just a minute, Hoppy.
Huh?
Don't run off. But you might like to know Johnny McIver was spotted by a posseman an hour ago, riding line on the Bar 20.
Which means what?
Which means you're under arrest, concealing and giving shelter to a public enemy. Sorry, Hoppy, but you're going to jail.
What can I do for you, gents? Howdy. I'm California Carlson. This here's Mike DeSico. I'd like to see Hopalong Cassidy, if you don't mind.
Well, I don't know. Sheriff said no one wants to see him.
What, okay? That means why not in Mexico.
Already told you. Sheriff said no one wants to see him.
Well, nothing to do but wait until the sheriff gets back, eh?
Reckon so. Mind if we sit down?
Free country. Jail's public property. Sit anywhere you please.
Gracias.
That means thanks in Mexico.
You sit in the chair there, and Mike and I'll sit in this here packing box.
Excuse me a minute, gents. I just want to check up on the prisoner.
Mike, did you get a look at them cell keys hanging from his belt?
See?
Can you get them?
Can I get them? At the age of 6, I was the second best pickpocket in Mexico City.
Who was the best?
My papa. We'll get him when he sits down. You pull the chair and grab his gun, no?
Here he comes.
$100. Stone walls do not a prison make, the fella says. Ain't never seen the Baker's Crossing jail, I reckon.
Poor old Hoppy. Wonder if he's had his dinner.
Oh, don't worry. Sheriff will bring him something when he gets back. Say, you fellas play cards? Thought we might have a little game while we're waiting. I've got a deck right here someplace and draw the deck. Oh, yes, here we are.
Maybe a little penny ante, no?
10th of a cent I always play. Now...
Suffering snakes, sir. You hurt yourself?
Let me help you.
Chair went right out from under me. Don't know what happened.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Foot slipped under the desk, caught on something down there. Now, what in tarnation?
What's the matter here? You're stuck.
Got my foot jammed in the spittoon. Trapped like a rat I am.
No dice. Oh, let me get a new Holt here.
That won't work neither, only making my leg longer. Gotta move the desk.
Guess so. There she goes.
Son, get off of that foot, you crazy spittoon. Get off it. Hey, ain't had a world like that since I stepped in a bar trap one winter in Montana. Let's get the desk back on her feet. Hey.
What's the matter?
Where's the other feller?
You mean Mike. Well, doggone, looks like he went.
Trying to pull the wool over my eyes, eh? He's back there at Cassidy's cell. That's where he is. I'll show that feller rules is rules.
Yeah, by golly, you show him.
Hey, you down there, stop the name of the law.
What do you see?
Look at that. Door's open. Tag's busted. He took my keys.
Well, take a look inside. Maybe Hoppy's hiding under the bed or something.
I confounded I can see, can't I? She's as empty as the day she was made. Hey! Wait a minute! Open the door! Get me out of here! Get me out!
Hoppy!
Get me out of here!
Mike!
You got him?
Sure, I got him.
Come on, let's get going. Yeah, we haven't much time.
Wait a minute, you varmint, so help me.
Adios, amigo.
Adios! What does that mean?
That's goodbye in Mexican.
Let's show you up here now.
We'll show you what justice is, Sheriff.
Quiet, everyone. It's my duty to see justice is done. That's why I've come out here to the bar 20 after Johnny MacIver. If he's found guilty by a jury after he's had a fair trial, he'll get the full punishment under the law. And not until...
We'll give you 5 minutes to turn him over, Sheriff.
Yes, just 5 minutes.
Getting mighty rough out there, Sullinger. Don't think we can hold out much longer.
He hasn't got a chance. He don't deserve a chance.
The law says he gets a fair trial, Sam. That mob ain't gonna take him without a fight.
12 men against that mob out there? You're out of your mind, Sheriff.
You got any ideas, Sullinger?
Yeah. If you went out on the porch there and grabbed their attention, the kid and I might be able to get away from the rear.
Say, that might work, Sheriff. If we could get him back to the jailhouse, we might be able to hold him off.
And if the mob spotted you?
Well, that's the chance we have to take.
back to Hopalong Cassidy.
I don't know about that, Sullinger. If you take Johnny McIver out the back way and make a run for it...
Now, don't you see it's the only chance? The men you got won't stand up against that mob for 2 minutes.
Well, I guess we'll have to try it. But an awful lot depends on you.
You just leave it to me, Sheriff, and things will turn out just fine.
I'll bring the kid in. Come here, McIver. I want to... Cassidy!
Hello, Sheriff.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I got kind of bored down at the jail. Hello, Sullinger. And Sam Wellman. Welcome to Bar 20. You're just in time for the payoff.
What are you talking about, Cassidy?
This.
What's that?
A little billet due from your pal Red Conroy. Starts out, the following is my true and complete confession on the hold-up and murder at the Blind Turn at 8 o'clock on the night of September 12th.
Let me see that.
Not so fast, Sullinger. Want to take a look at it, Sheriff?
Yeah.
It's a trick.
Shut up, Sullinger. It's Red Conroy's handwriting, all right. I can tell it a mile away.
What'd you do with him, Cassidy?
He's taking it easy in town.
And while I stood guard at the bend, Sam Wellman walked up to Clem Yates.
It's a lie. Conroy killed you. Shut up, Sam. That double-crosser ain't going to frame me, and you ain't either, Sullinger. I never pulled a trigger. Sam!
Get away from him, Sullinger.
Sullinger shot the driver, Sheriff. It's the truth, so help me. I was keeping watch.
And it was Red who walked up to Clem Yates, huh?
Yeah.
Stay where you are, Sullinger. Keep your hands up.
I'll get you for this, Wellman, so help me, huh?
You ain't getting anyone now, Sullinger. You're going to turn around while I march the two of you out on the porch and read this confession to the crowd. Come on now. Get going.
Did it work, Hoppy?
Yeah. It's going out on the porch.
It was a mite too close for me, Hoppy.
Me too, California.
How about me?
You got a clean slate now, Bob. From here on in, it's up to you. And you can thank Mike here for small favors.
Oh, it was nothing, amigo. As they say in Mexico, la cuerda se rompe por lo más delgado. The rope she break at the weakest point. Es verdad, no?
Yeah. And we all have another secret to keep. Eh, Mike?
What's that, Hoppy?
That confession of Red Conroy's. Or maybe you didn't know that Mike DeSico, in his heyday, was the best forger west of the Mississippi.
It's mighty peaceful at the Bar 20 now that this Johnny McIver affair is over, but somehow things never stay that way for very long. Hoppy in California will be riding into more dangerous adventure real soon. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Hoppy Takes a Chance was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers, brought to you by Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel and stand.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Out of the West and into your home, riding the range of mystery and adventure, blazing the trail of Western story and song. Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, that teller of tall tales, Gaffy Hayes, the Queen of the West, Dale Evans, and in person, the King of the Cowboys himself, Roy Rogers.
Well, howdy, folks. This is Roy Rogers. If you buckaroos like excitement, you've come to the right place to get it, because something mighty exciting happened down our way, and we're going to tell you about it right now. My good old pal Gabby Hayes will start the telling, won't you, Pappy?
Sure will, son. Buckaroos, get you some bear grease and plaster down your hair right now, because if you don't, it'll be standing on end before we finish this story. We call it Ghost Town Men. I guess you know about that there ghost town near Paradise Valley. It was a mining community once, but when the mines played out, everybody moved away, and now nothing is there, except a few weather-beaten buildings standing around. Well, a couple days ago, my pal Roy and me rode into Mineral City and wanted to buy some supplies for Roy's Double R Bar Ranch.
Whoa, easy, Trigger. Happy will tie up here. You start buying the supplies while I hunt up the sheriff.
You better let me see to the sheriff, son. I know how to handle matters of law.
All I want done is a report made that somebody stole a yearling from our herd and left the money out on the porch to pay for it.
Yes, that's St.
Now, wait a minute. And when it comes to buying supplies, well, you're such a sharp bargainer, nobody dare cheat you.
Yeah, of course. You're right, son. I better buy the supplies. You see, I'm real cagey, and you get trimmed down like a 25-cent haircut.
Howdy, Roy, Daddy.
Hi, Dale. Hey, why didn't you say you were coming to town this morning, Dale?
Well, I might as well have stayed home for all the good it's done me.
I'll go start dickering, son.
Right, Pappy. What do you mean, Dale?
Well, I came in with one of my riders, Steve Hamilton, to get some groceries for the Circle E, but the general store doesn't seem to have any.
No groceries? How come?
Somebody broke into the store last night, took half the merchandise, and left money to pay for it on the counter.
Left money?
Yes, sir.
Dale, that's the third time something like this has happened in Paradise Valley.
Miss Dale, drop your eyes and turn your back.
Gabby.
What's the matter?
Steve Hamilton's coming down the street dressed in a molasses barrel and waving a $20 bill in his teeth.
He's what?
Well, now calm down.
He got almost to the blacksmith, and somebody yanked him from his horse, pulled off his shirt and Levi's and his boots and hat, and then gave him a $20 bill and rode off. Mr. Hawkins, he supplied the molasses barrel.
Now, why would anyone do such a thing to Steve?
Dale, some dude may think he's having a lot of fun taking our cattle and groceries and ripping the clothes off the men.
Varmint.
But it's no fun for us, and we better put a stop to the whole thing right now.
Steve's walking. He's holding the sticky molasses barrel up with one hand and leading his horse with the t'other.
Gabby, bring him around to the back entrance of the dry goods store. Dale and I will meet him there with some new clothes.
Sure thing, Roy.
We'll find out what these hombres look like and ride out after them. This business has gone past funny stage.
The odd part is, I didn't see the men, Roy.
You must have, Steve.
But if they jumped...
I was headed for the blacksmith shop, walking my horse because he'd thrown a shoe, when an old man stopped me to ask if I knew where I could buy a good second-hand watch.
A real old feller?
Yeah. And while I was trying to answer him, somebody slipped up from behind, pulled me off my horse, slapped the blindfold on me, and took my clothes.
You didn't see him at all?
There was two of them. And I think I'd recognize their voices, but I don't know anything more.
Two besides the old man?
Yeah.
What was the old feller like, Steve?
Oh, I guess he could be called a desert rat, Gabby.
Uh-huh.
Steve, you go ahead and get your horse shod. We'll circle around a little and see if we can't pick up that trail of those hombres.
All right, Roy. If you need help, call me.
Come on, Gabby. Dale, we'll stop over at the sheriff's office first thing and report this to him.
Just a second, son.
What's the trouble?
Well, you aiming to track down the old feller, too?
The old fella could be working in cahoots with the others, Roy.
Yeah, I suppose. Hey, what made you ask about him, Gabby?
Well, Dale, I got to tell you and Roy something confidential.
You can trust me, Gabby.
Well, you know how every family's got one member who don't turn out just right. Sort of a wild hair.
Sure.
One of my family. Cousin, Clackety Hayes.
Now, wait a minute, Gabby. What are you talking about?
I'm making a confession, you young whippersnapper. Clackety's been living out there in that ghost town near Broken Air for 7-8 years. He's a desert rat. Son, I hope you ain't going to throw me off the place because I'm kinfolk to Clackety. You and me's all...
When I throw you off of the place, Pappy, I'll throw myself off, too.
Roy, instead of reporting this to the sheriff, why don't we ride out to the ghost town first and have a talk with Clackety?
I'm for that, Dale.
Sure appreciate it.
Myself, I think it's a couple of dudes acting cute, so they can brag about putting something over on us folks out here in the West.
I hope so.
I'd like to kind of rough them up a little, show them that it isn't. Dale, every notice where the ghost town has been built?
You mean the way it's walled in by mountains?
Sit right down in a sort of a nest. And the only way of getting to it is that narrow trail. Hey, somebody's coming through the pass from the ghost town.
Sure enough.
Keep out of sight. Is that Clackety?
Nope.
He's coming from the ghost town. Dale, I wonder if you'd do guard duty while Gabby and I are in there.
Why, sure, Roy, if you think...
We don't know quite what we're going to run into.
If you signal, I'll ride for town, Roy.
That's it. I know you're anxious to get back to your ranch, so if we don't signal within a few minutes, you go ahead. Maybe you can catch up with Steve before he leaves.
Sure.
Come on, Gabby. Let's find out what kind of people have moved into Ghost Town. Well, now to see what's here besides empty buildings.
Awful still, ain't it?
Yeah, no sign of life at all. Where does Clackety live?
Jack, just ahead.
You wait here for us, figure.
What's first, son?
Hey, the door of the old meeting house here. Looks as if it's been disturbed lately. See how the dirt's been pushed away from the sill?
Yep, sure has.
Let's take a look, just to make sure. Hold it. Oh, it's all right. Come on. Nobody's here.
Scary, ain't it? An empty building. Look, there's the groceries that were stolen.
Yeah. It took more than 1 or 2 men to carry all these away, Gabby. Must be quite a population in our ghost town. What are these things?
Clothes of some sort.
Prison uniforms. That's what they are. See here, numbers stenciled across the top. These are uniforms convicts wear in the state penitentiary.
Oh, Pierce Clackety's got himself in bad company, don't it, son?
Well, hey, there was a break at the penitentiary across the state line about a month ago. 8 convicts got out. Never did hear whether they caught them or not.
Maybe we better...
They might be holed up here, Gabby. That'd explain why they're stealing stuff, especially food and clothing. They'd need each, and they'd have to get rid of their prison uniforms.
Son, through the back window.
What? Horses. That means we're not alone. If they had left, they'd have ridden their horses out. Pappy, come on. We're hightailing for the sheriff's office.
All right, reach for the skies. Both of you. We'll teach you to come snooping around our layout.
Let's rush them, Gabby.
They got guns.
We can't let them get free.
We got the old guy. Help like it to the young one. Grab these stick handles. You'll help him. You'll need help before it's through. That'll take care of him for now. Ed, Blackie, get some rope. Tie him up and throw him in that empty shack. We'll decide what to do with them after we find out who's responsible for letting them get through the pass.
When we pitched into them hombres, Roy and me had no idea how many of them there was. They come at us from every crack. And I gotta confess, if it was me, I'd have jumped on my horse and rid out of there. But not my partner, Roy. They was bad men, and he wasn't going to let them get away if he could help it. They whipped us that first round, but if you think that's the end of this story, you got another thing coming. You listen and see right after we have a little meeting on a subject that's next to Roy's heart.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
Say, what's your biggest ambition? Everybody's got a yen to be a big shot in some line or other. Then get started on good breakfast of Quaker Oats, because Quaker Oats helps grow the stars of the future. Yes, doctors say the more often youngsters eat a good oatmeal breakfast, the better they grow. That's because a recent survey shows only 1 school child in 5 gets the kind of a breakfast he should have. There's more growth, more endurance for you ambitious youngsters in nourishing oatmeal than any other whole grain cereal. Order delicious Quaker Oats from your grocer tomorrow. Still less than a penny a serving.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
When things started disappearing from Paradise Valley, Roy and me got on the trail of the varmints who was taking them. We figured my cousin Clackety Hayes might have something to do with it. So we headed for the ghost town where Clackety lives. But there, instead of Clackety, we found a whole herd of escaped convicts. They jumped Roy and me and whipped us to a frazzle. Fact is, I don't remember nothing more till I heard Roy calling my name and...
Daddy, are you all right?
I don't know, son.
Not too loud. They got a guard outside. And don't try to move. We're tied hand and foot.
Laying here on the floor. Son, what in blazes?
Daddy, I want you to listen. Just listen. We guessed right. Those hombres are the escaped convicts. And we got to work fast if we intend to beat them. I didn't hear everything, but I heard enough to know that they intend to hide here until the hunt for them dies down.
Sure bad.
They've been stealing stuff because they're afraid to come out in the open. And I guess they figured as long as they left money for what they took, we wouldn't trail them.
I ain't worrying so much about getting them as I am about us staying alive.
Yeah. Well, I believe we can prevent them from doing anything to us, at least for a while, by pretending the law is on our trail, too.
Pretending we're bad men? You and me?
Yeah.
Suppose Clackety should come home and see us. Clackety's my cousin. He's bound to show he knows me.
Quiet, somebody outside.
Don't take any chances, boys.
If they come in, let me do the talking.
Go on ahead, Blackie. I'll need help in getting rid of them, even if they are tied.
I reckon we owe you fellas an apology, mister.
What's that?
We wouldn't have jumped you except we had you figured for sheriff's men out to trap us. We've always used this ghost town as a hideout. And we thought this time the sheriff's men might be waiting for us.
You said hideout. What are you hiding from?
I doubt if I'll answer that, mister. Come to think of it, we don't know for sure you're not sheriff's men. And I don't aim to be tricked into anything.
I kind of like the way he talks, boys. Smart. Maybe they're our kind. Don't be too sure, Spike. If they are like us, there might be a lot of help, especially in getting around this territory.
I don't know if we want to be of help to you.
Yeah, they probably do know the territory. They probably belong to one of them ranches around here, and if we let them go, they'll head for the sheriff or something.
Let who go? You're not letting anybody go. We're staying here. We need this ghost town as much as you do, and we're staying. Do you understand that?
Now, what do you think now, boys? I'm kind of inclined to go easy on them.
Spike.
What? Oh, Ed's back. Come on in, Ed.
Yeah, I brought Clackety in from town. Say, who's this?
Clackety, son. We're in for it now.
All right, now we'll find out whether or not these two belong around here. Clackety, you know everybody in this country. I want you to take a look at those men on the floor.
Is that our fellas?
Ever see them before, Clackety? Maybe on one of the ranches near here?
No, sir. I don't believe it is.
Well, that satisfies me. Cut the rope. You're not letting them go, are you, Spike? Of course I'm not letting them go. But they look like they're our kind, so let's make them comfortable. We'll still keep a guard on the door, but we'll postpone what we were going to do to them until we get proof of who they are and why they came here.
Getting dark outside.
Yeah.
Can't figure that Clackety. Looking me straight in the eye and saying he never seen me before.
This sitting here is getting on my nerves, Pappy.
Mine, too.
I keep worrying about Dale. She was supposed to head back to her ranch if we didn't signal. But I'm afraid she may check up and find we aren't home. Debbie, if she takes a notion to ride here, none of us will have a chance.
Nope.
Including her.
Oh, bad one.
Daddy.
Clackety, is that you?
Yeah. Just a second.
These here new fellas what's coming into my town are bad critters, Cousin Daddy. I figured you wouldn't want me to say I knowed you when I was with such people, Daddy. Me already being a black sheep and shiftless and lazy and all.
Clackety, we're going to appreciate what you did all our lives.
Hey, you were all right, ain't you? I recognized you when I was here before, and I knowed how nice you sing, and I thought I'd get hungry for singing out here alone. I brung along my guitar. See?
Well, I'm afraid singing might be against the rules here, Clackety.
Oh, they don't care. He's a guardian, and he seen me come in. Oh, they always let me sing, as long as they don't get too loud.
Well, say, you might have an idea there, Clackety. If I was to do a little yoga and Dale was anywhere near,
you'd think we were safe, son, and wouldn't try to come in.
That's what I was thinking. Clackety, we will have music.
Awful nice of you. Sure enjoy it.
Just an echo in the valley, but it brings back sweet memories of you. Can't you hear it through the twilight?
guitar and be quick about it.
No, the guitar is mine, boys. Don't bust it. This ain't his fault. I asked it to sing.
Sure it is. Why would I want to give anybody a signal? We're hiding now.
Oh, this ain't his fault. I asked him to sing.
You sure?
Well, Ed was outside the garden. He told me it was all right.
Oh, well, that's different. Forget it. But no more singing, understand? Come on, boys. I reckon he wasn't trying to pull anything. Listen, an answer. Somebody's answering his signal.
Dale, son.
We better get out of here. Posse will be heading this way. How about these two? I reckon we'll take care of ourselves right now. Get away from them, Spike. There isn't time to fight, Run. We want out of here. We'll be back for you.
He's turning. He's getting away.
Hey, Blackie, let's go. They signaled to somebody.
We can't let him go, Gabby. We've got to keep him here until we reach the sheriff.
How are we going to do that, Roy?
I'll keep him. Trigger, boy. Stampede those horses and run them out of here, right through the pass all the way, boy. That's it, Trigger. That's it, boy.
Maybe we can sneak out now.
We're not leaving until we can take these convicts with us.
Get them, boys. That yellow horse of his may have left something for him, but we can take care of him.
Roy, they're coming back.
Yeah, let's work on them while we can. They fixed us so we can't get away.
Excuse me, please. Reckon if nobody wants to get shot, they'll put their hands in the air.
Hey, what's going on here?
I got a gun on you. That there fellow's a kin of mine, and I'm going to see you don't hurt him. Or his friend, another. His friend is Roy Rogers.
What, Roy Rogers?
Hey, I borrowed this here gun here from one of them while they were sleeping, Daddy. Thought it might come in handy.
Nice work, Clackety. Want to hand the gun to me?
Be a pleasure.
You and Gabby can lift theirs out of their belts.
Son, the fellow we saw leaving when we was riding in. What? There he is. He's coming through the pass, and he's got a gun.
Oh, boy, that was close.
He shot that pistol right out of your hand, son.
His gun's gone. Yeah. There he got his gun with that shot. Yeah, let's finish him this time. We fooled around so long. Yeah, I'm all for that. Hey, a posse! A posse is coming down the trail.
Son, look, Dale's bringing a posse.
Yeah, Spike. Let's get these two first. Let's put them out of the way. Hey, get his gun, Gabby, while I try to take care of the other.
Here it is, son. I got the gun.
All right, up with your hands. Up with your hands. Go.
I sure am, Dale. But you and the sheriff are about the most welcome sight a man ever saw.
I'll take over, Roy. Keep those hands up, boys. Hank, Bird, get the gun. This is a mighty good haul, Roy. There's been a 5-state search for these fellas. Been going on over a month.
I sure thought we was goners.
You can thank Dale that we're not, Gabby.
Well, it was just luck we came, Roy. When I found out you hadn't gotten home this afternoon, I went down to tell the sheriff about everything. He was the one who thought we ought to head out this way.
I did a little yodel, though, so you'd think that everything was okay.
Sure, but right afterwards, we heard Trigger whinnying and running around. Then we saw the other horses come galloping through the pass without riders. That spelled trouble to us, so we decided to rush in here and see.
And lucky for us, you did, too. Mighty lucky.
Ladies, this may be your last chance to get this handsome and very useful double boiler. Modern, streamlined, of finest quality, heavy-gauge aluminum.
It's highly polished, really beautiful, so practical you'll use it day after day for years.
Friends, we're proud to offer you this fine, modern double boiler. It's made by one of America's old, reliable manufacturers of aluminum ware. Its quality is guaranteed by the Quaker Oats Company.
The bottom section of heavy 18-gauge aluminum has a big 2-quart capacity. The inset is a full 1.5-quart size.
The cover fits both sections, so you can use each section as a separate saucepan.
And listen, normal value of this new heavy-gauge aluminum double boiler is $2.50. Normal value, $2.50.
But if you send immediately, you can get yours for only $1.25 and 1 Quaker or Mother's Oats trademark. That means a saving of 1/2. You save $1.25.
Send at once. Here's all you have to do. Mail your name and address, $1.25, only $1.25, and 1 Quaker or Mother's Oats trademark to Double Boiler, Box 6166, Chicago 77.
Hurry! Supplies are very limited. This may be your last chance. Just put your name and address in a letter, together with only $1.25 and 1 trademark from a package of either Quaker or Mother's Oats.
Address, Double Boiler, Box 6166, Chicago 77.
Dale, we came over because Gabby remembered in the excitement that we forgot to introduce...
Just a second there, son. I ought to have the privilege of introducing them. After all, Clackety is my kin.
Shucks. Why, Gabby, I thought you considered Clackety a sort of a...
No such thing. I say now what I always said. I'm proud my blood is flowing in Clackety's veins.
He sure showed me he was related to me when he had them there convicts at the point of a gun with their hands reaching for the sky.
Clackety, we think you sort of deserve some kind of a reward for helping us.
Oh, shucks, no. I was already kind of sore at them there, fellas, because they was taking my money to pay for the stuff they stole.
So that's where the money came from.
Uh-huh. Well, that wasn't so bad, though, but when they stopped your singing, I got darn good mad.
Darn tootin' you did.
Yes, sir. I just snapped the whoops off the gun, then I'd have shot, too.
Sure you would.
If you hadn't took it away from me, I sure like you.
Just the same, Clackety, we're grateful. Say, I wonder if you'd like to stay here and work with my ranch hands on the Circle E.
I'd invite you to stay at the Double R Bar, Clackety, but I don't know if I could stand two members of the Hayes family around or not.
Now, what you mean by that?
Oh, if you don't mind, I think I'll just go on back to the ghost town.
Clackety.
I sort of like the quiet there. Shiftless, I guess, but I enjoy sitting there wondering who picks things up first so the sun shines every morning. Who sees to it that animals love their young'uns and take care of them. And who figures it all out so things are like they are. I kind of like to think about that and about belonging to it all. I hope your feelings won't be hurt none if I go on back.
Clackety, you could still do
Dale,
that.
if he wants to go back, we shouldn't try to stop him. Any man ought to be let live the kind of a life that he likes best, just so long as he doesn't hurt anybody else by living it that way. Well, Gabby, reckon we better be riding along, eh?
Sure a wise feller, my partner, Roy. Brave feller, too. Want for him, then convicts might still be running around the country hurting folks. But they sure ain't. Got them locked up tighter than a vinegar barrel. We got my cousin here with us, and we promised to sing him a little song. Likes music, you know. Roy and Dale, Foy Willin, the writers of the Purple Sage, everybody's going to join in, except you and me and my cousin Clackety, of course. We'll just listen.
Well, that's all for now, folks. This is Roy Rogers saying to all of you, from all of us, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. See you next week.
Don't forget, smiles are made out of the sunshine and the frown from a rainy day.
Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals, presents the Roy Rogers Show each week at this same hour, with the writers of the Purple Sage, Dale Evans, Gabby Hayes, and the king of the cowboys himself, Republic Pictures' great star in person, Roy Rogers.
What's extra special good for Sunday supper? Ask Aunt Jemima.
Waffles. Golden, light, and tempting Aunt Jemima waffles makes the happiest Sunday supper ever. And quick, too, ladies. Just follow the easy directions on my Aunt Jemima pancake and waffle ready mix.
For a Sunday treat, serve Aunt Jemima waffles for supper tonight.
Republic's latest Roy Rogers picture is Nighttime in Nevada. This is Art Ballinger speaking for Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals.
Exciting adventure seekers journey that brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.